Heaven is a place where everyone in this world dreams of going. In this far from ideal world, the sky was a real piece of paradise. This is a place that is the dream of every person. Here you could find peace and live the rest of your life without starving. To reach this dream, people were ready to lose their strength. Many of them died trying to get to heaven. Now one young man tried to do it. He perfectly understood that it would be very difficult for him to do this, but he was not going to back down. He looked straight ahead and saw the endless sky. His dream, which was supposed to give him a new life and lead to paradise. The sky had 9 levels of clouds, each with a better level of life. Now the young man dreamed of at least the first one. He was looking straight at the top of the heavens. The first one to get there will rule the world, but it was not so easy to do. The young man was very tired on the way, but he was kept on his feet by hope. He wanted to reach the top and become the master of the whole world. People began to arrive at some event, where they were met at the entrance and greeted, calling them contestants. The guests climbed the stairs. There were 2 people at the entrance handing out leaflets. They asked to take the brochure of the event, and then wait for the arrival of the heroes. One of the guests was 3 young men, whom everyone was afraid of. They confidently stepped forward, saying that now it was their turn. A guy with green hair approached the girl and grabbed all the brochures from her hands. The girl was in pain, but she could not do anything. After reading the pieces of paper, the young man decided that there was nothing special in them and tore them up. This trio considered themselves the guardians of the village, without which it would not survive. The young men confidently stepped forward and laughed at those around them. They constantly felt superior to the rest of the people, demonstrating their power. A young man wearing sunglasses appeared on their way. Meeting the boys on his way, he smiled sinisterly. The young man quickly began to take his hand out of his pocket so that his movement could not be noticed. His target was boys. He tried as quickly and inconspicuously as possible to grab the bags they were carrying and move on. However, the young man with green hair felt that something had disappeared from his hand. He turned his head back to make sure. The thief did not expect that anyone would be able to notice how he stole it, but there was nothing he could do. The young man was heading forward at all speeds. Running away from the boys, the young man showed them their bags of money and thanked them. He promised to find a good use for the funds. The local elite was simply shocked by such behavior. They were very angry with the boy because he took their money. They immediately began to catch up with the young man to return theirs. A chase for money began in a small village. However, the thief was not going to stop and just give away the loot. When the boys began to chase, he immediately accelerated. He rushed through the local population literally like lightning. People could not understand what was happening at all, that everything was falling. The young man ran so fast that he did not notice any obstacles in his way. He knocked the tools out of one man's hands, albeit by accident. He also jumped over a woman who was carrying a briefcase on her back and knocked her to the floor. He didn't want to do it, but he had to. Despite all this, the young man with green hair still approached the thief. He shouted at him to stop immediately. He almost reached the thief who dared to steal money from him. He stretched his hand forward and almost reached the young man. The thief smelled something fried. He looked back and saw the boy's hand about to grab him by the collar. The young man was forced to take some action in this case. He turned, leaping into the air, and grabbed the boy's arm. After that, he gave him a powerful kick with his leg. The knee strike was accurate and hit the chin of the guy who was catching up. However, everything was not so simple for the thief. As he tackled one of the boys, another, slightly larger one, jumped out from behind him. The thief was not very happy with this course of events. He needed to break away from his pursuers and reached into his pocket. The young man took out smoke bombs from it and threw them in the face of a big man who was approaching him. The boy was simply shocked by the pain in his eyes. The thief began to mock the boys he defeated. He held the legs with the money in his hands and thanked him again for a very good catch. But he miscalculated again. The young man felt the presence of another pursuer behind him and became very worried about his situation. Another red-haired boy also did not stand still and continued the pursuit. He was very pleased that he managed to outrun the thief. A hysterical smile appeared on the young man's face, which did not predict anything good. It was a protective, emotional gesture. The red-haired boy grabbed the thief by the collar and was going to train him. The young man did not expect this and did not have time to escape. The boy raised the thief in the air with one hand and began to threaten him. He said he had two options in this situation. First, they could just kill the thief. The guy also offered the second option, when the thief returns the money, and they beat him to death. The boy was simply shocked when he heard the thief's answer. Despite his situation, the young man called the pursuer a jerk. He took money out of his pocket and raised it above his head. He smiled sinisterly back and said he would never give them back. The red-haired boy is against such a development. He warned the thief that he had made this choice on his own, thus he signed his own death sentence. The guy hit the thief with all his might, which he got in one hand, and pressed him to the ground. Then he delivered another, more powerful blow directly to the thief's face. The young man could not do anything about it, as he was yielding in strength. His face was sour literally after a few seconds. The thief was not in the best condition to run away now. All three boys gathered over the beaten enemy. The red-haired leader continued to tease the thief, beating the crap out of him. Having beaten the young man half to death, the owner of the money reached for his bags to take them for himself and calmly walk on. However, the young man suddenly stood up and took the money from the pursuer. Despite his condition, he moved quite quickly. The thief looked ominously in the direction of the boys and said that he would never give this money of his own free will, as he needed it very much. He literally started screaming, radiating anger. He wanted to keep these funds at any cost, despite the injuries. The red-haired boy called the thief a complete fool, because only by looking at him can you understand that he stole this money. People watched how the young man was beaten. They knew a thief named Zeke very well and discussed that he had stolen something again. Every day Zeke tried to steal something and every day he got sons. Those present were no longer surprised that he was being beaten in the central square. The young man had a very unpleasant experience. If literally a few more minutes had passed, he would not have been able to stand up. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out in the central square, telling the boys to immediately stop beating the young man. People immediately turned their voices to the one who shouted. They saw in front of them a muscular man who was confident in himself. The pursuers stopped beating the thief and turned back. They asked the man why he was protecting the local bullies. People perfectly knew this man by face. They respected him enough in local circles. The husband's name was Mr. Fried. People were shocked that he appeared at such a moment, and interceded for the thief. They could not understand what brought the man here. Fried calmly and immovably stood in place, looking in front of him. Silence reigned in the central square after the man's screams. ZYK was lying on the ground half-beaten and holding on to the bags of money. He could not allow them to be taken from him. Suddenly, Fried apologized to the boys for the fact that his friend had acted rather impolitely. He offered to pay them compensation. He put his hand on his heart and said that he was sorry for this thief and asked him to forgive him, because he was not at all guilty of his actions. The red-haired leader was completely dissatisfied with this development of events, but he saw how people looked at the man and understood that he was respected. He had no choice but to leave the thief and go home. He told the rest of his boys to follow him. Zeke was finally able to rest and started spitting blood. He looked askance at his savior, who was standing next to him. Fried watched the thief in silence for a while as he tried to regain consciousness. He just looked at his friend, as if expecting something from him. ZYK was very unhappy with what happened. He turned to the man who saved him and said that he should not have done it. The two young men left the central square and went to the outskirts of the village. They wanted to be alone so that no one would disturb their conversation. Fried rescued his friend and asked if he was okay. Zeke felt rather uncomfortable in such a situation. He looked at the man and answered, "But can't he see that he is not feeling well, which is visible on his face?" Zeke said he could do it alone. Fried only laughed at these words and said that he was almost killed, and he was showing off. ZYK had a slightly different opinion about these words. He answered the interlocutor that he did not know anything about him at all. The thief took out bags of money from his pocket, which he managed to snatch. He looked at them as if they were a piece of food. Inside was a small seed, which was considered very valuable in the village. The young man said that he could even give his life for them. Fried informed his companion that there was no need to rush to extremes, even in such a situation, as it could be fatal. Fried remembered that when they first met, Zeke stole a piece of bread from him. The young man was very angry that his friends constantly reminded him of this. Zeke has always been brave and fearless, pouncing on people. Although he was a simple little thief, he did not lack courage. Then, little Fried looked at the man and could not understand how this was even possible. Zeke always made a lot of mistakes, but despite this, there was always a glint in his eyes. He was not like the rest and always went to his goal. Even living the life of a thief, he kept hope. Fried said that it was because of this factor that the sparkle in his eyes has not disappeared to this day. The man could not understand how he became friends with ZYK in the first place. The thief did not like to hear such speeches, especially about himself. He turned to his friend and asked why he was talking about him like that, because he himself sometimes resorted to theft. Fried turned his head in the direction of the interlocutor and, after thinking for a while, answered that no one can escape from this fate. Fried reported that the boys the young man was running from were all thieves too, even though they had some money. The man perfectly understood that everyone goes to such extremes just for one thing. Everyone in this miserable world wants to go to heaven. ZYK could no longer tolerate these statements. He got very angry and said that I don't want to listen to this nonsense anymore. Fried did not understand what caused this behavior of his friend and asked what was happening to him and where he was going to go. ZYK got up from his seat and lowered his eyes to the floor. He perfectly understood that his friend was telling the truth, but for him the truth was different. The thief turned to face his companion and looked at him with serious eyes. He said that this whole world is too unfair. The young man looked at the sky and told his friend that he was going to go to heaven without waiting for any signs. Fried stared at his friend in silence, his mouth open. He always marveled at his determination despite the situation. Hearing these words from his friend, a pleasant smile appeared on the man's face. He seemed proud of his friend. After a while, the smile left his face as he came back to reality. Everything was not as rosy as it would have been. Fried looked down at his feet and did not understand how the world had come to this. He wanted to know how much longer they would have to live like this. He watched the village in which they lived. It looked quite small, and its local residents became real hostages of fate. The deep and dead lands were completely different from the world that Zeke imagined in heaven. The real world was full of tragedy and danger. Since the time when everything moved, and a lot of time has passed, almost 500 years. Since then, the sky has been divided into 9 levels. During these 500 years, people experienced not the best times. Poverty caught them by surprise and absolutely nothing could be done about it. Inexplicable lights began to fall from the sky, carrying something behind them. They appeared very rarely and brought joy to the earth. People accepted it as a gift from God, raising their hands. They wanted at least some salvation to get out of this poverty. Inside this stream of fire was a small grain. People put them in their hands and had to eat them. Local plants and trees did not bear fruit at all. If something grew on a tree branch, it immediately began to rot. Withered fruits fell to the ground. But even in spite of this, people literally fought for these malnutrition to somehow survive. A terrible famine gripped the entire planet. People could not do anything about it, and lived only in hopes of a better future. Everyone had only one hope. People periodically gathered and looked at the sky, imagining their future life there. To rise to heaven was the most cherished dream of everyone. For the sake of this dream, people were ready to kill each other and steal. All this was done for someone to eat the fruit of life from the divine tree, which, according to rumors, gave a lot of them, but these were ordinary dreams for the population. They wanted to get as high as possible, but some lived in real poverty all their lives. Fried understood all this information very well. He tried to calm his comrades so that he would not worry about his fate and the fate of the world. Walking up the stairs, Fried said that this event was a real luxury considering the situation in their village. Most people were unable to take care of themselves, let alone the coma to ascend to heaven. They were deprived of a future. Fried turned to Zeke and said that he understood this better than anyone, so it was better not to take any chances, given the dire situation. Quite a lot of people gathered in the central square of the village. They were all watching the scene that was set right in front of their faces. The event had not yet started and people were talking to each other, discussing the events. All their conversations were only about heaven. The man standing on the stage finally began to speak. He asked for some attention to himself and congratulated all the contestants. He informed those present that the event, for which they had all gathered here, would begin very soon, and there was still a little time left to wait. Suddenly, one of the contestants decided to kill the man on stage. He came close to the stage and told the man to wait. It was ZYK who had come to the West with his money. He informed the judge of this event that he also wanted to participate in it. People immediately paid attention to the uninvited guest who participated in this event every year. The local thief did not stop. Contestants immediately began to make fun of the thief's attempts. ZYK tried literally every year to pass the test, but he failed. ZYK felt all those sidelong looks on him and was very angry with people who do not understand his situation and do not share his values. The man from the stage was absolutely not against the young man taking part. He greeted him on his arrival and extended his arms forward. He behaved quite strangely, as if he was jogging in front of a participant. He said that absolutely everyone can take part in the event. However, everything was not so simple. The man demanded a small sum for participation in the event, which will completely reflect the future dreams of all participants. ZYK did not really want to give away his hard-earned money. Gritting his teeth, he stared at the bags of money in his hand. In the end, the young man dared to give them away. The man thanked ZYK for his generosity, and said that now no one would mind if he took part in the event. The judge began to take the grains out of the bags and examine them. ZYK was very unhappy and did not want to give the seeds. However, there was nothing he could do about it. The young man was forced to take such a step in order to achieve the main thing he had been striving for all his life. I suddenly remembered the events of my past, when there was a fire in their village. Their houses were attacked by foreigners. Robbers came to rob an enemy village and wanted to take all the money. The leader ordered them not to miss a single seed on their way. Little Zeke was very frightened in this situation. He was given a golden amulet and told to take it for himself. The man decided to sacrifice his life to save the little boy, and with him the jewelry, which cost a lot of money. ZYK immediately began to leave the scene with tears in his eyes. Behind him, the man who had given him the ornament was cut down by his enemies. ZYK could not forget these events from his past. He felt a real pain that no emotion could cover until he reached heaven. The young man reached for the artifact that had been given to him by a man in the past. This world was very cruel, and he understood it perfectly. Zeke clenched the ornament in his fist and promised that he would definitely do something with this world, no matter what. Meanwhile, the event was about to start. Trumpets began to blare loudly throughout the square to divert attention. The judge began to speak. The man apologized for the fact that those present had to wait a very long time for this important event, the main festival of heaven. The audience literally went crazy from the man's words. They were eagerly waiting for him to finally declare the event open. The judge had to announce the rules and conditions of this event. He pointed with his left hand to the forest behind him. The man informed the contestants about their main task. They needed to find and catch the bird that was supposed to represent their soul. ZYK was absolutely ready for this test. He was going to catch the soul bird so that this time he could finally ascend to the heavens. The event was declared open and the contestants immediately headed to the forest. ZYK was no exception and ran forward to change his fate. The contestants steadily moved forward towards the forest. They ran in different directions so that everyone could find their dream bird. Birds watched people from a height and were no longer surprised that they wanted to catch them. The animals are already fed up with their actions. ZYK immediately noticed one bird and went to catch it. He made every effort to catch her in his net. He waved it in the air for the bird to be inside, but the young man missed and the animal was left flying free. Zeke was somewhat disappointed with himself in this case. It wasn't the first bird he missed. The young man still didn't like it very much. He was already tired enough from hunting, but he knew very well that he had to go on and catch the bird to reach heaven. The young man noticed several more birds on his horizon. He was very happy that he was able to see them, and immediately decided to catch them. He even tried to talk to the animals, asking them to stop so that they could fly together as high as possible into the sky. 3 hours later, ZYK was very tired. He was never able to catch a single bird and decided to rest for a while, catching his breath. He could not understand why all the birds avoided him. This made the young man very angry, because his future fate depended on it. Suddenly, Zeke heard a voice behind him saying that his actions fully proved that he would forever be a weakling on this earth. It was a trio of tough guys who beat up the young man before that. They had already caught their birds and were taunting Zeke. The young man turned his face back and immediately recognized his old friends. He was very surprised that they managed to catch the birds. Zeke decided to annoy the boys a bit, and called them fools despite the catch. The young woman became very angry and asked if he really forgot their last meeting. The young man wanted extra trouble for himself and offered the boys to go to heaven already, since they had already managed to catch a bird each. He turned his back to the interlocutors and said that he was busy, so he had to leave them to finish the matter. The boys weren't going to let their target go so easily. They promised to release him without fail, but before that something needs to be done. The young men wanted to teach the thief one more time and the big man swung his fist powerfully, but ZYK managed to react in time and dodge. The young man was not happy with what was happening to him. He looked at his opponents and asked why they needed all this. The guys replied that they are just in a good mood, and here today some people are lucky, especially considering the events of this morning. The red-haired leader pointed a finger at the young man, and said that this time he was left without help and no one would help him. Zeke called the boys real freaks. He did not want to engage in a fight with them, because he understood that the advantage was definitely not on his side. The boys weren't even going to stop their bullying. By collective decision, they decided that they needed to have a little fun. Immediately after these words, they began to literally merge into one body with their birds. The boys wanted to show the enemy their true strength. The young man with green hair used the bird's feathers as an extension of his body. He warned the thief to prepare for death. Zerovan also became one with his bird and formed an axe. He added that this fight will be compensation for this morning. The boys rushed into battle for a common goal with weapons in hand. Zeke was a bit scared in this situation as he was effectively defenseless. The young man managed to miraculously avoid the first two blows from his opponents. However, it still didn't make much difference to him. Zykov had to block the second blow from the big man with his hand. After that, the first blood appeared on the battlefield. Zeke sacrificed his arm to block the attack. Zdrovan did not expect this and called the opponent a freak. The young man said that there was no way he would lose to fools like them. He added that only he can use this phrase. Swinging his fist, ZYK promised to finish off his opponents with this attack. He shouted loudly as he moved forward. Zdrovan was absolutely not against such a turn of events. He simply stood still and waited until the target approached the right distance. ZYK had already almost hit the enemy in the face, but the big man replied that it was quite weak and offered a different schedule of events. The young man in blue was able to avoid the blow in a fraction of a second and rise into the air. Zeke missed the target, expending a lot of energy. His arm hurt a lot, especially after that miss. He did not expect that the enemy would be able to escape from him so quickly. The boys climbed up with the help of their birds. They flew in the air and watched their target from high up. ZYK remained standing on the ground together with another enemy. The red-haired leader was left to confront the stubborn thief. ZYK began to worry very much about his situation. He was well aware that his skills were far inferior to those of his opponents. He looked into the air and realized that the boys were simply beyond his reach. They easily rose into the air and were not going to come down. Despite the opponent's skills, the boys appreciated his stubbornness and called him a rather difficult opponent in this situation. They began to attack him, quickly closing in on him. The boys were going to have some fun and hoped that Zeke would help them with it. The young man perfectly understood that he would not be able to repel the attack of his opponents, so he began to run away. The boys then called him a coward. ZYK ignored the words of his opponents and continued to run forward relentlessly. It was much easier for the enemies to move, thanks to the wings. However, ZYK was famous for his stubbornness and was not going to stop, despite the fatigue. He needed to survive at any cost. Zeke did not look back and continued to run. Suddenly, the boy stopped in place and realized that he had simply led himself into a dead end. Zdrovanov managed to trap the target. He swung his axe with all his might to finish off the annoying thief. ZYK had no choice but to accept this blow. He couldn't resist such a force even if he blocked the attack. The blow went straight to the young man's stomach. From such pressure on his body, ZYK began to cough up blood, spitting it out of his body. The thief fell powerlessly to the floor, before sliding on it. After that, he could no longer stand up because of the pain in his stomach. The boys caught up with their target and landed next to him. They started taunting because Zeke was the only one left without a bird. The young man with green hair pointed his finger at the young man and said that a piece of shit like him was destined to crawl on the ground all his life. Zeke was very angry with his opponents after their words. He began to exercise on his feet and ordered the boys to shut their mouths immediately. The young man was never going to give up in his life. Even now, coughing up blood, he promised the boys that he would definitely rise to heaven. The trio again began to mock the young man because of his unattainable plans. They thought he was too weak to fulfill his dream. The red-haired boy added that in order for the young man to be able to ascend to heaven, a real miracle, the likes of which the world had not seen, must take place. ZYK continued his conversation with the opponents, calling them crazy. The boys immediately closed their mouths as Zeke stood up. He looked at his opponents with his blood-stained gaze and announced that ascending to heaven was not his ultimate goal. The boys were just shocked to hear this from the young man. They could not understand what he was saying at all, given his condition. Zeke stood up to his full height and said that he was going to reach the heavens first, and then the highest 9th level. He couldn't let his dream just crash to the ground. He was willing to do anything to force himself to do it. The young man shouted that he would definitely go up to heaven itself, despite all the obstacles he would encounter on his way. The trio simply did not understand what the young man was talking about. They wondered if he was really in his right mind. The boys started laughing loudly after Zeke's speech. They called him a jerk who overestimated his abilities. The red-haired boy asked his opponent if he even understood what kind of delusion he was currently carrying, trying to sound cool. In the last 500 years, no one has been able to climb to heaven itself. The guys emphasized that Zykov will definitely not be able to do this. According to legend, there is a source of life that can turn a person into a god. Only the Tree of Peace could do it. The red-haired leader told this legend to the young man. He couldn't believe that Zeke was actually going to do what he thought. In an ominous voice, the boy asked the opponent if he was really going to become the Lord God, despite his worthlessness. ZYK did not stand still, bleeding. In response to the question, he only smiled sinisterly, as if agreeing to this. However, the young man's voice said that he was not going to do this. He just wants to reach his goal to prove something to himself. The red-haired boy created an axe from the energy of the bird and said that he did not trust the young man who did not know what he was talking about. He raised his energy weapon above his head and said that now everything will end and the young man's dreams will remain unfulfilled. The boy swung his weapon with all his might and told his opponent that he was driven to death by these statements about ascension to heaven. He delivered a powerful blow with his axe, which cut through the young man's chest. He added that such a thing has no place even in their world. ZYK began to scream loudly from unbearable pain. Blood began to flow from his body, not stopping for a second to spill onto the ground. The young man fell powerlessly to the ground after this blow. The boys were satisfied with the result of this fight, and assumed that the thief would die a slow death. Looking at the body of his defeated opponent, the red-haired leader gave him credit for giving him the opportunity to test out a new weapon. Teardrops appeared in ZYK's eyes. He could not believe that his death would look so helpless and worthless. He regretted that he had lived a life that brought him only pleasure. He did not manage to do anything during this time. Zeke, despite his situation, still continued to think that he wanted to catch the bird, and at least hold it before he died. Suddenly, the young man saw something strange in front of him. He couldn't figure out if this was his delusion before death, or if it was really true. On a small hill, the young man saw an egg lying without a nest. He could not understand why it was here at all, and how it ended up. Suddenly, the egg began to shake in different directions. Literally after a few seconds, it fell down and began to roll down the slope. The boys also couldn't understand what was going on. They just watched as the egg rolled towards them at their feet. Everyone present watched the phenomenon, which was completely incomprehensible. The egg finally stopped at the same distance between the opponents. They were very surprised when they saw that the egg was beginning to crack. This was a sign that someone would appear from within. A penguin-like bird suddenly jumped out of the egg. She did not look like a newborn at all, but rather looked like a full-grown penguin. Those present were simply shocked by such a turn of events. Zeke could no longer see anything and threw his head back, about to die. The red-haired leader looked at the bird picking its nose. He wondered what kind of crap it was and how it got here. Penguin looked at the injured victim and asked if it was really this young man who woke him up and how he even managed to do it. The bird said that he was not going to give this body away. Immediately after these words, the penguin began to rub against Zeke's body as if it were his own mother. Zeke was simply shocked by this. His opponents were literally dying of laughter that the penguin continued to mock the thief. The boys thought it was quite funny and they were ready to watch it forever. The penguin continued to fool around and make strange noises. The red-haired boy slapped Zeke on the leg and said that this worthless, flightless bird fully suited his status and skills. The boy decided to turn to the penguin and asked if he really came here to save this worthless person. Penguin looked at the dying young man. ZYK did not want to endure this anymore and begged God to take his soul away from here. The young man looked at the penguin and could not understand why he came to him. Zeke thought that maybe everything was not so bad. He decided that life had given him a chance to catch the bird at least before he died. The young man extended his hand forward, which was shaking incredibly. He helplessly asked the bird for help. The penguin looked at the young man as if he were a fool caught in a trap. The bird could not understand why she should help this person if she did absolutely nothing to catch him. Suddenly, the penguin told the man to shut up. He did not really like the fact that the young man dared to touch him and ask for help. The bird was very angry with the young man and called him a rascal. He asked how he even dared to touch him with his hideous tentacles, but that wasn't all the bird was thinking about. He looked at the boys who had beaten the young man. He didn't like them very much. The trio continued to mock the worthless bird who could not fly and the young man who had achieved absolutely nothing in life. Penguin told the boys that they were very unpleasant people. Even he managed to understand this without being human. The bird looked at the helpless young man and said that he was in a good mood today, so he decided to make an exception for him. He promised to help the boy defeat these bastards, but after that he should at least thank the penguin for saving him. ZYK looked at the bird and did not understand whether he could even help him in such a situation. He no longer saw the point in it. However, the penguin knew perfectly well what he was going to do. The bird began to literally merge with the human body, covering it with its feathers. The boys opposite were simply shocked by this turn of events. They could not believe that a penguin was capable of anything at all. The bird continued to emit an enormous amount of energy, merging with the young man. A huge black cloud began to appear on the battlefield. Zeke still didn't understand what was happening. He couldn't control his body, so his penguin partner decided to do it instead. The boys watched this entire performance, and could not understand what was happening to the body of the young man, which they literally destroyed. They realized that the penguin had decided to choose Zeke and help him. They asked the bird why he did that, because the young man is absolutely worthless. The red-haired leader realized that he smelled fried and needed to attack first. He ordered the boys to kill their target immediately. The young men immediately rushed into battle against the penguin controlling Zeke's body. They decided that they had an advantage in numbers and they would do it in threes. Penguin just laughed at the pitiful attempt of his opponents. He said that their number does not scare him at all. The bird continued to use Zeke's body, healing him. He added that he would not retreat even if there were 1,000 enemies. The boys were simply shocked to see the giant black cloud continue to grow and the penguin increase in strength. Zeke's expression changed dramatically. He became very angry and said in a low tone that his powers were enough for everyone. A colossal black shield formed around Zeke in the form of a dragon, which looked very creepy and was about to destroy the target. The boys stood opposite and could not believe that they had got into such a mess. For the first time in their lives, they felt completely defenseless. They watched Zeke's actions and could not believe that such a thing was even possible. The black cloud continued to grow around the young man. The red-haired youth shouted that it did not look like a bird at all. It was a giant dragon that can destroy them. Zeke still couldn't control his body. Penguin did everything for him and swung his left arm to attack opponents. He used a technique called Dragon Claw. The dragon's hand rose into the air and swung to strike the plane of enemies. It is clear to the boys that they are in mortal danger in this situation. They started shouting loudly, not knowing what to do. They decided that it would be absolutely pointless to try to resist that force. They rushed to run so that at least someone could be saved. Zeke could not let his opponents escape so easily. He delivered a powerful blow with his left hand, channeling the dragon's energy. A gigantic flow of dark energy began to form around. It was like a huge explosion with an oil spew. The dragon's mouth reappeared on the battlefield. Opponents had to withdraw immediately, so as not to become dinner for the animal. The black dragon's claw was literally a couple of meters away from the targets, who were trying to escape from this powerful energy avalanche. The red-haired leader realized that the dragon paw was catching up with them, and decided to swing his axe to counter the penguin. However, this blow turned out to be completely useless. The boy could not believe that his energy axe was simply absorbed. All three were covered in a dark stream of energy, and they began to scream, begging for help. However, it was already too late. A large black avalanche began to absorb the bodies of the opponents, who could not do anything about it. Their movements were restricted in such conditions. The energy wave was so powerful that it began to destroy rocks in its path. The boys definitely could not survive such an attack. Finally, this wave reached its end and ceased to exist. She left behind a giant smoke screen all around. As the smoke began to clear, 3 motionless bodies could be seen on the ground that were at the epicenter of these events that had ended. The 3 boys lay motionless on the ground and were bleeding. Their bodies were covered in the black energy of the bird that was attacking them. Zeke was still under the penguin's control and unable to move his body. He had no idea what would happen next. Finally, the young man began to come to his senses and opened his eyes. Now he could move on his own without the help of the penguin's energy. He was simply shocked and could not understand what had just happened. Moreover, he felt very strange things on his body. Absolutely all of his previous injuries disappeared and healed under the influence of the bird's energy. Zeke couldn't figure out if that was even possible. He looked at the bird that settled next to him and asked what kind of incomprehensible power could heal such serious wounds. The bird felt like a real king after this battle. He asked the young man to continue praising him, admiring his skills. Zeke stood in front of the bird and still could not believe that his little dream had finally come true. He dreamed of at least this all his life. From the overflow of emotions, the young man's hands began to shake and tears appeared in his eyes. Finally, what he wanted happened. Penguin looked at the young man and could not understand what was happening to him. Zeke continued to shake and said he finally found it. He rushed to hug the penguin, calling it his bird. The bird was simply shocked and did not really like such hugs. The penguin hit the young man with his paw and told him to get off of him. Zeke continued to rejoice that he would be able to go to heaven. He looked at his bird, seeing only the good sides in it. He didn't even notice that the penguin was constantly beating him and calling him names. Zeke continued to cry from happiness. This is not surprising, because the dream of his whole life can finally come true, thanks to this bird. Fried was standing on a small clearing in the middle of the forest. The sun had already fallen below the horizon and turned the sky red. The man looked around and was waiting for someone. He did not feel very comfortable as he realized that he was a little late. Suddenly, he noticed something strange happening to his left. The man began to take a closer look at the trees to his left. He heard an unknown voice saying that he was already waiting for him, and saw a flash of light. Fried couldn't make out what kind of voice it was. The flash of light continued to intensify as time passed. Fried was forced to put his hand in front of him to at least somehow avoid exposure. Suddenly, a giant bird appeared right in front of him, emitting a colossal amount of light. He flapped his wings powerfully. Fried was somewhat shocked by this turn of events. He continued to cover his face, but kept his eyes on the huge bird. The giant bird resembled a hawk in its shape. She stopped flapping her wings and brought her head closer to the human. The bird turned to the man and said in a loud, shrill voice that he could really become the master of the heavens. Zeke continued to rejoice with his new bird. He asked what his name was, to which the penguin replied that he was recently born. The bird did not like the fact that the women were shaking him in the air and begged him not to do it. Meanwhile, ZYK came up with a name. With a pleasant smile on his face, he offered to call the penguin Grumble, because he is constantly dissatisfied with something. The bird was not happy with such a nickname. He got angry with the young man and ordered him to come up with a better name, because it did not suit him. Zeke was very glad that he now had a companion to help him. The young man offered the penguin to set off immediately. The grunt was not happy with such a proposal. He broke free from the young man's hands, hitting him. He looked very angry and sullen. The bird jumped to the ground and said that he was not going to obey anyone's orders. Zeke was simply shocked by such a statement. The grunt glared at his new companion and asked if he even knew who he really was. Zyk did not understand what was happening at all. He looked at the penguin with his frightened eyes and asked what he meant by that. The grunt stood motionless in his place, arms folded. He did not care at all about the opinion of the interlocutor, because he felt cool. Looking up high, the penguin said that he was actually the king of heaven. It looked quite impressive, even though the bird was short. There was silence between the interlocutors. Zeke did not know how to react at all to such a statement from a little penguin who knows nothing. Zeke could barely contain his emotions so as not to laugh at this information. The grunt asked the young man what he found funny here. Zeke apologized to his companion for laughing and said that he found it quite strange that a common penguin was the king of the heavens. The young man agreed to recognize the penguin as the king of heaven if he fulfilled one of his requests. Zyk asked his companion for help. More than anything in the world, the sign wanted to rise high into the sky. He said that if the penguin helps him, he will definitely succeed. The grunt ordered the young man to bow 3 times before him and kneel, and perhaps after that he would be able to consider his request. Zyk was not used to bowing to anyone at all. He was sent a little by these words about bows and he decided to put his companion in his place. The penguin cooled down a bit after the young man kicked him. The companions moved forward, passing a high mountain and forests. On the head of the grunt came out a goulet after the blow. He asked his good companion where they were going. Zyk was very pleased with such a trip. He stepped forward smiling and replied that they needed to get to the top of the cliff. The young man pointed his finger at the tall mountain that was their final destination. He said that from there he would be able to soar to heaven. Picking his nose again, the penguin replied that he was not very interested. Zyk was no longer very pleased with his companion. The young man explained that it should be done right now because then you will have to wait a whole year. And now it is quite real. Suddenly, the dialogue of the companions was interrupted by a loud roar that echoed throughout the forest. The travelers stopped in place and looked around. Zeke turned his head to the left and saw something terrible. His facial expression at that moment spoke of impending danger. Just in front of them was a monster that had the body of a mare. His face was like something otherworldly and resembled a palette of colors. The young man was not very pleased with this turn of events. He did not understand why this monster had to appear at such a critical moment. Zeke asked his companion to transform like last time so that the penguin could share his power with the young man. The boy was simply shocked when Grunt replied that first he needed to strengthen himself, and only then he could do it. The companions had no time for arguments. They noticed that the monster began to approach in their direction, and they had to run. The monster hit the place where the young man was standing with all his might. By some miracle, he managed to avoid a collision. Zeke rose into the air, but the danger did not end there. The monster swung at him with its terrible claws. The companions were already on the verge of death and suddenly noticed that a burning star appeared in the sky, which is unknown from where it came from. The monster immediately stopped taunting its prey and turned its attention to the danger in the form of an energy weapon moving in its direction. He didn't have time to react to the attack and succumb to the energy, roaring loudly from the pain inflicted on him by someone unknown. Zeke was simply shocked by this turn of events. He did not understand at all how he managed to survive and who could help him in battle. The monster was defeated and was bleeding helplessly on the battlefield. The young man paid attention to the man who appeared to him on the horizon. Zyk could not believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. With his trembling voice he spoke the name of his friend Fried. Fried was no less surprised than his friend. Holding a stream of energy in his hands, he opened his mouth and looked directly at the young man. When he recognized Zyk in him, he immediately smiled pleasantly. He was very happy to meet his friend in such a situation. He began to wave his hands in joy, congratulating his friend. He said he was very glad to see him unharmed. The man immediately turned his attention to the penguin and asked if it was really Zeke's companion. The young man felt a little uncomfortable with his penguin. Fried was sincerely happy for his friend that he had finally met a companion. ZYK could not say a word and wanted to ask something. Fried decided to interrupt his friend and said that he guessed what he wanted to ask him just now. He repeated what he had said to this fellow in the poor village. Fried also could not escape fate, like the rest of the people. The man did not know how to express his opinion and inform his friend that his life has changed a little since the last meeting. Fried became part of the absolute team. He didn't really want to do it before, but still decided to make a difficult decision. The man explained that he did it for the sake of his family. He wanted to honor the memory of his ancestors, so he followed their fate. He called it his purpose and duty. I looked at my friend and did not understand him a little, because his views change very quickly. Meanwhile, the penguin decided to finally get some refreshments. He also intervened in the dialogue and advised the man to figure out whether this is fate or, after all, an obligation. The young men were simply shocked that the penguin decided to have a barbecue here. Borshin explained that it was better for him than to starve. Fried laughed at the animal, but admitted that he was right. It looked quite funny, especially in the eyes of the man. The grunt began to eat the animal without grilling it. Fried told his companion that his companion was a bit strange. As the grunt continued to stuff its stomach, an unknown target appeared above them, rapidly approaching towards the ground. Penguin noticed the danger at the very last moment, but it was too late. She managed to reach his makitra. The golden bird attacked the flightless bird with its claws. The grunt didn't have time to react and let out a loud cry of pain. The penguin immediately rose to his feet and turned towards the enemy. He asked the bird who he was and what he wanted from him. The golden bird asked the penguin why he was dishonoring their kind. He added that he was ashamed that they belonged to the same race. Fried took this bird in his hand and told it to shut up. He called her Ruin and advised her to behave a little more discreetly. For some time there was silence between the interlocutors. She was interrupted by Zeke, who asked his friend if it was really his bird. Fried confirmed his friend's guesses and immediately apologized for his bird. He called him a little ill-mannered, but a very good companion. Ruin looked at Zeke and asked why he was staring at him in the first place, calling him a worthless person. The young man was simply shocked by this behavior of the bird and threatened him. Ruin said that a person without wings cannot look down on him. Flying into the air, the bird said that all birds are greater than humans. Borshin joined this party and agreed with this fact. The young men were somewhat shocked by such a statement. ZYK asked his friend's bird why she had made such a decision in the first place. Ruin called people helpless creatures who cannot ascend to the sky without birds. The grunt was a little surprised at this information. Ruin looked at his distant relative, and was surprised that he did not remember the history and their main advantage over humans. The bird began to tell that since ancient times, birds are creatures with special abilities. Only they can control the sky. They have always had special instincts and advantages over people. Thanks to all this, they always aspired to be higher to the sky. The world changed 500 years ago and the heavens were divided into 9 levels. However, the distribution of power between creatures in the world has not changed at all. Of course, the birds now could not rise higher in the levels of the heavens without the help of people, but this did not bother them at all, because it is they who give people wings and help them rise to heaven. That is why Ruin considered the birds of the soul to be the masters of this world. He began to scold the penguin for forgetting this fact, a very important fact. The grunt didn't understand why he was so persistent. Penguin began to pick at his nose despite the information. He asked the bird if it was all true what he had told. Ruin realized that the penguin was not listening to him at all, and began to get angry with him. He clawed at him, trying to regain his sanity. ZYK decided to stand up for his companion, and closed his beak to the offender. Fried also decided to help calm his pet down a bit. They stood just under a high mountain and tried to calm each other down. Suddenly, something strange began to happen high above. The young men looked up at the sky and immediately realized that they needed to hurry. The grunt now had 2 goons on his head. The sky began to swell and take on a different shape. Having calmed down the birds, the young men had to leave immediately in order to be in time for the start. They began to climb the slopes of a large mountain. They had already come a long way and were almost there. At the top of the mountain, Fried kept telling his friend to speed up, but he couldn't. ZYK complained to his friend that it was hard for him because he was carrying a penguin on his shoulders. While the two young men were just approaching the top of the mountain, there were already a lot of contestants. All of them were able to find their bird. The judge, who took the money from Zyk, noticed that two young men were approaching them and ordered them to hurry, since they were already late. The other contestants had arrived a long time ago and were waiting for the rest. Their legs were shaking a little from the experience and anticipation of jumping to heaven. The judge ordered the contestants to approach the mountainside and announced that the final heavenly ceremony was beginning right now. The ground under the feet of the contestants began to move a little. Those who were here for the first time, like Zyk, were somewhat alarmed by such a phenomenon. However, the young man tried not to succumb to fear and watched the movements of the clouds. He finally reached his dream goal and was one step away from it. All the contestants were a little confused by what was happening. Zeke watched his friend, trying to calm himself down. After that, he again raised his gaze to the heavens and continued to watch the movement of the clouds. It was a very exciting moment for the young man. The sky began to take the form of a spiral, which constantly moved in a circle and seemed to call to itself. It was extremely beautiful, but creepy. Even contestants like Zyk immediately realized that the gates of heaven had begun to open. This was the first step towards the final goal. Unlike his friend, Fried was not worried at all. He watched the gates continue to open with a smile on his face. The passage, which led through 9 levels, was finally opened this year. The contestants were ready to complete their final mission. The judge, just in case, informed the contestants that they can now watch the gates of heaven open this year. The man also added that the contestants have absolutely no time, as the passage created by atmospheric pressure can quickly close. He advised those present to immediately set off, jumping off a cliff with their bird, and then follow their dreams in heaven. But of course there was one pitfall in this whole story. The man said they needed to work up the courage to jump into the free fall. The mountain seemed really gigantic. She was as tall as a 50-story building. Atmospheric pressure also added a bit of fear to this ordeal. One of the contestants came to the edge of the cliff and stones poured down. This scared the others present very much. They were alarmed and did not understand whether it was worth risking their lives in such a way, and it was not known what to get. Suddenly, one of the young men said that there was nothing to be afraid of. He added that if you are afraid of this, you will definitely not be able to go further. He told the contestants that he would go first and show them how to do it. The young man rose into the air with his bird. He told his companion to open its wings and merge with him. The young man was very serious and was not going to back down in any way. He moved steadily upward, flapping his bird's wings. It looked very impressive, despite the headwinds. The young man had already almost approached the portal that led to heaven. However, he suddenly felt a back pressure that prevented him from entering. It was like the wind that pushed the young man back. He could not understand what happened at all, because he did everything right. The contestants watched as the first contestant failed to pass through the portal, and was now free-falling from a great height. They were simply shocked by this turn of events. People did not understand how this happened and assumed that the wind did not allow the young man to go inside. Now they became even more wary and began to fear that they would not be able to climb to the portal. Zyk was also worried about his position. He looked at his friend who was completely confident. He asked Fried if he would even do it now. Fried replied that of course it would be. The man told his companion to get ready as they were going to have a tough time. Ruin immediately followed his companion's order and began to merge with him as one. Those present were shocked at how much they understood each other. Immediately after the union, Fried pushed off the ground with all his might and rose into the air, almost reaching the portal. The contestants were amazed. Fried had not forgotten his companion on Earth, and shouted to him not to be afraid, for he would accompany him, going first. Zeke was amazed at his friend's courage. Now he definitely decided that he could not give up halfway and had to follow Fried. Other contestants were also energized by the man. They all wanted to be next as the gates could close at any moment. Zeke was ready to take to the air as well. He clenched his fist and promised himself that he would definitely not be the last one today. When the young man gathered his strength, he called his companion to prepare for the jump. However, the grunt did not appear in the place where he stood. Zeke was just shocked when he didn't notice his penguin. He began to get angry and shout, asking where the devil is taking this penguin. Having calmed down a little, the young man noticed traces of penguin paws on the ground. He understood that his companion had decided to go somewhere else. ZYK was forced to leave the mountainside for a few minutes to find his companion. He could not afford to lose. The young man went down to the forest and looked around to find his companion. He could not understand where he could have gone. Suddenly, Zeke heard the familiar sounds of someone chewing food. He immediately realized that it was his penguin stuffing its stomach. The young man tried to pull the animal away from the food, as it was necessary to hurry. The grunt did not want to go to the mountain very willingly. The penguin agreed to go if he took the meat with him to the mountain. ZYK shouted at his companion because he would not drag the meat up the mountain. He took a tasty piece of meat from the penguin, knocking it out with his foot. The grunt was unhappy with this as he wanted to finish the piece. Zeke hit a piece of meat, and it flew away behind a distant bush. Penguin began to get angry with his companion for not respecting him. Suddenly, Zeke heard some strange sound around and asked the penguin if he heard it. The grunt replied that he doesn't hear anything when he's hungry. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared on the horizon, which was hit by Zin. Apparently, a piece of meat landed right on his head. He was very angry with the young man who did this, and brought a piece of meat with him. He looked at his abusers like a potential dinner. The monster was very angry and roared with all its might so that everything around began to shake and everyone present was frightened by his scream. Zeke and his companion really almost pissed their pants when they heard that voice. They jumped up and realized that they had to climb. The companions ran in front of the monster as fast as they could. Fortunately, they had enough motivation not to die. Zeke and the penguin did not even notice how quickly they climbed the mountain. All this thanks to the monster that constantly chased them. The companions saw a precipice in front of them, but they could not do anything. They definitely couldn't stop, because the monster was on its heels. The friends decided they had no choice but to jump down to avoid becoming dinner for the giant monster they had offended. The monster could not stop in time and also fell from the cliff. The companions hugged each other and fell down, shouting loudly. Zeke begged his companion to open his wings immediately so they could escape. The grunt replied that he wasn't full enough for that. Zeke warned the penguin that he would now turn into food himself if he did not immediately use his power to save himself from the monster. They were in free fall and had two final options. The first was that they would be eaten by a giant monster that was chasing them. Another option was to crash into the ground from the height of a 50-story building. In any case, a good ending was not foreseen. Zeke stopped relying on his companion and realized that his life was in danger, and he could not even do anything. The young man gritted his teeth and thought that only weaklings surrendered. He took responsibility for his life in his own hands and promised himself to get out. He had not yet fulfilled his dream of ascending to heaven, so he was not going to die. He shouted loudly, ordering his companion to open his wings immediately. There was no emotion on Vorshin's face. However, he decided to help his companion and use his power. Zeke finally got the penguin power he'd been asking for a long time. Now he could completely protect himself from danger and ascend to the heavens. A huge black cloud formed under the slope of the mountain, which covered the monster as well. It stretched all the way to the ground and rested on it. Zeke decided to land first, and then push off the ground with all his might. At the same time, he attacked the monster with his fist. From this monster, the young man left only pieces of meat and his internal organs, which crawled out after a piercing wound. Immediately after that, the young man and his companion flew to the top of the mountain in time to enter the portal, which was about to close. The other contestants also understood everything perfectly, but they did not have enough speed to make it in time before the gates closed. Contestants who were too far from the portal were very unlucky. The gates of heaven began to close under atmospheric pressure. The contestants decided that it would be better for them to come next year and try again. Meanwhile, a powerful black cloud was approaching them. While the students were taking their time to think, Zeke wasn't going to do that and moved very quickly towards the portal, which hadn't fully closed yet. He did not see any obstacles in his way and knocked down even contestants who were a meter away from the gate. Everything was done for his dream. Contestants could not understand how such a thing was possible. The young man moved with a tremendous speed, which they did not even have time to observe. People were simply shocked by the courage of the young man. They could clearly see that the gate was almost closed, but the young man continued to move anyway. The contestants tried to stop Zeke, saying that he would not be able to break through and warning of the death sentence he would sign for himself. However, Zyk ignored the contestants' words. He simply moved forward towards his goal. He couldn't afford to lose after going this far. Together with his companion, the young man finally reached the portal, but he encountered a problem. The gates of heaven were already closed. The young man began to emit a colossal amount of energy using his penguin power. He shouted loudly, making the most of his efforts. Zeke could not afford to lose and ordered the gates to open, despite the fact that they were lifeless. It was the cry of the young man's soul. The grunt tried to stop his companion as it was impossible to open the gate. He suggested that they try together next year. Zyk did not agree to this proposal. He said that in his eyes it just looks ridiculous because there will definitely not be next year. He once again began to emit a colossal amount of energy, and shouted that if he didn't do it now, all his efforts would be in vain. The other contestants were simply shocked by the young man's persistence. They called him crazy because he wants to overcome the power of heaven. One of the contestants managed to get through the heavenly gates and was now watching the events from below. He was waiting for someone. The gates of heaven did not want to yield to human power. They tried to resist and did not want to open the castle against their will. The contestant who watched the heavenly gate was freed. He looked at the flashes of energy and was shocked by the persistence. He immediately understood that it was his comrade who was trying to break through the heavenly gate. He was rooting for him very much. Fried was mentally with his friend and told him not to give up. The man looked at the portal and understood that the young man would definitely succeed. Zyk was already at the final stage. He made every effort and understood that if an open portal did not come out now, then this would definitely be the end of it. But the events turned out as best as possible for the young man. He managed to break through the gates of heaven and soar to heaven with his penguin companion. Fried was infinitely happy for his friend, who finally managed to ascend to heaven. He didn't even expect that he would break through the closed gate. The man looked in the direction of his friend and praised him for the way he had traveled. He added that he always believed in him and his perseverance. Zeke thanked Frida for his support, and asked why he was stuck in one place at all, since they had to go to the first level of heaven. Once after that, the friends headed to the next stage. They needed to go through a gate that was open and should not cause any problems. The two friends moved ahead, leaving behind a trail of flight. They were in high spirits as they both managed to do it. The rest of the contestants, who were able to enter the heavenly gate, were moving behind and did not understand at all how the young men managed to fly so fast. There was only one obstacle ahead in the form of clouds. Zeke was finally able to catch up with his dream, and now he was one step closer to realizing it. Although it was a relatively minor obstacle, the young men were still a little worried. Especially Zyk, who had been waiting for this event all his life. The two friends easily overcame the cloud stream that stood in their way. They broke through it and continued their upward movement. Breaking through these clouds, the young men were able to see a sunny city in front of them. It was the first level of heaven, the city of fallen Icarus. The young men flew in the air thanks to their companions. They watched this beautiful place and could not believe that they were finally here. The boys were simply shocked by the scenery they saw. They were very pleased that they were able to overcome all obstacles and not stop before them. Having passed through the last stage of clouds, the contestants found themselves on the first level. They were flying over a lake in the middle of the city. On the other bank was the main district of the city of fallen Icarus. The buildings here seemed more modern, compared to the past world. Ordinary city life was boiling here. Many people were in the market. Each of them had a bird with them that helped them live. People paid attention to what was happening in the sky. Just in front of them flew contestants who had just arrived in their city. One of the men drew the attention of those who had not yet noticed and informed everyone present that the contestants were already in heaven. Guests continued to pass in the heavens and observe the beauty beneath their feet. This first level of heaven seemed very cool to them. The contestants could not believe that there is a whole huge city in the sky. It was not at all like those that were on Earth. People started waving to the contestants and welcoming them to the city. They called them heroes and pioneers of heaven. Fry did not expect that they would be greeted like this. He offered to wave his hand back. Zik did not like this idea very much. However, He decided to listen to his friend and do it. The young man did not understand whether they should do such a thing at all. Suddenly, Zeke began to move away from Fried. The man was simply shocked by such a turn of events, and could not understand why it was happening in the first place. He began to shout loudly, calling his friend back. He asked him what he was doing and where he was going. Zyk himself could not understand what was happening. He shouted loudly to his friend in response that some unknown force was pulling him to the ground. The young man, together with his bird, moved steadily downwards. He screamed, trying to reach his friend and asking for help. Borshin was to blame for all this. He again felt the smell of delicious food and decided to immediately go to meet the goodies. Zeke literally cursed his bird for his appetite. The companions flew the distance with great speed, leaving behind smoke. They flew past a tall building, near which stood a torch. This place seemed a little different from the nature around. The companions flew right over the man lying on the grass. She rested peacefully, not anticipating absolutely anything. Having heard some strange sounds, the person opened his eyes to make sure that he and the local nature were not in danger. Zeke begged his bird to stop and land immediately as it was dangerous. But Grunt wasn't going to listen to his partner. The girl quickly got up from her seat and picked up the loudspeaker. She did not understand at all what was happening here. The girl immediately turned to the contestant through the loudspeaker and ordered to stop. She informed that there is a prohibited zone further on. Zeke heard this message, but there was nothing he could do. Penguin gave him no chance to resist his appetite. The girl was a chief of staff named Maylin. She called the contestant a complete fool and could not find the words to describe it. She decided to call her bird for help. Placing him on her arm, she said she was counting on him, calling him Tiffany. The chief of staff decided to use the power of her bird to stop the contestant who had violated the boundary of the forbidden zone. Her bird became an extension of her right hand and she channeled its energy towards the contestant, using a blast of wind in the process. This technique was supposed to help her knock the contestant out of the sky. She used the power of the bird to help her maintain order. A stream of powerful energy reached Zeke and his penguin. They had no idea that someone would beat them in this place. They could not avoid the inevitable collision and had to stop moving. Zeke shouted loudly, cursing his penguin. The young man and the bird lost control in the air and began to fall steadily downwards. They were waiting for a rather hard collision with the ground. Zeke landed head down very unpleasantly. His Makitra took the brunt of the impact, nearly getting stuck in the ground. The chief of staff immediately approached the contestant, whom she knocked down. She reported that even without him, she has a lot of work. Approaching the young man, the woman informed him that there were severe restrictions on the first level in accordance with the judge's orders. She added that anyone who has just arrived in this city is prohibited from flying without permission. Zyk did not understand what she was talking about. Writing something down in a notebook, the chief of staff said that the young man had dared to violate Article 3 as well as Article 6 when he entered the restricted area. Zeke was just shocked to hear this. He could not believe that in these lands there are such strict laws that you cannot even fly. Maylin grabbed the young man by the shoulder and was about to take him with her. Zeke didn't really want that, so he started resisting the woman. The chief of staff tied the violator with a rope and informed that he would be taken into custody for violation of flight discipline. Zeke along with his bird were just shocked to hear this. The rest of the contestants were still in the sky watching it. Fried knew his friend very well and his ability to get into trouble. Even in heaven, his behavior has not changed at all. Maylin announced over the loudspeaker that the rest of the contestants who had just arrived were to descend to the ground immediately. The woman was not going to make any concessions and added that if they did not immediately comply with her command, they would all be arrested. The facial expressions of the contestants immediately changed, and they began to smile. They understood that laws must be followed in these lands. Zyk was forced to go to the first-level security office. Here he was to be tried and punished for what he had done. The young man still tried to justify himself to the chief of security, but it was all in vain. She wasn't going to listen to his delusions. Zeke went to the extreme and took his bird in his arms, saying that he had arranged everything because he smelled some pleasant smell of food. Maylin did not seem to hear the young man and simply handed him a folder, ordering him to sign. Zeke was shocked that they didn't even want to listen to him. The woman informed the offender that for the first time he could only pay a fine. Zeke was grateful for that at least. However, he realized that gratitude was premature when he saw the amount of the fine. He had to pay 500 seeds, which was the local currency. The young man literally began to cry on his knees in front of the woman and begged to forgive him for the first time. He did not know where to get these 500 seeds. He could not afford to stay in prison for long. Zeke had big plans and wanted to level up as soon as possible. A big man sat behind the young man, who said that all his efforts would be in vain. He advised not to waste his power in vain. Zyk did not understand what the man meant and asked what he was talking about, and how he knew that it would all be for nothing. The prisoner looked at his current vis-a-vis and informed that justice does not work in these walls and no one will listen to his words. The guard immediately decided to close the prisoner's mouth, bringing a sharp spear to his throat. Zeke was shocked by this attitude. Also, the young man could not understand what such a big man was doing here and whether he could be a contestant. His presence was a little alarming. Zeke noticed the powerful armor on the man's body and his weapon. He understood that the prisoner was definitely not from the common people, but he had probably not been here for a long time. Malin brought the new offender back to the conversation and pointed to the folder, adding that if he wanted to get out of here, he had to sign. Zeke didn't really want to do it, but he had no choice. He understood that he would have to rob someone again to pay the fine. The young man did not have time to put his pen to paper, when his neighbor at the table began to rage. He began to stand up and strain his muscles. He threw his guards all over the room and shouted that he wasn't going to take it anymore. He was tired of this attitude in prison. The guard, who was personally watching the prisoner, pointed a weapon at him and ordered him to surrender. Zdroven replied to the man to shut up. Immediately after that, he delivered a powerful blow directly to the guard's head, pinning him to the ground. Zeke continued to sit in his seat. Zdroven began to grab the guards in his hands, promising to kill them all. With his last movement, the prisoner knocked Zeke off his chair. The young man continued to hold the sharp quill in his hand and, losing his balance, injured one of the guards by impaling his leg. Zeke was shocked by what happened. He immediately apologized for his actions and asked the security guard to forgive him for his imprudence. However, the man did not want to listen to this. Under the influence of emotions from the pain, he shouted loudly to the whole room that Zeke was now also a criminal. The order was given to detain them both. Zeke was shocked when they were both surrounded by guards, pointing sharp spears at them. Zdroven was very grateful to the young man for helping him, and said that we still need to stick together. He didn't want to do that at all. Before the young man could even blink his eyes, one of the guards rose from his seat and rushed to attack him, pointing a spear. Zyk hardly has time to react to this blow. He retreated a little to the side, but could not avoid the collision and was injured. After that, the young man could no longer restrain himself. He said he's had enough, and he's not going to put up with what's happening to him. Zeke began covering his right hand with penguin energy and a voice yelled out, asking what was even going on in this organization. The young man was shocked that he was able to use the power of the penguin without his presence. Realizing this, the young man wondered where his companion was. However, this was not the most important thing for him now. Zeke noticed another guard approaching him with a spear in hand. Zeke dodged the dangerous blow in time and said it was now his turn to counterattack with a swing of his fist. He delivered a powerful blow directly to the face of the man in front of him. He emitted a tremendous amount of energy at the moment of battle. The offenders rioted and started fighting with the security. They had no other choice, given the difficult situation. The guards realized that CYK was a more dangerous prisoner. They gathered around him and intended to stop him first. Two guards rushed at the young man with their spears. Zeke just in time put an energy fist in front of him, blocking the danger. Immediately after that, he took the spear from his opponent, taking it to his left hand. The guard was shocked at this speed. Zeke counterattacked the guard, snapping his spear in half. Such a blow was impossible to block due to its colossal power. The guards were not going to stop there. They constantly replenished their numbers to continue attacking the dangerous prisoner. ZYK had no choice but to continue the fight. He stood still and waited for the guards to close in on him to counterattack. The young man put his right fist in front of him and started shooting from it. It was a powerful energy technique with tremendous speed. The The guards couldn't do anything about it because they had much less speed. They fell helplessly to the ground as the energy hit them. ZYK was in euphoria from this fight. After saying that he had dealt with almost all of them, the young man swung his fist from behind his head. After that, he delivered a powerful blow directly into the ground, creating a colossal shock wave that knocked the guards off their feet. Men could not do anything about it because they did not possess such abilities. They were forced to drown in this flow of energy. The guards, who could still stand on their feet, watched the battle and understood that the enemy was very strong and they would not be able to cope with him. Zeke asked the guards if they still wanted to continue the fight after what had happened. He added that he never regrets kicking. At this moment, the guards turned their attention to the sky. Something strange began to happen there, like when the gates of heaven were opened. Clouds began to gather around one point, swirling around it, and covered with green energy. Everyone present saw it perfectly. Zdrovin was very worried about the situation and began to tremble. It wasn't the first time he'd seen it, so he understood perfectly well what it was all about. ZYK, on the other hand, got to heaven for the first time and did not understand what was happening at all. He asked the criminal to explain what was happening to the clouds. The guards also perfectly understood what was going to happen now. They stood under an angry sky and knew that they had angered the supreme judge. The men were very frightened and began to run away in different directions. They all shouted loudly, saying that they needed to find shelter. The sky continued to emit dark green energy. Suddenly, in the very center of this clump, vine-like plants began to form. Soon, a giant hand was formed from this, which appeared directly in front of the offenders, intending to punish them for what they had done. A hand made of plants hit the ground, hitting the man right in the face. By some miracle, ZYK did not get hit by this giant. Zdrovin felt the full power of the supreme judge, and began to spit blood from the damage. Zeke watched this with horror in his eyes. The young man was beyond the reach of this vegetable hand. However, it continued to be demolished by the shock wave after the last attack. Finally, his body stopped at one point. All the while, the young man tried to cover himself with his hand to reduce the damage from the energy wave. He was able to open his eyes and see through the smoke. However, it did not help him, and he did not understand what was happening here. It's just that in front of him now there were only ruins, in the center of which lay the offender. Literally the entire structure was destroyed with one blow. The guard was very worried about his situation and appealed to the supreme judge. He pointed a finger at the young man, saying that it was he who arranged the mustache. Meanwhile, Fried walked around the market and looked around. There were quite a lot of people here, so it was very difficult to find someone. The man was trying to find his friend, whom he hadn't seen since he was shot out of the air. He was very worried about him. Suddenly, Fried's attention was drawn to a huge crowd of people forming a corridor. He immediately understood that something must be happening there. A man approached this crowd of people and tried to squeeze closer to the front rows. What he saw shocked him. Hostages were led through the central square of the city. They were shackled and could not move their limbs freely. Their necks were also bound with an iron chain. This greatly complicated the process of breathing, especially in constant motion. There were 2 offenders in the central square, one of whom was ZYK. All the people stood in their places and watched them. One of the guards said that according to the judge's order, treason carries criminal responsibility. The offenders were not happy. Zeke still couldn't believe that his story in heaven had started like this. He begged for the last time to forgive him and let him go free. Despite the pleas of the young man, the criminals could not be forgiven. They were led through dense thickets, where an unknown punishment awaited them. ZYK still could not come to terms with what had happened. He looked straight ahead and was very worried about what might be waiting for him next. The security team led by the head of the staff led the thieves to a dead end. Malin said that now they would have to wait a bit. The woman presented her hand to the thick vines and said she needed to contact the judge. It looked quite strange from the outside. Malin began to emit some energy, and a light appeared in front of her. She informed the judge that the criminals had been detained. Immediately after her words, the vines began to disperse in different directions, opening the way forward. A bright light began to break through from the front. Malin continued to hold her hand in front of her for a while, maintaining the flow of energy. There was more and more light. Zeke was even forced to cover his face so as not to be blinded. He couldn't understand what was happening now. The young man kept one eye open to watch the events. What he saw in front of him literally shocked at first glance. As the vines opened, the guard squad made their way to the endless fields. It was like a breath of fresh air in the darkness. The guards and the arrested seemed to have entered another world. An atmosphere of peace reigned here, plants bloomed and smelled. In front of them was just a giant glade, in the middle of which was a strange spot. The city was left behind. Having reached this strange place, ZYK immediately asked the chief of staff where they were now. Maylin replied that it was the garden of the judge himself. The strange spot that was visible on the horizon turned into a sofa on which a man in a raincoat was resting. He was lying motionless on the soft sofa, closing his eyes. The man closed his eyes with a panama and decided to rest a little during the day. ZYK immediately drew attention to the man and called him homeless. Maylin was very angry with the young man for these words. Clenching her left fist, the woman explained to the ill-mannered guest that he had no idea whom he had dared to offend. It was the great judge himself, judging by his appearance. It was he who ruled the first level of heaven and the city of Icarus. Mr. Physis, the judge of the first level of heaven, saw the 10th dream. He was sleeping so soundly that his mouth was drooling in rivers. Maylin told the contestants who had recently arrived here that they should respect the judge and treat him as his own. ZYK was amazed when he saw the judge himself in front of him. What could not be said about a big boy who was dissatisfied? He said that they knew very well that they had succeeded in ascending to heaven, but asked the judge whether he had done anything at all to do so. The guards immediately placed their sharp weapons under the prisoner's neck. They ordered him to shut up immediately, and not to defame the judge's name. Physis woke up from these screams. He rubbed his eyes and said that he had just recently fallen asleep, and Maylin decided to wake him up. The chief of staff immediately fell on her knees in front of the judge and asked for forgiveness. ZYK was surprised that he had to bow before the judge. Mr. Physis was not going to get up from his couch. Lying on the soft part, the man asked the wards who they had brought here. He was not very pleased with the guests in his heavenly garden. He said that this could only be done when there were some problems. Maylin confirmed the existence of this problem. She grabbed Zeke by the chain hanging around his neck and pulled him towards her. She informed the judge that the big man was a criminal who constantly broke the law, and this little one had only reached the first level of heaven. Zeke wasn't too pleased when he was labeled as someone who had caused damage on a colossal scale in their security and needed to be punished. Maylin added that both of these young men deserved to be punished. Physis wasn't too interested in this information and just went along with it. He turned to the left side and said that he was too lazy to deal with it, so he entrusted everything to Maylin. The woman was not happy with such news. She began to complain that the judge constantly entrusts her with his duties. Zeke watched their dialogue, and it seemed very strange to him. He was a little amused by the fact that the local king seemed like an ordinary weakling who entrusted all his affairs to this woman. The young man concluded that perhaps even his technique was weak, and at that moment he was simply frightened by its colossal dimensions. ZYK offered the chief of staff to leave everything as it is, since she already has so many things to do. Maylin was not going to let the prisoners go. At this moment, a big man woke up. He turned to the judge and asked how long he was going to act like a real freak. He spilled a lot and opened his red wings. Knocking his fists against each other, the big man promised to punch the judge in the face. After these words, he broke the chains on himself and quickly rose from his seat, swinging his powerful arms at the man on the sofa. Zeke was simply shocked by this turn of events. Maylin tried to stop the prisoner, because she was very concerned about the supreme judge. However, the big man wasn't going to do that. Physis was very unhappy with what was happening, because he was not allowed to rest in peace. He was not the least bit frightened when one of the prisoners attacked him. He decided to train him and used a technique called sharp bush. The man easily hit the big man's body with his sharp plant and pierced him through. The attacker did not expect such a turn of events. He screamed loudly in excruciating pain, spitting out blood. He couldn't even imagine that things would turn out like this for him. When the referee's plant ball hit the opponent's body, it began to grow at a tremendous speed. Zdrovan literally became the ground. His body simply could not withstand such tremendous pressure, and fell powerlessly to the ground. His wounds continued to grow. Zeke watched this short fight and was simply shocked. With horror on his face, he looked at the big man, who could not stand up. Having won this easy fight for himself, the judge turned to Malin and agreed with her that this man was indeed a hooligan. He had a slightly different opinion at the expense of Zyk. Physis pointed his finger at the young man and said that he would work for him for 10 years. Zyk was simply shocked by such a sentence. He could not understand what this man was saying and what he was being punished for. Immediately after the verdict from the judge, Malin decided to take the punished with her. She ordered him to follow her, as there was nothing for him to do here. Zeke could not believe that he would actually work for 10 years as a slave for someone. He tried to resist because he didn't want to stay here. Malin is shocked that the criminal still dares to interfere with her affairs. She threatened him that his term could be extended. The woman delivered a powerful blow to the face of the criminal who was trying to escape from the shackles. This was supposed to help calm the prisoner down. Malin stepped on the young man's face and warned him that if he did not want to carry out the punishment now, then she would say goodbye to life. Zyk was not against this development of events. He said he would rather be killed than rot in this mud for 10 years. Malin was a little confused in this situation. She did not expect that the prisoner would give such an answer, and now she did not know what to do. Zyk lay helpless on the ground, but he was not going to remain silent. He informed those present that they knew absolutely nothing about him. The young man looked at the Supreme Judge and added that they all absolutely did not care about his plans. Physis listened attentively to the prisoner's complaints. The young man did all this for the sake of his goal. He wasn't going to stay here for 10 years because he needed to get to heaven as soon as possible. Hearing these words from the violator, the Supreme Judge was simply shocked. He was just silent, which was not a very good sign for the wards. Malin was very angry with the prisoner who dared to say such a thing. She said that he will definitely answer for his rudeness before the judge. The woman said that he violated the most important law in their city, insulting the great judge. After that, she snatched it from the guard's hands. This did not mean anything good for the prisoner. Malin brandished a sharp weapon and said that the young man would be executed. Zeke was again saved by some miracle. When the woman was about to stick the spear into the prisoner's throat, the Supreme Judge decided to stop her. Physis watched all this with a smile on his face. He explained his decision by the fact that after the last words, the young man began to like him. Fried was waiting for his friend near the security post of the checkpoint. Finally he saw people on the horizon. The man recognized his friend among them. He knew that he should be waited for right here, having asked the local residents about it. Fried immediately ran to his friend and was glad that he was finally released. He was very worried and thought that he would definitely not be executed this time. Malin approached the young man from behind and said that he was just lucky because the judge decided to change the sentence to probation. Even Zyk himself was still unaware of this news. He was no less surprised than his friend that the test was waiting for him. Malin explained that it was the same test as the Ascension. People could not go up to another level without the consent of the judge. She added that the higher you lift, the more energy you need. Those who climbed to the next level received a label. The chief of staff tossed the young man a piece of paper and said that he was very lucky to receive the trial right after he arrived here. After testing the young man, the woman turned away from him and said that it was time for her to go. Zeke was only happy about it. Fried assumed that the test would be written in this roll of paper. Zyk agreed and said that it should be opened immediately. The young men unfolded the paper and began to look directly at it. They were not happy because they did not expect to see this. They looked at the piece of paper with horror on their faces, and could not understand if this would really be their test. Comrades literally immediately decided to go to perform tests. They got to the southern part of Icarus, where there was a thick forest beyond the clearing. They were looking for something that was told to them in the task. It was quite real to find, but they did not understand why it was so. The test looked too simple. They needed to bring only 2 fruits. Perhaps they were not so easy to find. Zyk was very angry with the judge for such an ordeal. He could not find a place for himself, while his friend tried to understand at least something. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by a penguin. The grunt said they could find some fruit, and then find food for him too. Zeke immediately grabbed his companion, and started yelling at him for disappearing and only coming when he wanted to eat. Ruin decided to support the penguin and said that the young man lacked manners at all. The grunt thanked his distant relative for his support. Then, Zyk grabbed the other bird and began to strangle them. He was very angry with them for being too insolent. While Zeke and the birds figured out the relationship, Fried tried to find a fruit tree. Finally he managed to do it, and he informed his partner about it. Fried ordered his companion to circle and immediately follow him. The birds were boundless because it would stop. The comrades went to meet the fruit tree, but something stopped them. Zyk asked his friend what was the reason for their stop. Fried saw several rabbits eating grass on his way. He wondered if they were really just ordinary rabbits. Zeke laughed at his friend's assumption and asked if he really thought it might be some dangerous furries that would eat them. Fried tried to stop his friend, but the young man did not listen to him. Zyk and his companion went to look for fruit, but they had to stop just in front of the rabbits. The animals began to grow and covered them with their shadow, which greatly alarmed the young men. The rabbits grew to gigantic sizes. Their eyes turned red and the young men seemed to wonder if they were really cute animals. From the expression on their faces, it was immediately clear that they were unusual. They began to growl loudly, as if expressing displeasure at uninvited guests. Zik was not at all frightened when the animals began to growl. A smile appeared on his face. It gave him extra energy. The young men were not at all against such a turn of events. Fried was absolutely in agreement with his friend that the rabbits would give them an opportunity to stretch out. Zeke asked his companion if he was ready. The grunt was not against joining this fight, but how much rabbit meat was waiting for him after the victory. Fried also united with his companion, who was told to deal with the rabbits quickly and not to tarnish his honor. The young men were in full combat readiness and set out to meet danger. Evil rabbits were also ready to join the battle. The enemies were approaching each other with tremendous speed. Each of them believed that the advantage was now on their side. Zyk was forced to stop suddenly in front of one rabbit. The animal was able to overtake him and prepare to attack first. The young man was able to avoid the rabbit's blow with great difficulty. Despite this, the boy was not going to back down for a moment. Avoiding a collision with the rabbit's fist, Zeke somersaulted in the air and delivered a powerful blow with his fist, crushing the animal's head. His problems did not end there. Turning his head back, the young man noticed that two more evil giants were approaching him. The rabbits began to beat the young man with their claws for a long time. Zyk was forced to sit on the defensive so as not to get injured. When the rabbits finished their attack, there was not a single scratch on the young man's body. He successfully used his penguin shield, avoiding injury. Rabbits once, which flew several meters back. Fried also did not sit still and entered into a battle with the animals. He created almost with the energy of a bird and was going to use it in battle. The man rose into the air to the distance he needed and covered the blade of his sword with a stream of energy so that his power increased many times over. After that, Fried walked over the bodies of the three giants and cut them with his sword. He did it very quickly, so that the rabbits did not have time to react. But the danger on the battlefield remained. To his left, Fried noticed that he had missed one target, which now threatened not him. He shouted loudly, warning his comrade, however, that another giant was approaching him from behind and wanted to kill him. Zeke heard his friend's warning, but was preoccupied with his own battle. He had to react very quickly to stay alive. The energy of the penguin saved the young man again. He placed his right fist under the giant rabbit's punch, blocking and stopping it. Zeke felt that the krill was quite strong as it was difficult to contain. It was not surprising, considering their colossal size. However, this did not scare Zeke at all. Having blocked the blow of the animal, the young man delivered a powerful uppercut to the nose, striking his attacker with force. Zyk thanked his friend for his previous help. Fried said that they would have won long ago if there were a little less rabbits. However, the current number of animals did not scare the young men at all. Fried looked at his friend and said that it was necessary to end this as soon as possible. Zeke completely agreed with his friend. He immediately rushed into battle with his fists, and warned the rabbits that their end was near. The young men decided to fight all the giants at once. They had no other choice, as it would take too long to beat them alone. Comrades fought side by side with each other. They covered each other's backs and constantly tried to attack together. It bore fruit and Zyk was very pleased with their duet. They were very good at dealing with a whole bunch of giant animals. The young men finally finished the battle, after which a huge smoke screen was formed. Finally they could rest and catch their breath. The boys stood on the carcasses of giant rabbits, which they managed to defeat. They were very pleased that their skills were up to par. Moreover, the young men were one step closer to completing the test. This gave them strength to constantly move forward. The comrades returned back to the city with fruit in their hands. They said that the trial was quite easy even for beginners. Fried told his friend that now all they had to do was take the fruit to the vault, and their trial would be complete. Zeke carried his companion on his shoulders. Penguin constantly demanded food from his partner. The young man agreed to feed him immediately after the test. The boys continued to move forward and discuss the ordeal. Suddenly, something made them stop and put them in a stupor. In front of them was a huge line leading to the storage room. The young men were simply shocked by the number of people in front of them. They could not understand what was going on, and were all these people really contestants? Zeke was very unhappy. There were really a lot of people in line. They all tried to push forward to be first in line, because it was important to them. He grumbled from behind his partner, and wondered what kind of line it was. Could they be giving out free food there? Penguin approached the live queue and asked the people why they were standing here, because all the food would go to him anyway. The bird was killed by a man who was drinking sake. After looking at the young men, he assumed that it looked like they were here for the first time. The man asked the contestants if they liked such an easy task. The young men could not understand how he even knew about the ordeal. The stranger replied that he had received the same task as them to bring a couple of fruits. The man added that the others had completed the same task. But the poems could not believe it. At that moment, a man appeared behind them and threw fruit in their direction. The blonde began to scoff at this nervous man, as he took on a lot. He literally lost his roof from this ordeal. Zyk asked his friend why everyone here is shaking so much for fruit. Fried replied that he thought it was a whim of the judge, or he just wanted to piss them off. The man interrupted the friend's conversation and said that Fried was thinking in the right direction. The test was to push them a little. The young men could not believe that this was really true. They asked how a judge could be so unfair to people. The stranger replied that the young men could not even imagine how lazy Physis was. He simply outplayed all the newcomers. But that wasn't all the blonde wanted to say. He said that Physis only gives a pass to one person once a month. The young men were simply shocked by such news. They could not believe that some people could wait so long that they would never receive it. The blonde told the young men to get used to it, as there are people here who can't make it to the next level for decades. He called the transition to the next level a real lottery. The young men did not really like the fact that the contestants were treated like that here. Suddenly, Zeke realized one very important detail. He remembered his past when he had to spend some time in prison. He realized that he has been at the first level for quite some time, and that is why he is angry with the judge for his unfair decisions and tests. Fried informed his friend that they seemed to be stuck. Zeke wasn't going to stay in this place that long and said he wasn't going to give up. The blonde opposite drank some more sake from the bottle and told the boys that luck was on their side. His friends did not understand what he meant. The man raised his right thumb up and said with a smile on his face that tomorrow would be their lucky day. The boys had no idea what the man was talking about, referring to a happy day. The stranger smiled sinisterly after his words. The young men gave all the fruits to the point and went for a walk around the city. Zeke was somewhat disappointed with the result of this test. Young men strolled through the city's central market together with their companions. They needed some rest from today, flourished in the city's central square. The children played catch-up, calling each other idiots and laughing about it. Looking at these children, Zyk remembered how he first arrived in this world. He immediately felt that it was a completely different world. Fried said he didn't have that feeling because he had already read about this world before in a book he found at home. Icarus is only the first level where contestants enter. Here they pester each other and constantly compete with each other. Fried told a friend that this is a very populated and economically developed country. Zyk asked where so much money comes from. The man explained that the contestants need equipment to get to the next level, and the local residents sell just that. Thanks to this, contestants can rise to another level. At the very least, Local merchants constantly repeat this to them in order to sell the product. Getting to another level is actually an unattainable goal. There are too many aspirants in this city for there to be enough room for everyone. Many contestants fail when trying to move to another level. This city is also called the place of despair. Fried said that contestants literally burn their wings, trying to rise to the sun, which is why this city was named Icarus. ZYK got a little angry with his friend and told someone that he would have lived peacefully even without this information. Fried apologized for his botanism. The man said that it was all just words. Now they need to focus on the matter and hope for only one thing. The only hope was luck. The young men came to a place called the Gate of the First Level. The people called them the White Tree. Many contestants gathered in the stands and watched the spectacle under their feet. There were 2 people in the central square. The gate was nicknamed the White Tree for a reason. It was on this square that it grew. In the very center, where the Supreme Judge now approached, the contestants immediately greeted the man with loud shouts. They called him cool and tried to coax him to notice them. Physis himself did not like this whole performance very much. He looked tired as usual, and wanted to get this procedure over with as soon as possible. The man, as usual, wanted to sleep and yawned. He said that he would quickly deal with this plant and go to rest again. The Supreme Judge raised his right hand to the top of the White Tree. For some time he just held her, and absolutely nothing happened. At some point, the tree began to emit a colossal amount of energy, which was added by the Supreme Judge. It flowed straight into the sky. Mr. Physis began to cover the White Tree with his vines. They literally surrounded the plant and began to live with it in one aura. The man didn't care. He coldly observed this process, although he understood that the opening of the next gate depended only on him. The vines began to grow as fast as the time when Physis pierced the body of the big man that wanted to attack him with his technique. Growing higher and higher towards the sky, the plants began to divide into several groups. At one point they diverged and continued to grow towards the sky. There they literally started punching holes to force the portal to open. At first glance, it looked quite easy. However, using this technique, the Supreme Judge put a lot of effort and energy. He constantly replenished his vines to keep them strong. At some point, there was no bright green color and began to emit the same smoke. It looked very nice from the ground. The contestants were simply shocked when they saw this in front of them. They opened their mouths wide and marveled at the power of the Supreme Judge. Fried and Zeke were as surprised as the rest. They watched the process and waited until the gates of heaven finally opened. Suddenly, Zeke caught himself on one thought. He asked his friend if the gates of heaven do not open by themselves only once a year. Immediately, their dialogue was interrupted by the Chief of Staff, addressing the inhabitants of the lower lands. The young men were not happy to see Malin again. The woman adjusted her glasses and looked closely at the young men. She suspected they were once again questioning the strength of their judge. Malin told the young men that they mustn't think of the judge as not powerful enough, since he is king and god here and conducts tests for the contestants. She began to praise his strength, and shouted that the man is so strong that he can control the force of nature. That is why they have been worshipping him for 500 years. The Chief of Staff called this power unique. It was not intended for everyone, it could not be achieved. It was the power of the chosen ones. Seeing the gates of heaven open, the contestants began to pray to enter another level. Some of them have been sitting here for 3 years. The comrades had a premonition of what would happen and agreed not to take offense at each other if someone managed to pass to the next level. But suddenly something went wrong. The vines that were literally clinging to the sky suddenly broke off and flew down, causing the gates to close. The heaven's gate to the next level did indeed begin to close, as all the contestants noticed. They were not happy about it. Physis stood by the White Tree and could not understand what was happening. He watched his vines lose their strength. Strange sparks that looked like red lightning began to shoot from the sky. No one had any idea what could happen now. A huge shock wave was created in the central square from the fact that the vines were destroyed and uprooted literally in one moment. The Chief Justice could not believe what was happening. He couldn't remember anything like this happening in the past 500 years. Contestants in the stands fell silent immediately after that. They watched the Chief Justice, who remained standing still. Physis had no idea what could have caused such a reaction. He scratched his head and looked at the vines, trying to understand something. The contestants were simply shocked by such a turn of events. Even Vorshin, who wasn't interested in anything before, was carefully looking ahead. The chief of staff immediately ran to the chief judge and asked him what had happened and what would happen to them now. Physis calmly turned his head back and said he was sorry. He reported that the gates of heaven had somehow broken. When the man decided to leave the stage, the audience immediately started booing him. They were unhappy that he was mocking them. The contestants' reaction to the supreme judge was now completely different. They cursed him and shouted that they were not going to bring him any more fruit. People were terribly dissatisfied with the fact that such a fool sits in the position of judge. Physis listened to all this and did not like it very much. He looked at the contestants with an angry and cold look and said that they really beat him with their statements. The supreme judge decided to give a little lecture to the people who actually have to obey him. He raised his left hand up. Literally after a few seconds, his hand was completely covered with vines. It was a very alarming sign for the contestants sitting in the stands. Physis sent a colossal stream of energy towards the stands, using a technique called Earth Rage. The creepers began to quickly approach the people in the stands. They literally had no time left to get out of there. The vines began to pierce through the audience. Loud screams began to be heard around. Even birds died from plants. Fried and Zeke were no less shocked than the others, but decided to gather their strength. Fried began to draw his sword for defense. He asked his bird for help, as he felt that he could not do it himself. Ruin agreed to help his partner. While Zeke protected his penguin, Fried and his companion cut vines inches away from impaling them. Not everyone in the stands was as lucky as the young men. Many contestants were injured by vines and remained lying on the ground. The Chief Justice decided to visit his wards after that. He said that he was going to send someone to the next level after all. He told the wards not to dare to accuse him anymore, because the tree had ended its life, and it was very difficult to restore it. Physis did not want to be accused and attacked in the same way next time. Therefore, he came up with something that would save him from malicious remarks. This time, the Supreme Judge promised to send as many as 4 people to the next level, showing 4 fingers in front of him. The contestants began to respect their Supreme Judge again. Now their chances have increased by as much as 4 times and everyone hoped to get to the top. Literally everyone in the stands was thinking about this to get to the second level. The number 4 caused them unlimited motivation. Some scratched their heads and could not understand how 4 people would take it at once. But all the same, everything was decided by the Supreme Judge. Someone in the stands sat with gritted teeth. He thought that he absolutely did not care about everything that was happening. His main goal was the tree. A pleasant smile appeared on Frid's face from a good feeling. He believed that he would be able to get to this 4. Of course, ZYK was also confident in his abilities. Now the 2 friends could not worry, because they would be able to get to the second level together. One contestant was in a dense forest of tree roots. He seemed literally a grain of sand against the background of these natural giants. He was running forward very fast, running away from something. The young man with red hair was very tired, but he did not stop for a second. He constantly looked behind him to make sure that he was not in danger. However, he constantly saw danger behind him. 2 other contestants chased him and brandished their sharp weapons. In addition, they could fly, unlike some. Contestants tried to catch up with the young man. They smiled sinisterly and called him their prey in this forest. The young man with red hair was very worried about his situation and the danger around him. The problem was not only the contestants behind. Fleeing from danger, the boy felt that this place itself was too dangerous for someone to stay in it for a long time. However, the contestants behind were also quite a problem. He squeezed the last strength out of him to escape from them. At some point, his heartbeat stopped, as did the pupil of his eye. The young man screamed loudly in pain, after which he fell silent forever. 3 hours before, the contestants were only being prepared for a test in a forest made of tree roots. This forest was especially important for the Supreme Judge. The Chief of Staff explained that it is this forest that supports the clouds on which Icarus hangs, so you need to be very careful. Malin informed the contestants that the forest is equipped with modern mechanisms for its protection. This is all done for his safety. The woman said that literally everywhere there are traps, so you have to avoid them. Their mission was to find the true essence of the tree. Zeke was not happy about this task. He imagined in his head a stupid judge who did everything to prevent them from passing the test. Some contestants laughed at the words of the boss, and said that such brave people as them do not need to talk about the dangerous traps around them. Mei-Lin drew attention to the frivolity of the young men and decided to demonstrate everything in practice. She took a cherry in her left hand. After she showed the fruit to the participants, the woman threw it behind her back. Contestants did not understand why it was necessary at all. The cherry flew through the air at a fairly good speed, but despite this, 4 traps from different sides reacted to it. Literally in a fraction of a second, the fruit was completely destroyed by the trap. Mei-Lin was able to show everything to the contestants without saying a word. The cherry flew into a small piece and hit the faces of the contestants. They were shocked, and now not so self-confident. A small piece of cherry fell right under the penguin's feet. The grunt immediately dropped to the ground and was about to eat this piece. He turned to his companion and said that he had disappointed him very much today, as he had nothing to eat in the forest. Zyk showed his companion a whole bag of fruit. The penguin replied that he did not want fruit, but wanted a fruit cake made of it. The 2 contestants were going to have a good time. They were rivals with each other and wanted to destroy as many opponents as possible. Seeing this, Fried concluded that the competition was quite high. Zeke only laughed when he heard the others talking. He began to rub his fists and suggested that his companion defeat them all, as this would decide their future fate. Together with his friend, the young man went to perform the test. They were in a good mood and felt they could win. Survival in the forest began with tree roots. The comrades went deep into the forest, where many obstacles and dead ends awaited them. The number of dead among the contestants was constantly increasing. This was caused not only by killing each other, but also by strange plants. Also, competition was constantly growing on the battlefield. Contestants fought each other, demonstrating their skills and showing their trump cards. Some people found these battles too easy, like this man. Other contestants concluded that it is better not to contact them. At this time, Zeke and Fried were in danger. They tried with all their might to escape from the round stone that was moving in their direction. They tried to survive at any cost together with their companions. They were very tired, but if they had stopped, they would have died immediately. Fried was a little ahead of his friend and advised him to speed up, as he could run even faster, but he did not want to leave his friend behind. Zyk blamed everything on his companion, who inexplicably touched this stone. The young man hit the penguin on the head. The travelers moved steadily forward, but Zyk noticed that danger was lurking ahead of them in the form of incomprehensible plants. The young man was not mistaken, and these plants suddenly grew many times over. The boys were shocked that they were in such a hopeless situation. Despite the danger behind them, they were forced to stop, as the plant prevented them from further passage with its giant mouths. Zyk ducked just as they tried to bite his head off. He tried to concentrate to survive at any cost. It was a deceptive maneuver from the giant plant. After the young man dodged the first attack, vines from the ground began to entangle him. Somehow he managed to get out of this trap and jump into the air. The stone block behind continued its movement. Zyk shouted loudly from helplessness, and wondered what was wrong with this forest, and what they had done to him so much. After some time, the comrades found themselves in the middle of the great root. Miraculously, they managed to survive and avoid danger. Everyone was very tired and trying to catch their breath. Fried could not understand what it was when the forest literally began to come alive before his eyes. Zeke was still angry with his companion. The grumbler replied that sometimes he doesn't understand himself, so it's pointless to yell at him over such trifles. Zeke became even more angry with his bird and squeezed her throat. Fried and his companion watched this performance with a smile. Zeke said that if this happened again, he would cut off his head. The grunt replied that he did not dare to threaten him with his position at all. While Fried continued to watch the conflict, his companion noticed the danger from above and alerted the others. Just above them on the roots of the trees were monsters. Their target was young men, whom they watched for quite a long time, to ruin that the forest constantly throws up new obstacles and problems for them. He tried to understand the sequence. There was no time to do that now. The monsters immediately set out to attack their targets when they realized they had been spotted in the trees. The young men were ready to repel uninvited guests. Zeke said that he would not die at all and would achieve his goal by reaching heaven. He used his companion's technique and covered his fists with the energy of the bird. The young man wanted to deal with annoying monsters with the power of a penguin. Teaming up with his companion, Zeke decided to waste no time and immediately rose into the air to defeat one of the giant insects. He delivered a powerful blow directly to her forehead, radiating a colossal amount of energy at the same time. A loud explosion rang out on the battlefield. However, even such a blow did not bring victory to the young man. Zeke was very surprised when he saw that the monster did not care at all about his blow. Freed, teaming up with his companion, also used his full power on the insect, but was also defeated without causing any damage. Both young men were forced to retreat after their failed attacks. They stood facing the monsters and their backs to each other. They concluded that these monsters are much stronger than last time. Fried advised his friend to use skills wisely. Immediately after these words, the man began to form an energy ball in his hand. He perfectly understood that hiding skills no longer makes sense. Zeke was amazed at the energy in his comrade's hand. He asked him what kind of skill it was and how he was going to use it. Fried decided not to give a second answer, but to demonstrate everything in practice. He used a technique called a whirlwind of swords. Dozens or even hundreds of copies of his sword began to hit the face of the giant monster. It was blown away by the shock wave. However, even this was not enough to defeat the giant insect. She continued to stand as if nothing had happened. The monster was not going to just stand still and prepare to attack, raising its left wing up. After that, the giant insect delivered a powerful blow to its target. Zykov managed to avoid the collision by jumping high into the air. The young man asked his companion about his strength. He wanted him to teach him how to use this power and control it. The grunt replied that he could not remember how to do it. Zeke was very angry with his bird, especially considering this situation. Zeke was not in the best position at this moment. The monster decided to make another attack of his own, throwing a dozen punches at the same time. Zeke was forced to use the power of the penguin at least somehow. He put his hand out in front of him and tried to restrain this colossal flow of energy. The young man held on as hard as he could because he was on the verge of death. The energy of the monster would have destroyed him long ago, if not for the hand of the grumbler. Finally, the monster attack stopped, and the young man was able to catch his breath. However, something strange began to happen that Zeke could not control. A large black energy cloud appeared on the battlefield, which the penguin had formed before. The grunt finally really helped his partner. Zyk himself did not expect such actions from himself. His companion's energy fought without his input, as if it had a brain of its own. The giant insect fell under the influence of this huge black cloud. She could not resist this force and was pressed to the ground. The young man could not understand how it happened. The penguin's power activated, but he did nothing to make it happen. Zeke then remembered a time in his past when he was in danger. He was immediately attacked by 3 guards with spears. Then, everything was exactly the same as now. The power began to act on its own when he was on the edge and could not fight on his own. The young man now understood a little how his abilities work. He was in the air and watched the hit target. The monster, although succumbing to this powerful force, was not enough to defeat him. He could still move. A smile appeared on Zeke's face as he felt his superiority. The young man decided to once again demonstrate his strength to the monster. The giant insect was not going to wait for the enemy to attack and did it first. Zyk was forced to accept the blow. He easily blocked the monster's attack by substituting the penguin's fist. He already understood that with this power it was easy to do it. Immediately after that, the young man decided to counterattack and delivered a powerful blow, radiating a large amount of energy towards the enemy. Zyk was satisfied with the result of this duel. He realized that he could defeat the monsters and asked Fried to leave them to him. The young man rose into the air and began to scream. He was going to attack all the monsters from above who would meet in his path. Giant insects at that moment were located on the trees and were waiting for the right moment to attack. Zyk was literally going to break through. The monsters could not at all understand the actions of their enemy, who acts very rashly. They continued to wait for him to approach them. As soon as the target was at the right distance, the monsters began to rise into the air and surrounded the enemy from all sides. Fried was very worried about his friend. He warned him to be more careful as the enemy was very strong. The result of Zeke's reckless actions was a trap for monsters. Giant insects began to attack him from different sides simultaneously. However, Zyk perfectly understood what he was doing. Having blocked the attack of the monsters, the young man decided to survive with all his strength so that the power of the penguin appeared. Zyk calculated everything to the smallest detail. He counterattacked his opponents powerfully after they stopped the pressure on him. Fried was simply shocked by his friend's skills. Zeke landed and began to smile. He got tremendous pleasure from the fight. Fried asked his companion why he had not used this power before. Zeke replied that he just needed some time to prepare. However, this energy strike was not enough to defeat all the monsters. They appeared again on the horizon and were ready to fight. Fried wondered where they came from. Zeke told his friend not to worry and asked him to leave the target to him. The friends did not have time to finish their dialogue, as they were already being attacked. A huge creeper was moving towards them with tremendous speed. Fried blocked the enemy's attack with a swing of his sword. He agreed to give way to his friend and said that he would cover for him. Zyk was very grateful to his friend for understanding and the opportunity to fight. He immediately rose into the air to counterattack. The young man blocked the giant insect's counter-strike with his fist. He reacted in time, otherwise he would have received a painful injury. Immediately after the block, Zyk attacked the insect with his left fist. This was the basis of his tactics, first a block, then a counterattack. However, Zyk could not predict the next development of events. Another of the insects decided to attack the target with a vine. The young man found himself in a trap. His leg got tangled in the vegetation. He couldn't understand how it all happened so quickly. Fried decided to help his friend escape from the trap. He used a technique called Rain of Swords to cut the plant. Zeke was freed and able to move again. He thanked his friend for getting him out of the trap in time. However, the young man's problems did not end there. Another monster instantly attacked the enemy. Zeke managed to block his double kick. The young man remained standing still and held back the monster's claws. The insect began to get angry and growl right in the face of the enemy. Zyk was not going to stay in this position for long. He freed himself from the shackles and swung his fist with all his might to strike. A powerful energy shock hit the monster. With such power, Zykov was literally unmatched on this battlefield. The young man landed on the floor next to the body of the defeated monster. The insect was lying on the ground and could no longer get up. Zeke rose high into the air after this attack. This was caused by the other monsters starting to charge all at once again. The young man noticed that his friend was right in the epicenter of the events, and warned him to be as careful as possible. After these words, Zeke powerfully swung his fist and struck the plane below where the bulk of the monsters were. He called this technique the Wild Fist. A powerful flow of energy went through all the monsters that just met in its path. The impact reached the ground and created a huge shock wave. The monsters could not do anything and were affected by the energy wave. Zeke landed on the body of one of the monsters and was finally able to rest. He looked around and saw no other target. The young man stopped the action of his technique. He was able to win this fight without any problems, showing his true strength to his comrade. Fried praised his comrades for what they had done. Meanwhile, they were watched by a girl who was in a tree. She suddenly interrupted the dialogue of her friends, and said that they are really strong. The young men became very wary at this moment, and turned their heads back. The girl decided not to sit on the tree for a long time and jumped down, landing on the floor. The young men just watched her. The girl behaved as confidently as possible, showing her sinister smile. The young men opposite did not like her at all. The comrades immediately concluded that the girl could be an enemy and prepared for battle. Fried asked why she didn't attack them earlier. The girl smiled pleasantly and replied that she was not going to attack them, but was simply watching a very interesting fight from below. The young men could not understand what the girl's intentions were. She said they had the choice to literally be her colleagues right now, but she predicted another development of events. The girl said that they could also become her enemies by taking out their weapons. At that moment, the monster behind the girl began to move and make strange sounds. Zeke could not defeat this insect to the end. She could still move and quickly rush towards the enemies to catch them by surprise and kill everyone on this battlefield. The monster swung its claw at the girl. The young men were simply shocked and thought that the girl's earthly path was over. However, she was an unusual girl. The lady noticed the danger behind her and felt it before it happened. The girl firmly grasped her hammer with both hands and began to cover it with a stream of energy to counterattack the dangerous target behind. She delivered a powerful blow with her weapon, emitting a colossal amount of energy in the form of fire. The insect was defeated. The young men stood motionless in their places and watched as the body of the defeated monster continued to lie behind the girl's back. She praised the strangers for being quite brave as the rest of the contestants immediately ran away as she swung her hammer. The girl said that young men like her for that. She extended her right hand to meet them and offered to become allies. The girl explained this by the fact that only 4 people will be able to go to the next level, and if they work together, it will increase their chances. Fried thought about the girl's proposal. He completely agreed with her train of thought and thought it was a pretty good idea. However, ZYK had a completely different opinion. Fried was simply shocked when his friend literally sent the girl in 4 directions. The interlocutor did not really like this attitude towards her. She is not used to hearing such insults in her direction from other contestants. She decided to teach the rude young man a lesson and swung her hammer, asking in which village he was taught manners. Now the interlocutors have become opponents. The girl delivered a powerful blow with her hammer, which CYK successfully blocked. The opponent was simply shocked by this turn of events. She couldn't believe that her attack had failed for the first time in a while. The young man's penguin energy absorbed the girl's technique. Zeke grinned mischievously and asked his opponent if this was all she was capable of. Calling the young man an insolent boy, the girl swung her hammer again to deliver a much more powerful attack. She hit the target with her hammer again with more force. Now her energy was spilling out, but it wasn't a problem for Zeke. The girl understood that the young man would be able to block any of her attacks. She decided that it was time to take the trump cards out of her pocket. 1. ZYK did not give his opponent time to think. After dodging her last attack, he immediately prepared to counterattack from below. The young man delivered a powerful punch to his opponent's stomach, radiating a colossal amount of energy that the penguin had given him. The girl was forced to retreat. After the last attack, she was thrown back a couple of meters and she tried to stop herself with the hammer. Zeke turned to his opponent and asked why she was even offering to be allies if she was so weak. The girl did not cease to be amazed at the impudence of the enemy. She said that she was tired of him, and it was time to end him. She slammed her sword on the ground with all her might, continuing her dialogue with the enemy. She was preparing to launch another attack. ZYK stood in his place and silently observed the actions of the enemy. He wasn't afraid of her, but now he was somewhat wary. The girl took a fighting stance, pulling her weapon back. She said that the young man needs to learn how to talk properly with girls. The opponent added that she could become his teacher. The girl was going to teach the boy manners with the help of force. The girl was quite serious. She looked at her opponent coldly, expecting a reaction from him. At some point, she loudly hit the ground with her weapon, which still greatly alarmed Zyka. He looked like a small child. Instead, the girl gave him the first warning that he should not fight with her, but accept her offer. She added that the advantage is now on her side because she has a rough idea of the opponent's skills. Zeke was not very pleased. The girl watched the young man's fight with monsters and was able to clearly identify his advantages and disadvantages. She said he had one annoying ability. Without finishing her speech, the girl rushed into battle at the young man to catch him by surprise and test her guesses about his abilities. She struck a powerful blow with her hammer, emitting a great deal of fire. Zeke put up his gauntlet to block the attack. This blow was much more powerful than the previous one. The young man felt this enormous pressure and could not understand what was the matter. Only now, the opponent reported that the young man's ability is to absorb other people's power. She found this ability too mean, but the girl had a certain plan that she wanted to follow. She began to emit even more fiery energy, covering the space with it. The girl was going to check how much power the young man's glove could absorb. She understood very well that there must be some limit. ZYK was already at the limit of his capabilities. He began to scream loudly in pain, as he felt terrible burns on his body. Hearing the screams of the enemy, the girl took her hammer and raised it above her head. She decided to feel a little sorry for the young man. After that, she turned to Zeke and said that they haven't started fighting seriously yet, and the young man is already screaming like a girl here. Zykov didn't care at all about the girl's words. Now he needed to think about something else entirely, about the danger that was approaching. The opponent again delivered a powerful blow with a hammer. The fire was literally from all sides and the young man could not get rid of it. Restraining the enemy's attack, Zeke couldn't understand where she was getting so much power from and why she was so strong. However, the young man was not even going to give up. Suddenly, he noticed one important detail that really caught his eye. The girl's hammer grew almost twice. Probably only a blind person would not have noticed this. Zeke tried to understand what her abilities were. He didn't have to figure it out on his own, since the enemy was the first to start a dialogue. She asked her opponent if he noticed anything important. She looked directly into the eyes of her enemy and laughed. The girl said that her ability is that she can increase the flame. Throwing her next strike, she added that her hammer began to increase in size as the flames grew larger. It was a destructive force. With her previous blow, the girl was not going to attack the enemy, but simply showed him how strong she was. Holding her weapon just above her head, the girl revealed that her hammer was also equipped with a flamethrower that could operate at full force. Zeke was simply shocked to hear this information. He was well aware that his position was not the best, considering the capabilities of the enemy. The girl was not going to stand still for a long time and, finishing her speech, immediately decided to demonstrate her skills and practice. She again delivered a powerful blow with her hammer, which landed in front of Zeke's feet. A lot of fire appeared on the battlefield. The young man was inside this flame, and could not do anything. He tried to cover himself with his glove, but it did not help him. He did not understand at all how to defeat his opponent. He looked at the gauntlet, and noticed that almost all of his strength was gone. The situation on the battlefield was very stressful for the young man. The girl didn't even break a sweat, brandishing such a powerful and heavy weapon. Zeke, looking at the enemy's weapon, noticed that the hammer had increased in size after the last attack. It was simply impossible. Despite looking at his enemy, the young man perfectly understood that if the girl hits him with the next blow, then he can go to the next world. Fried watched this fight from the side and noted the girl's abilities. He noticed that even his friend's glove was unable to absorb all the energy. The man also noticed that the girl easily controls her heavy weapon, as if it were an ordinary toy weighing a maximum of 1 kilogram. Fried began to worry about the fate of his friend. He understood that if everything continued like this in the future, then ZYK would lose. The girl praised the young man for the fact that he was able to stand up after her last attack. She added that she was even starting to like this fight. But despite this, she offered to stop this battle, explaining that if they continued, the young man would die. Zeke was not going to listen to the words about stopping the fight. He got into a fighting stance, and said he was ready to continue their game no matter what. The girl gave the last warning to the young man that she also has her inner limit, and will not succumb to him for a long time. ZYK did not want to listen to anything. He gave his opponent a serious look and ordered her to shut up as nothing was decided yet. The girl was very affected by these words. Her look instantly changed, and she decided not to hold back after her opponent's words. She got into a battle stance, creating wings of fire behind her back. The girl was preparing for the next even more powerful attack. She swung her giant weapon more forcefully, emitting a lot of fire. ZYK understood that this did not mean anything good. The girl was already tired of joking with the boy and she finally decided to end this fight, since it had already dragged on. She used a technique called Flame Blast, striking the ground with a powerful hammer. There was a lot of fire. Gloves began to crack in half as they could no longer withstand that amount of energy. The young man screamed loudly in pain. Fried was very worried about his friend at this moment. Suddenly, Zyka's companion, Vorshin, appeared next to the man. Noticing a penguin near him, Fried asked the bird to help Zeke, as he could not deal with such an enemy alone. The grunt replied that he wouldn't mind helping his partner, but his stomach hurts now because of what he's eaten. The girl watched as the enemy burned in the fire. She said she had warned him of the consequences, but it was too late. She turned away from her enemy and decided to leave the battlefield. She explained her decision by the fact that she had now finally lost interest. However, ZYK was not one of those who just pretend. He told his opponent to get her ass ready as this is far from over. The girl was simply shocked that the young man was able to get out alive from her flames. Moreover, he rose to his feet and is ready to continue the fight. Zeke began to emit dark energy from his entire body. Streams of energy rushed upwards. There were more and more of them over time. The girl stood aside and watched as her enemy grew stronger. She didn't know what to do in such a situation. Suddenly, streams of energy from the young man reached his companion. The grunt was simply shocked as the energy began to pull him closer. Penguin realized that the young man had now decided to use his power without even asking. That was pretty mean of him. However, Zeke was ready to do anything to win this fight. He endowed himself with colossal power, which turned into energy. He created a dark energy dragon that was supposed to end this fight. The young man was no longer going to endure the abuse. The girl stood aside and watched all this. A giant dragon just started to form in front of her face. She was simply shocked to see such power in front of her. She understood very well that it did not mean anything good for her. Fried was also absolutely shocked by his friend's skills. He looked at this huge dragon without even imagining its strength. The energy dragon continued to grow literally every second. His wings began to grow, forming from his body. Taking on its final form, the dragon lifted its head up and let out a loud roar. Zeke poured all his anger into this dragon. Streams of energy continued to radiate from the young man's body, rising into the air. They very quickly began to spread around. Contestants who were at the other end of the forest noticed these strange flows of energy. They also heard the dragon growl loudly. They were simply shocked and frightened by such a turn of events. They felt goosebumps running through their skin from these sounds. Another one of the contestants met on his way there a flow of energy, which lay just under his feet and moved on. These events greatly alarmed the contestant. He looked at these streams of energy and tried to understand what caused them in the first place. The young man decided not to stay long in his place and began to leave it. Streams of dark energy were literally catching up with him. The green-haired contestant, who was feared by the others, now found himself in an uncertain situation. He looked around him. Seeing the streams of dark energy, the boy wondered what was going on in this forest, and how dangerous it could be. Meanwhile, Zeke's dragon took on its final shape and size. He looked simply gigantic compared to a human body. Zeke continued to rage at his opponent, and seemed to lose control of himself. He didn't care who to attack and who not. The girl was very wary at this moment. She held the hammer tightly in her hand, but she knew that even he could not protect her. The dragon opened its mouth wide and began to form a ball of energy inside. It was getting bigger and bigger by the second. Fried was behind the girl and tried to talk to his friend. He shouted loudly, ordering him to finally come to his senses. The warriors stood directly in front of the dragon's face and watched the energy ball form. They assumed that there would be dragon breath now. Contestants began to worry about their lives very much. They needed to find a way to escape altogether and avoid death. The girl assumed that they would not be able to do this. She has already begun to say goodbye to a life that will end at any second. Zeke continued to build up his power thanks to the penguin. His strength seemed incredible in the eyes of his friend and stranger. The ball of energy inside the dragon's mouth continued to grow. It grew bigger and bigger until it swallowed the whole mouth. Contestants were simply shocked by such sizes. A look of fear of what might happen now appeared on their faces. The only one who behaved calmly in this situation was Ruin. He was simply watching for potential danger, assessing the situation. Despite everything, in this situation the bird was the only one who started to act. Fried did not expect that his pet would start doing something. Spreading his wings wide, Ruin rose from his partner's shoulder and headed towards the dragon who was about to fire. He went behind the back of the mortal danger, finding himself behind the back of the boy who made all this horror. Ruin, despite not being in an entirely favorable position, was not at all afraid of danger and relentlessly headed forward, watching ZYK. The young man did not notice the obstacle behind him and continued to be in the flow of power that he took from the penguin. Gathering his strength, Ruin finally decided to act and broke through the protective flow of energy in the form of a dragon, where the young man was inside. Meanwhile, the energy ball has reached its maximum in strength and size. The dragon was about to shoot at any second. Those present perfectly understood the situation in which they are. They looked at the ball with horror in their eyes and hoped only for a miracle. This miracle turned out to be Ruin, who managed to successfully penetrate the energy dragon's body and hit Zeke on the head. The young man fainted after this attack, although he did not understand anything even before that. The bright bird just didn't get into his field of vision. With his actions, Ruin literally saved the contestants present here from inevitable death. The energy orb began to fade. As time passed, the entire dragon began to dissipate in the air. Zeke was no longer able to hold back so much energy while unconscious. The young man was completely exhausted after these events. The energy left his body and he began to fall rapidly to the ground. Zeke landed loudly on his stomach. If he had been conscious, he would have cried out in excruciating pain. Ruin returned to his partner's shoulder and received a portion of praise. The girl, in turn, could not believe that she was alive. The contestants looked at the unconscious boy's body and wondered what kind of power he had and where he could get it. ZYK felt and heard absolutely nothing at that moment. He simply fell into a deep coma after his internal energy ran out. It took some time for the young man to regain consciousness. He finally began to open his eyes, albeit very slowly. Zeke immediately felt someone's presence behind him and asked the penguin what he was doing. The grunt replied that he was taking care of the young man. Zeke asked why the penguin does it. The grunt said he was worried for his mate, but really just wanted him to feed him. The young man did not really remember what had happened to him, so he asked his bird who had won the previous conflict. At that moment, Fried noticed that his friend had finally come to his senses. He sat with his bird on a tree, throwing wood into the fire. ZYK asked his friend what happened to him. Before he could finish the sentence, someone's hand hit him on the back. It was the same girl with whom the young man was fighting. She called him a lifer after what happened. Zeke was simply shocked. He quickly got to his feet and began to get angry. He asked the audience why the woman he had beaten was still alive. The girl approached the young man and began to treat him like a child. She said that you don't need to worry too much about her. Fried was a little shocked by what was happening before his eyes. He informed his friend that this time things really weren't going well. He stated that he was also in danger. But that was not the worst that bothered the man. He recalled the following events. ZYK did not understand his friend at all. He spread his arms and asked what happened after he passed out. Fried was very surprised that the young man did not remember anything. Zeke literally broke into a sweat when he found out that he was the cause of the accident. Fried began to reassure his friend and say that everything ended well. In fact, the man almost put on his pants a few minutes ago. ZYK, meanwhile, tried to remember and recreate the events in his head. It was better for him not to know what happened in the absence of his consciousness. It was as if a girl had penetrated his thoughts, hitting him on the back. Having earned it, she spoke so that the young man would not be disappointed by his defeat. ZYK began to get angry with the girl and asked for revenge, because he simply did not want to yell at the girls. However, the opponent decided to refuse. ZYK came closer to the girl and began to touch her. He felt very strong muscles and asked the interlocutor if she was female at all. Having said this, the young man immediately realized his mistake. A fist full of insults and hatred towards him was already heading in his direction. The girl began to beat the boy who offended her. Somewhere in the depths of the forest, something was happening from the roots of the trees that the trees did not want to see. Meanwhile, a young guy was watching a bunch of busy people. He was sitting on top. A sinister smile shone on his face. After some time, the people in the forest calmed down and prepared food on the fire. They first sniffed the food, making sure it was edible. The grunt was very hungry and held a crab claw in his hands, which literally made him drool. But he was in no hurry to eat. The penguin looked in the direction of the beautiful bird that was the girl's companion. Borshin really liked her with her appearance. The penguin decided to offer the bird a little snack. Meanwhile, the woman asked the interlocutors why they wanted to become applicants in the first place. As the bird shared the food, Fried replied that he actually had no choice, and what he was doing was his family business. Zeke had an entirely different reason for becoming a contender. Fried said that for his friend, becoming president is the only chance to change his fate. It was very interesting for the woman to sit at the same table and talk with the young men. She looked at the unfortunate boy and asked what about his family. Zeke didn't really like to talk about this topic. Throwing a cold look to the side of the interlocutor, he replied that he had no family. Casting a sad look down, the young man added that his father died at a very young age for him, and since then he remained alone. This conversation awakened in the boy memories of his happy childhood, when his father was still alive and was always around. But life turned out to be much harsher than young Zyk expected. His father died, and he wept over his grave every day. Bitter tears flowed down his hand to the ground. Then the boy promised himself that he would do everything possible to survive in this unfair world. Most of all, he wanted to change his fate so that his father's death would not be in vain. Zyk wanted to become a worthy descendant. The girl felt quite uncomfortable after hearing the answer to her question. She looked at the cold and sad look of the boy who misses his father. The woman decided to take pity on him and hug him, soothing him with words. Zeke was just shocked and wondered what she was even doing. She said that she was very proud of the young man who, despite all the obstacles, was able to reach the first level of heaven at such a young age. Zeke broke free from the woman's embrace and told her not to touch him again. He could not stand how they mocked him, pretending to be good. Looking at the interlocutor with a serious look, Zyk explained that he had quite serious intentions to reach the 9th level of heaven. The seriousness of his intentions was manifested in his fist, which he still clenched tightly. He put all his anger and composure into his right hand. The young man said that he never jokes and will not allow jokes about his goals. He still wanted to become the ruler of the heavens. The girl was impressed by the young man's story about his dreams and goals. However, she still did not understand why he wanted to change his fate so much. She looked at the interlocutor with a look and asked if he was even aware of the fact that there were various rumors in the world about his purpose. These goals were associated with the person who would be the first to ascend to heaven. According to rumors, she will become the ruler of the sky and rule the world. However, the woman was quite skeptical about this story, as were many people. This was due to the fact that this legend is already 500 years old. The girl said that no one had been able to rise so high in these hundreds of years. Zyk began to get angry with the girl for her words. She also added that all contenders want to go as high as possible, but everyone is limited to their level by earning enough seeds. The woman told the determined young man that even if he doesn't achieve his goal, he can still change the world. Zeke didn't even want to hear talk of a lower level. Despite everything, he was ready to fight to reach the 9th level and become the ruler of the heavens. Fried asked the interlocutor why she became a contender. He wanted to know her story because they had told theirs. The girl looked very pleased to hear the question. She prepared for a comprehensive answer to him, getting up from her seat. However, something unknown stopped her. The girl began to lose control over herself. The bowl and spoon she was holding fell from her hands. Zyk was shocked, watching the interlocutor. She suddenly lost consciousness and leaned back against the roots of the trees behind her. As soon as the young man wanted to wake up the girl, he began to lose control. His eyes closed against their will and fell into a coma. Absolutely all interlocutors near the fire lost consciousness and saw the 10th dream. Even the birds could not stand it and fell into a coma. Meanwhile, that young guy who had been watching the interlocutors from the tree decided to finally come down when his target fell asleep. He rubbed his hands after applying his technique. He sent people straight to dreamland in one fell swoop. The boy thanked his drug for the adventure he had made. He prepared it himself, and the drug had a very good effect. At that moment, the boy almost peed in his pants when he heard a body behind him talking about the strange smell he smelled in the soup. The guy couldn't believe that any of his victims were able to recover from this drug. He was not in a very favorable situation. Fried approached the stranger and asked him what kind of drug he had prepared. The boy began to sweat from the experience. Fried behaved as relaxed as possible in this dialogue. He did not show any emotions, except for the smile he showed the interlocutor. Fried was the only one of the company who was conscious. He managed to avoid a preconscious state, thanks to his knowledge and skills. The little boy was just shocked that his drugs didn't work on the man. He could not believe it, and was very worried about himself. Fried smiled pleasantly, and said that his family was taught to be a challenger, so he feels such things very easily. After these words, the boy literally began to get angry at the man whom he could not poison. He couldn't let him talk to him like that. The guy called everything that was happening complete bullshit, and started to take out a weapon from behind his back to join the fight. It was a slingshot that the boy immediately pulled on himself to attack. He was forced to remove an extra witness. Fried wasn't the least bit scared when the boy took out his weapon. He looked at this slingshot with surprise that someone would use such a thing. When the boy fired his projectile, Fried simply tilted his head to the left and avoided the impact. The guy was just shocked. Fried quickly rose from his seat and began to move. The boy did not even have time to notice how the man was behind him. Fried took the attacker's hand, in which he was holding the slingshot, and lifted it up. The guy started shouting at the whole forest, and ordered to let him go. Fried just laughed at this situation, holding the thief's hand. He did not want to let him go so easily, because he does not give them peace. The rest of the soldiers continued to see the 10th dream from the drug. Fried wanted to make their night a little more peaceful. Finally, ZYK came to his senses. He immediately became angry with the boy and shouted at him, calling him a little bastard. The boy was hanging upside down. ZYK waved his arms in front of him along with his bird. They wanted to know the reason for his actions. Zeke told the boy that stealing at his age was not good at all. However, Fried did not remember that he was very similar to this guy. The guy started yelling at the young man in response, and said he was going to drug him again. ZYK did not want to tolerate such a dialogue. Fried just watched the boys yell at each other, threatening to kick their ass. This made him smile. The man found the bag of the guy who drugged them. He opened it, and was simply shocked to see it in front of him. The boy noticed that his things began to be searched. He shouted loudly, ordering the man not to touch his personal belongings. Fried asked the boy if it was really all his. The boy replied that of course it was his property. Moreover, he prepared all this himself. The man was really surprised by this turn of events. He was struck by the fact that quite complex drugs were prepared by a small child. Suddenly, this not very pleasant dialogue was interrupted by one of the birds. He shouted loudly to the entire forest, ordering them to stop and stay put. The young men turned their heads back and saw a giant shadow in front of them. They were very worried about their situation at this moment, but their fear turned to anger the moment they saw a bird in front of them that resembled a hummingbird in size. It was a rather old bird that begged to let go of the boy, who had met an old man as a companion and could not use his power. The old bird literally brought tears to the eyes of everyone present. He told a story in which the boy had to overcome a very difficult path. The boy continued to hang upside down. He also began to cry after telling the story of his bird, which he called grandfather. The old bird fell to her knees and began to cry too. She called her young companion Dean. Dean could not control his emotions and poured tears in a river on the ground. He did not want to stay here any longer, and wanted to be reunited with the bird. Those present watched this performance, and heard unbearable crying from different sides. They thought about how they should act better. ZYK asked the little one why he was sobbing at all. Fried made his comrade feel uncomfortable as he insulted the defenseless. The woman became very attached to the story of the old man. She put her hand on her heart, and said that the story stayed with her here. She took the strangers in her arms and said that they would move together from now on. Zeke was not very happy with the way things were going. As a young man, he was very angry with a woman who included her mother. Fried tried to reassure his friend that things were not that bad. The woman encouraged her new friends and invited them to go in search of the central tree that would lead them to their common goal. Dean was very grateful to his savior. However, under his fake smile was a real sinister one. His cunning plan worked. The contestants' union was formed into a new composition. The girl lit a fire and offered to leave after they had slept a little. The fire continued to burn throughout the night, illuminating the surrounding area and driving away insects and ill-wishers with its thick smoke. The next morning came and only a faint smoke remained from the fire. A woman's scream was heard throughout the forest, ordering to get up. The woman got up first and decided to wake up the rest. She was full of strength and called this day very suitable for battle. Fried and Dick woke up next, and she was very surprised that the girl had slept, having woken up so early. They themselves still wanted to sleep. The girl went to wake up the next partners. Zeke and his penguin had another 10th dream and did not even think of waking up. They did not pay attention to any words of the woman. She understood that the usual methods will not be able to work on companions who like to sleep. Then, the woman decided to use her new invention in the form of an alarm clock. She swung her right hand, covering it with energy. The new invention was called the elbow alarm. The woman landed her elbow right on the bellies of her companions, waking them up. Fried and Dean were simply shocked by such methods. The woman began dragging the bodies of those she had just woken up behind her. The union of contestants was ready to go to their main goal. The 4 of them could just get away to the next level. The woman was ready to end the game because their union was strong. Fried decided to intervene a little in the dreams and said that they had some small problem. The man was referring to his mate, who was badly hurt after an elbow landed on his stomach. His condition was not the best. The girl apologized to her partners and spread her hands to the side. She said that sometimes you have to resort to such methods. The squad went on a trip. An hour later, in the heart of the roots of this forest, powerful explosions were heard, which were accompanied by emissions of energy and smoke. It was the handiwork of the girl's hammer, which all contestants feared. She felt very confident on the battlefield, brandishing her weapon. She had already dealt with several opponents, but she was not going to stop. She swung her hammer with a loud cry. The girl hit another of her opponents with a hammer, causing him great damage. This could be understood by the amount of radiated energy. The woman finished the battle, which turned out to be very easy for her. Meanwhile, one of her allies has just started his fight behind her back. It was Fried who fought on the battlefield with less enthusiasm. He had just coated his sword with energy, and was just preparing to engage in battle. His opponent was determined to seriously win this battle. He decided to act first, and rose into the air to attack. However, Fried turned out to be much more skilled than the enemy expected. Choosing the right moment, the man counterattacked his target. But the man's problems did not end there. Another enemy appeared behind him, who was very angry that his allies had been defeated. Fried could not understand how he had not noticed such a primitive attack from behind. But it was useless to think, it was necessary to make a decision quickly. However, the man did not have to fight another enemy. He was suddenly defeated by an unexpected projectile in the head. It was Dean who delivered a precision attack with his slingshot, saving an ally. He was very pleased with the result of his shot, but the boy did not expect that another enemy would appear behind him. One of the contestants said that now the boy is definitely over. He swung his sharp knife to kill the boy who dared to hide. Dean had already begun to say goodbye to his life. He closed his eyes and covered them with his other hand so as not to see all the horror with his own eyes. He was waiting for the end to come, but it was not destined to happen. Zyk came to the aid of the little boy, who blocked the enemy's blow in time with his penguin glove. After placing the block, the young man immediately decided to launch a counterattack and delivered a powerful blow to the enemy, which knocked him off his feet. Zyk was not going to stop there and continued to press the enemy. He swung his right fist to deliver the final blow. He hit the man directly in the face, where blood appeared. Parallel to this blow, the young man ordered the enemy to get out of here as long as he was alive. Dean hadn't expected such a gesture from the young man who had offended him more than anyone. With a trembling voice, the boy thanked Zykov for saving him. Zeke decided to forget past grudges and warned the boy to be more careful from now on. The young man also added that they are partners. Meanwhile, the girl finished on the battlefield and could finally rest. She inhaled and exhaled slowly, wiping the sweat from her forehead. The woman defeated quite a few opponents while Zyk protected the boy. Everyone gathered around the pile of defeated enemies where the girl was standing. Young people met more and more opponents on their way. They understood that it was all because the survival program was coming to an end. Zyk said that he is ready to face such difficulties because he understands that he is not the only one with a goal from which he will not back down in any case. Meanwhile, the birds of the contestants informed their companions that they were tired. People decided that it was necessary to give the birds a rest. Ariel and Ruin needed rest, as they had spent a lot of their energy. People took their birds in their arms and said they could rest. As soon as the people said this, the birds began to enter their bodies, combining their energy with the person's inner energy. After some time, the birds completely dissolved in the human body. They became one and thus could rest within. Zeke and Growl were simply shocked by this turn of events. They asked what had just happened and how such magic was even possible. The girl turned to the penguin and asked if the bird of the soul should not know that it can merge with the human body and rest there. But Penguin didn't seem to have heard such information before. Together with ZYK, they continued to be surprised and look like complete fools. The warriors faced a very difficult task to explain to not very educated persons why birds of the soul can merge with their partner. Fried could not explain this scientifically. He remembered very well that when they became one whole, they were able to share energy. ZYK and Vorshin thought about these words. It took quite a long time to reach the young man, and it took even longer to reach the penguin. Zeke remembered a moment from their shared past when he first connected with Vorshin. That time he asked him to do at least something, but Vorshin answered him that he didn't even know what he could do. The young man was not sure that the penguin was somehow helping him. Zeke asked his companion why he didn't know anything at all. The grunt asked not to ask him such questions, as he was ashamed of them. After these words, ZYK grabbed the bird by the feathers and said that he did not like this way of dialogue, because he was a bird of another flight. The woman decided to interrupt this dialogue because of a very important problem. She reported that she did not notice the essence of the tree nearby at all. She looked around literally in all directions, but could not find a single clue. The girl assumed that the essence could be in a completely different place. While all the contestants were thinking about this problem, Zeke continued to ask his companion questions about why he was not entering his body. The grunt finally decided to answer the truth. He said that with this development of events, he will not be able to eat meat. ZYK was no longer surprised. Fried suddenly noticed something unusual from above. He asked the rest if there could be tree essences in that particular place. The contestants immediately raised their heads and began to look where Fried said. They could see something there. Light just came from the majestic root of the tree. It spread over the entire territory that it could cover under itself. Contestants were also affected by this light. Fried didn't understand how they hadn't seen it before, since it was so obvious. The man looked at the place he had noticed and realized that the top was the only place they hadn't yet searched for the essence. Fried also assumed that the rest probably did the same. They all did not know where the essence was and tried to find the secret place. The woman was quite positive about their path. She offered to go up immediately, since there was nowhere to retreat. The contestants teamed up with their birds and immediately rose from their seats to head towards the stream of light emitting from the root. They climbed as high as they could to get a closer look. Here it was already necessary to slow down a little so as not to run into trouble. The first to do this was Fried, who stopped in his place and opened his mouth in surprise. He saw something unusual in front of him. The man immediately notified the rest of his allies of his observations. He asked the cadets to look straight ahead. The higher the participants climbed, the brighter the roots of the trees became, which grew to infinity. Dean was at the very end. Zeke was amazed by what he saw with his own eyes. The color of the tree changed simply every second, which caused people's admiration. A hideous smile appeared on the little guy's face. He informed his allies that this was not all they had seen. Dean noticed many of the same nutrients on the trees. He explained that there is a very high probability that all these roots are one. Suddenly, the tree began to change color, but the participants remained in place. It seemed a very strange phenomenon under these conditions. The contestants were very embarrassed by their situation at this moment. ZYK looked straight ahead and understood that it would not be sweet. The roots of the trees suddenly began to come to life and enveloped the weapon with their vines. The tree was going to use sharp objects against people. The contestants realized that it was just an ordinary trap. There were more and more weapons and the allies understood that they were in danger. The woman was the first to realize the fact that there were too many weapons to fight her. She shouted loudly that they needed to get away from here. No sooner had she shouted it than the creepers began to join the fray. Sharp objects began to approach the contestants with great speed. The allies were in complete agreement with the woman's opinion, but now they could not escape, as they had to fight back from mortal danger. Zeke now realized that there were too many weapons. He tried to dodge and counterattack in time so as not to get injured. Fried also immediately entered the fight with his sword. Continuing the fight for some time, the man realized that they could not avoid this fight. After saying these words in his head, Fried began to use the energy of his bird and covered the blade of his sword with a stream of energy. He delivered several precise and powerful blows, hitting the vines that held the axes. They flew in different directions after the blows. The woman wasn't going to stand still either and used her hammer, coating it with the flow of energy she usually did. She delivered a powerful blow in her signature style. A loud explosion rang out on the battlefield and flames engulfed the vines. Zeke also used his bird energy. He was going to use the combat gloves to show the plants who is the boss in nature. The young man delivered a powerful blow, emitting a colossal amount of dark energy. The lianas were repulsed and could no longer attack. Fried asked the girl if everything was okay with her. The woman was pleasantly surprised that the man cared about her situation. She winked at him and replied that she was fine, calling Fried a true gentleman. The girl liked such men. Fried thanked for the compliment and smiled. The woman assumed that such a large number of traps indicated that the essence of the tree was somewhere nearby. Their pleasant dialogue was interrupted by ZYK. He told the companions to return to reality, as they had forgotten something along the way. Everyone said Dean's name in unison. The allies forgot the young man somewhere along the way and did not even notice his disappearance. Meanwhile, the boy of his own free will left the allies and ran away from them. With the help of his bird, he flew some distance and landed on a route. Dean called his allies idiots for not understanding his plan. He knew where the essence of the tree was and now he was going to find it himself. The boy simply used the strong warriors to lead him to the heart of the roots. His old bird was glad that they would now be rich. Grandfather offered to take the essence and sell it to other participants. Dean replied that it is possible to do so, since I want to reach heaven a lot. The boy did not feel very comfortable in front of ZYK, who was injured in the battle, protecting him from death. The young man showed courage. However, Dean quickly dispelled his thoughts and began to laugh at the loser who had believed his lie and was now a victim of deception. The companions stopped mocking the losers. Dean turned to his grandfather and said that they needed to hurry so they wouldn't expose themselves. As soon as the boy was about to leave, he met a big obstacle on his way. Dean bumped his head into someone's body. The boy and his bird began to rage that their road was blocked. The bird asked the uninvited guests why they did not respect their elders. Dean met his forehead with the young man with green hair and a scar on his nose. Dean continued to rage despite the power difference. The green-haired young man asked what was going on, and why there was some small thing that looked like shit under his feet. Meanwhile, a squad of allies began searching for Dean. They tried to hear him and look for him in accessible places. Suddenly, the contestants heard strange sounds behind them and immediately turned their heads in that direction. Someone stepped loudly on the ground. Zeke was simply shocked by what he saw. You could see the check in his eyes as he spoke Dean's name. The boy stood right in front of his allies, whom he wanted to deceive. He paid for his imprudence and stood all beaten. He could not keep himself in this form for long and fell powerlessly to the ground together with his bird. The allies were simply shocked. A young man with green hair was behind the boy. He beat him to death because he was about to learn important information. This guy agreed very confidently in any point of the forest. On his shoulders sat a dark raven that was his companion. Zeke was very angry with the young man because he had beaten an innocent boy. He asked him why he did this to the child. The young man with green hair was in no rush to answer this question. He asked the interlocutor who he was. Dean, despite the beatings, did not respond to his abuser, so this young man came to the other contestants to tell him about the essence. He informed potential opponents that if they gave him at least some information, he might save the boy's life. Zeke watched with horror on his face as the ill-mannered brute put his foot on the dying body of an innocent boy. The young man spilled a lot on a potential enemy. He looked at him with evil eyes and ordered to immediately remove the leg from the boy's body. The conflict was in full swing, but it was interrupted by natural phenomena from above. All contestants immediately raised their eyes there. One of the supporters of the ruffian informed the elder that the one they needed was located above, pointing there with his right hand. On the old roots of the trees grew new ones that radiated energy. There were quite a few of them, and the contestants concluded that this is the essence. The young man with green hair said that there was no point in saving the boy now, since he already knew all the necessary information. One of his charges became very angry with Zeke for his earlier words. He asked how dare he talk to the boss like that. Immediately after these words, the competitor rushed at the opponent with loud shouts about his death. He was going to cut him to pieces with his sword. However, this was not destined to happen today. Zeke parried the enemy's attack with ease, using his penguin energy to counterattack. The green-haired leader opposite assessed the skills of his potential opponent. He perfectly understood that the battle would be very difficult for him. Zeke could not forgive the ruffian for hurting an innocent child. The young man promised that the scoundrel would die by his hand today. The contestants caught their friend after he was attacked by ZYK. They were a little shocked by this turn of events, and the strength of the enemy. However, they were not going to give in and wanted to take revenge for their friend who was bleeding. They took up their weapons. The two warriors decided to attack Zeke at the same time. They quickly got up from their seats and headed towards the enemy with loud shouts. Freed and a woman stood in their way. They felt like a real team and were ready to stand up for each other. The allies delivered a powerful double blow to preempt the enemy who were about to attack Zeke. They could not do anything. The woman said that she would not let her allies get hurt. Freed completely agreed and added that he would destroy everyone in such a case. The leader of the opponents was not afraid and did not retreat. His bird began to act and flew from the young man's shoulder after the words of the enemies. The young man with green hair teamed up with his companion, as it was now necessary to enter the game himself after the defeat of his wards. He was completely confident in his abilities and, pointing his index finger forward, allowed the enemies to attack all at the same time. The allies were greatly angered by the young man's words, who asked if it was possible that they were frightened. The warriors wanted to prove that everything was completely different. The woman was the first to go into battle, as she could not stand insolent men. She was going to prove who was really afraid of whom. However, her powerful blow was not enough to hit the enemy. The young man was able to easily block the attack with one hand. The woman was simply shocked that the opponent caught her energy hammer with one bare hand. No one had done this before. Now, Fried decided to enter the battle. Seeing that the attack of the ally did not pass, the man realized that it was time for him to support. He made a quick and powerful strike with his sword, but it was all in vain. The enemy anticipated his actions and easily avoided the collision. The buzz was up in the air from the start. Seeing the young man above him, the enemy felt that everything would not be so easy. ZYK saw very well that the enemy did not have time to avoid his attack. He quickly approached him, anticipating his victory. The green-haired youth knew that he would not be able to avoid the collision, but he still tried to move his head to improve his position. ZYK's blow hit the enemy's forehead. The powerful blow caused energy to be emitted, but it knocked the opponent off his feet. Zeke was shocked that his attack did no damage to the enemy. He did not understand how such a blow could be met directly in the forehead. Everything was possible for the green-haired leader. Taking the opponent's blow on him, he decided to use his lightning strike. Noticing that the enemy covered his left arm with a stream of lightning energy, Zeke knew that he was in danger in the next few seconds. The green-haired leader's fist continued to emit more and more energy, creating a huge energy field around him. Powerful lightning energy covered a huge area of the battlefield. Zeke realized that he had to retreat immediately in order to survive. The green-haired youth continued to build up his fighting power. He saw that the enemy was retreating and smiled. After gathering enough energy, he delivered a powerful blow to the ground that created a rapidly moving energy wave within himself. The allies did not have time to leave the battlefield, so they had to resist this energy. They were in a very difficult position. The power of the lightning energy was so strong that it could not be resisted. The first to feel it was ZYK, who flew back. Finally, the energy wave dissipated and the allies could rest. They tried to catch their breath and prepare for the continuation of the battle. Their bodies felt the full power of the enemy. Smoke from the recent electrocution continued to evaporate from them. ZYK watched the enemy with horror in his eyes. He could not even imagine that the young man would be so strong. The green-haired leader continued to emit lightning energy after the impact. In terms of strength, he could match the strongest monster. The allies realized that he had been hiding his true power until then. The young man was a very strong opponent, even for the three of them. Suddenly, Zeke told his allies to get off the battlefield and head up to retrieve the essence of the tree. The young man was ready to enter the battle alone. He clenched his fist as hard as he could and said that there was no way he would lose this fight. The woman was simply shocked to hear these words. She turned to the young man and said that there was no way he could win this fight alone. However, Fried had a slightly different opinion on this account. He told the girl to stop panicking as Zeke was right. The man turned to his companion and asked if he was really willing to sacrifice his strength to buy some time for them. Zyk nodded his head in response. He understood very well that if he failed to detain the enemy, then they would lose the opportunity to obtain the essence of the tree. Fried noted the courage of his comrade and was ready to act. The woman had no choice but to agree to this adventurous plan, but she was still very worried about Zeke. She asked the young man to be as careful as possible and not die in this battle. Zeke was left alone to face the enemy, while his two allies got up from their place and headed up for the essence of the tree. The green-haired leader immediately noticed that they wanted to deceive him. He noticed the two contestants approaching the essence. He said they had no chance of getting it. Immediately after that, the young man endowed the root of one of the trees with his lightning energy. The energy immediately began to spread throughout the tree within seconds. It was the only way to reach the enemy as quickly as possible. Before the allies even got close to the top, they were overtaken by a lightning-like flow of energy that was much faster than them. They no longer had time to avoid the collision, and were forced to endure a colossal discharge through their bodies that paralyzed them. Zyk was very angry with the enemy for his actions. He turned to the young man and informed him that now he had only one opponent. Immediately after that, Zeke charged at the enemy and delivered a powerful blow with his gauntlet, emitting a lot of dark energy. However, the enemy anticipated Zeke's actions and caught his glove with his hand. He called this weapon just a toy that is not capable of anything. Zeke was just shocked when he saw that the opponent was going to use lightning energy to immediately counterattack him. The young man did not have time to take any action, so he was exposed to lightning energy. His whole body was filled with electricity. Zeke couldn't do anything about it, and fell powerless to the floor after the attack. The green-haired leader was pleased with the result of his technique. Zyk perfectly understood that he would not be able to win in the current conditions. However, he never backed down, and wanted to come up with a plan. He looked at the enemy's energy hand and understood that if he tried to absorb his energy again, he would simply kill him. It was a force of simply colossal proportions that could not be fought. Zeke was trying to find a way to win this fight. Suddenly, he noticed just to his right natural vines lying on the floor. One very good idea immediately occurred to him. For a while, Zeke doubted whether his plan would work. However, there was no time to think and a difficult decision had to be made in this situation. Fried and the woman noticed that Zyk distracted the enemy for a while, so she tried to climb up again. However, the young man noticed them. The leader with green hair began to emit a lot of energy and gain strength. He was going to stop the contestants on their way to the essence. He quickly rose from his place and ordered the enemy to wait for him here. Zeke was simply shocked by this turn of events. He could not allow the enemy to injure his friends again, and how much strength they had anyway. It's time to put your plan into action. Zeke used the energy of his bird and was next to the enemy in a second. He delivered a powerful blow to his side to stop his movement. The green-haired leader did not expect that the enemy would be able to overtake him at such a distance. He wondered how this was even possible. The young man became very angry after being hit again. He began to emit a tremendous amount of energy, and was about to end this fight. Zyk was literally at arm's length from the enemy. He was ready for the most interesting part of the fight to begin now. The young man covered his face with his right glove, on which a creeper was wound. This was the main part of his plan to avoid getting hurt. The green-haired contestant watched his technique in action and was simply shocked to see that Zeke was still alive. As the young man assumed, the power of the creeper worked as it should. He moved the lightning away from him, and thus could absorb the power without a problem. Now it was finally his turn to attack. Zyk rose higher into the air and decided to attack his opponent from such a height. The young man swung his right fist with all his might and delivered a powerful blow to the enemy, shouting that his end had come. After using his last attack, the green-haired leader had lost a lot of energy and was unable to block the enemy's attack. Zeke's blow hit the target straight and landed in the enemy's face. The green-haired youth felt the force of this blow on himself, spitting out blood. After a powerful blow from Zyk, the enemy could no longer stay in the air and flew down rapidly. He was not happy. The young man managed to come to his senses in time and twist into the air. Thus, he landed on his feet and was ready to continue the fight. The young man with green hair was very angry with his opponent. He promised to kill Zeke first of all, calling him a freak. Zeke didn't mind watching it. While in the air, the young man invited the enemy to check whether he could do it. Zeke immediately began to move towards the enemy, and with loud cries. He was seriously determined to emerge victorious from this fight. The same could be said about the green-haired leader. He wasn't going to give up in this fight, and was trying his best to win. The young men were about to face each other and see who was stronger. They were both ready for it. A powerful explosion rang out on the battlefield, which spoke of a clash of completely equal opponents. The young men's fists clashed. Immediately after that, ZYK decided to unexpectedly hit the opponent with his right fist, but he managed to dodge it by throwing his head back. Then the green-haired leader decided to act and hit back. Not without problems, but Zykov managed to avoid danger. With his second blow, the young man hit the enemy in the face. It was a rather unpleasant blow that was difficult to notice. However, the enemy came to his senses very quickly and struck back, to which CYK did not have time to react, so now he had to endure. The young man blocked the next shot with great difficulty. He barely restrained the power of the enemy, but he was not going to give in. Having repulsed the enemy's attack, ZYK found the strength to carry out his attack, with which he managed to catch the enemy. Now the green-haired youth was forced to hold back. He was also not going to give in and put in his best efforts. The young men continued to chase each other, throwing a lot of powerful blows, but the fight was still far from over. After the last collision, the green-haired leader landed. He looked askance at his opponent, who was superior to him. This did not suit the young man at all, so he became very angry. He was going to use his powerful attack to end this fight. Swinging his great sword, the green-haired youth rushed at the enemy with loud shouts, ordering him to die. ZYK was forced to retreat and avoid dangerous blows. He perfectly understood that now it is better to retreat, since the enemy is serious. The young man ran away from the enemy on the battlefield, periodically blocking his blows. ZYK did not want to pass himself off as a coward, but simply followed tactics. The green-haired youth delivered his final blow, which was to end everything. However, ZYK escaped death at the very last moment. Just above the young man's head was the blade of a sword. He turned to his opponent and said that he was behaving like a wild animal. The green-haired youth was completely exhausted after this pursuit. Zeke easily got out of the trap and retreated a little. Zeke watched his enemy with a smile on his face and said that if you think about it, he reminds him of someone. Zeke was referring to the trio of bandits who were chasing him in the Netherlands. He said they were just as much jerks as the young man. The green-haired leader understood the enemy from half a word. He asked if he really meant fat, dirty and skinny. ZYK did not expect that the enemy would know about the trio. He said that I mean exactly those scumbags who only know how to show off. The opponent lowered his head in thought. At one point, he said that Zeke was to blame for what happened to the three. He became very angry and shouted at the young man who was the same boy who had hurt his boys in the Netherlands. ZYK did not expect such a turn of events at all. He couldn't even imagine that his current opponent could be related to those three fools. The young man asked the enemy if he was really joking. The green-voiced leader replied that those three could not climb to the first level thanks to Zykov. The leader remembered the moment when he saw the three young men in front of him for the last time. It was just in time to go to the portal. They told the young man to go without them, and they would catch up with him. The boys explained that they still had some business left. The green-haired leader looked at the boy and couldn't believe that he had dealt them a crushing defeat in the lower lands. The young man was going to take revenge on the boy for insulting his wards. He swung his right leg to strike the opponent. The green-haired leader was very furious with the enemy. His face looked like complete anger and hatred for those around him. He struck a powerful blow with his leg, but Zykov managed to avoid a collision by jumping away from the impact site at the very last moment. The young man continued to rage and radiate an enormous amount of energy. He once again began to release lightning that covered the space around. ZYK tried with all his might to restrain the enemy. He also wanted his allies to hurry as the enemy lost control. Meanwhile, Freed and the woman tried to extract the essence. They asked Zeke to wait a little longer, because they are already in the final stage. ZYK began to push his allies even harder, because he was in too difficult a position. A little more and he would have died. ZYK is no longer strong enough to resist. He was only able to close his hands and scream when the enemy attacked. However, it was too early for Zykov to go to the other world. At the last moment, he was saved by a trap that the enemy stepped into before striking. The green-haired leader couldn't understand where the trap had come from. He quickly tried to get out of it so the target wouldn't run away. It was all Dean's fault. He finally came to his senses after the damage done to him, and now wanted to help his rescuers. He was still not in a very good condition, but he could not leave his allies to their own devices. He said he was ready to end everything. Immediately after these words, the boy took his slingshot and pulled a projectile on the rope, intending to shoot directly at the enemy. The green-haired youth was unable to dodge the projectile as he was immobilized by the trap. He had to endure these smoke emissions. Smashing his projectile against the target, Dean turned the battlefield into a veritable smoke screen, in which their common enemy was located. Meanwhile, Freed finally got the essence of the tree and informed his allies about it. He shouted loudly, notifying them of the positive result. A pleasant smile appeared on ZYK's face, which spoke of the result, which satisfied the young man. Everything turned out for good reason. Dean had used up all his energy in the fight and could no longer move. Zeke took the boy and told the allies to get out of here. The green-haired youth could not allow this to happen. He was in a smoke screen, so he had to attack blindly. The leader again began to collect the maximum amount of energy in his hands, putting all his strength here. This was to be his last attack. The young man used a technique called Lightning Tiger. She was supposed to help him catch the enemies who were somewhere behind the curtain. The lightning tigers behaved as if they were alive. However, they were much faster and could reach a certain target very quickly. ZYK tried to run away, but he perfectly understood that the lightning was already behind him, and he could not avoid a collision with the current. At the very last moment, the young man had no idea where the strength came from and he avoided being electrocuted by speeding forward as much as possible. A loud explosion was heard on the battlefield, which was accompanied by huge emissions of light. Fortunately for the Allies, he did not touch anyone. The smoke screen around the green-haired youth still hadn't dissipated. He didn't know if he had hit the target or missed. Finally, the smoke began to disperse to the sides and the young man was able to see the path in front of him, where the previous equipment was directed. But the leader realized that he had not seen it better. What he saw greatly upset and angered the young man, since no one was there. He shouted loudly to the whole forest, spreading his arms to the sides. He called his opponents real bastards who don't deserve to live. Meanwhile, the Chief Justice continued to lie on his couch in the grassy valley. As always, he wanted to sleep and was sad. By his bed stood Chief of Staff Malin, who listened to all the complaints of Mr. Physis. He wanted to add a touch of fun. The woman started talking about the judge's plan that he had in mind. She asked if he really started the survival game for Heaven's Gate by himself. When the man confirmed this, Malin added that he had deliberately spoiled the essence of the tree because he was sad and now everyone could know about it. The woman raised her head and said that the game should have ended anyway. Physis lost interest in her after a while. Malin knew how to return this interest to her husband and asked if he would not mind making a match with her. Who would come first? The Supreme Judge's eyes immediately lit up with curiosity. He was very fond of gambling and would gladly make a bet with Malin. Seeing the man's interest, the Chief of Staff said that in this case, she wants to bet on a contestant named Greggs. Physis was quite skeptical about the opinion of his ward. He laughed at her bet and said that the money would definitely be his. An ominous smile appeared on the face of the Supreme Court. He said that in any case he would bet on only one contestant. He was referring to the young man who dared to tell him to his face that he would become the ruler of the heavens at any cost. Their dialogue was interrupted by loud shouts from the other side of the valley. They wondered who was coming to them, and who would win the bet. Physis and Malin were literally trembling at the sight of what they would see right in front of them. The contestants were already approaching. It was ZYK with his friendly squad. They were all overjoyed that they had finally managed to get the essence of the tree. Zeke held the essence in his right hand. She was a symbol of the fact that the young man is really ready for anything to reach the title of Lord of the Heavens. The 4 allies returned with the essence of the tree in their hands. The other contestants were simply shocked that they managed to pass this test. Some of the participants were very angry at a bunch of inexperienced warriors who took their place to another level by passing this test. They could not believe that these people could actually survive in the native forest. Moreover, they all looked happy. One of the contestants was angrier than all of them. He could not control his emotions and showed them through his actions, breaking objects. He clenched his teeth and tried not to throw out the last bad emotions. His nerves were already on edge and he didn't want to put up with it anymore. The man loudly shouted that he has been rotting at this level for 3 years and the judge is simply obliged to give him the opportunity to rise further. Some contestants supported this man, as it will also be quite a long time. They did not want to endure any more stupid tests from Physis. One of the bunch of participants tried to calm everyone down. He wanted to clarify the problem and asked what they were going to do next. The man, who had been at this level for 3 years, replied that they were going to start a riot. You could tell by the expression on his face that this was not a joke. The interlocutor was simply shocked to hear this. He warned that if the judge found out about it, he would kill them all on the spot. One of the local level guards heard some shouting and decided to check the order. He asked the contestants why they raised such a voice. The man shot a sinister look in the direction of the guard. His nerves snapped at that moment. He could no longer contain himself at this level. The man used the power of his bird that was inside, creating a powerful stream of energy and directing it at the guard. The security guard was not ready for this, and did not have time to react to the danger. The man opposite continued to relentlessly attack his target. The guard has nothing to do with them except to take hits. He continuously began to cough up blood due to internal bleeding. The guard fell to the ground from the colossal loss of blood and lost consciousness. Other guards immediately noticed the unconscious colleague. They were very angry with the contestants who dared to kill the guard. They were going to take revenge for their colleague and friend. However, 2 contestants managed to outrun the guards. They decided to join the rebellion and killed the opponents with their first blow. These contestants were guided by the fact that the Supreme Judge could not kill them if they killed him first. They had an advantage in numbers for this. There were many people who wanted to start a riot. They all believed that they could stand against the Supreme Judge even if he wanted to kill them. Meanwhile, the Supreme Judge, along with allies who had passed the test, were in the central stadium, where the event had previously been held. They were standing right in the very center where Physis had opened the portal last time. CYK took a step forward and led the conversation. He held out the essence of the tree they had managed to obtain, and once again informed the judge that they had successfully completed his test. The young man added that they had exactly fulfilled all the conditions and asked the judge whether he would do justice now or say again that he was lazy. Freed decided to calm his friend down a bit as his emotions were definitely not helping. He put his hand on his shoulder and told him to shut up. Physis stood opposite the contestants and smiled. He replied that this time he felt energetic and ready to send everyone upstairs. In addition, the man's mood was enhanced by the fact that he won a bet with his ward. Physis was very fond of winning at gambling. The Supreme Judge took one of the essences brought by the contestants and smiled sinisterly. He was ready to start the procedure. Physis, clutching the sapling in her hand, powerfully stuck it into the ground. The essence rapidly entered the earthly terrain. After that, the Supreme Judge straightened to his full height and held out his hand in front of him. He had a tree under his palm. The man began to emit a small amount of energy to bestow it on the sapling. The tree began to come to life right before our eyes. After just a few seconds, it managed to grow to such a size that it was difficult to even imagine. It released a colossal amount of energy. Physis continued to share his energy with the tree, and it in turn continued to grow. Its dimensions were simply unearthly. The contestants were simply shocked, although they had seen it not for the first time. It was even difficult for them to imagine what kind of power the Supreme Judge possessed. The sky began to transform after this technique of the judge. Clouds began to gather in one point, forming as if an air vortex. Zeke was now sure that Physis had not deceived him and was going to open the gates of heaven. As always, the grunt didn't care. The woman also watched this process with her bird. Now they will finally be able to climb to the second level. The participant looked at this huge tree with some caution. She tried to understand all the power, and what she would go there for. She asked her bird if she was aware that something completely different, perhaps even more dangerous and terrifying, was waiting for them there. Fried calmly observed the process, unlike his companion. Ruin asked the young man what kind of place it was, calling it the second floor. Fried is already used to the unusual behavior of his bird. Ruin said he hopes the new location will meet his needs. Dean was acting very different from the rest. Zeke noticed the strange behavior of the boy, who was very preoccupied with something. Dean tried to tell his allies that he had tried to set them up more than once, and now he had something to apologize to them for. The boy could not gather the courage to confess his true intentions. ZYK was already tired of watching this, and said that it was enough. Dean felt very uncomfortable in this situation, but deep down he was relieved that he wouldn't have to explain anything. Zeke smiled pleasantly back at the boy and told him that everything ended well, so he could not worry about what he wanted to say. Dean was still confused. He wanted to confess more than anything, but something deep inside kept stopping him. Eventually, the boy stopped resisting his feelings and began to cry. Together with his companion, he simply thanked the allies. The grunt turned to his partner and asked since when he became a good man. In response, ZYK asked since when he became like a grandfather. The partners began to compete with each other. Those present tried to stop them, but it was all in vain, because they clarified the relationship. The Chief Justice watched the whole mess with a smile on his face. He was pleased that the contestants are really happy now. He said he hopes those smiles will remain on their faces even when they reach the next level. Malin watched the judge and did not understand what caused his behavior. He had never behaved like this before and never philosophized. Suddenly, an incomprehensible figure appeared behind the Supreme Judge. She loudly ordered everyone to stay put and do nothing. It was a whole bunch of rebels led by the people who spent the most time here. They all moved towards Physis to pay him the debt. The man who was the leader of this riot immediately offered a solution to the problem. He told the judge that he was now passing them on as well. Malin was simply shocked by such a statement. She did not understand what the rest of the participants were doing here, so she ordered them to leave immediately. The woman explained that the judge simply cannot let them all pass because the system will be broken and all of Icarus will be in danger. The rebel leader didn't want to hear anything about it. It was called complete delusion, which the Chief Justice can solve by letting them go. Realizing that the top of society refuses to let them go to the next level, the man ordered the rebels to join the battle. The contestants grabbed their weapons and started running towards the judge. They promised him to tear it to pieces and take it with them. Even ZYK and Vorshan stopped their conflict after seeing this. Freed asked the question, what will happen now with their teleportation? The chief of staff immediately ordered the guards to join the battle and stop these contestants at any cost, so that they calmed down. The security tried to do it, but they lacked the skills. And the evil rebels easily dealt with the guards, cutting their bodies. Having seen everything with her own eyes, Malin decided to intervene in this conflict on her own. She used a technique called a windbreaker. The woman threw her cold look in the direction of the contestants, and said that they asked themselves, so now they should not beg for mercy. Loud explosions began to ring out on the battlefield. The chief of staff began to hit the enemy with streams of wind energy. The leader of the rebels ordered his charges not to retreat under any circumstances until they captured Physis. Now was just the right moment. Despite her powerful technique, Malin still found herself in a trap. There were too many contenders to contend with. Physis calmly observed everything that was happening around. He was not very happy, so something had to be done. The man's gaze was blank and cold as usual. He was very annoyed by the events that were unfolding against his authority every second. The Supreme Judge decided to take immediate action. He used his technique of 1,000 vines and released the plants from underground. After that, Physis used the giant technique, forming a giant man from the vines. He was simply colossal in scale compared to a human. The giant's face emitted acid fumes that came from his mouth and eyes. He looked very creepy and scary at first glance. At one point, the giant swung his left arm to deliver a powerful blow to the ground, striking the useless insects. Physis ordered his monster to spare no rebel. The giant hit the ground with all his might, creating a shock wave. The contestants could not do anything with this colossal power. They were simply carried away by a wave that absorbed everything in its path. The Chief Justice of the first tier would not be angry. He was angry with the rebels who dared to rebel against him. The contestants were simply shocked by what was happening. Now they were against fighting the Supreme Judge as they realized his power. Physis wasn't going to stop there. He swung his right hand to train a few more contestants under him. He again delivered a powerful blow to the floor literally a meter away from the place where the people were. They turned out to be lucky. Immediately after that, the contestants decided who needs to leave this place immediately, because the judge will not leave anyone alive here. Their worst dreams and nightmares were now just a reality. A giant monster made of plants literally destroyed everything it saw. The contestants were hurt by the last attack, and when they were hit, they flew in different directions. They could not survive after this. ZYK was simply shocked by what was happening. He wondered what was going on, because everything had to go according to plan. Looking closely at the body of the giant monster, one could see inside his body a person who was in charge of all this horror. The Supreme Judge addressed the contestants and called them foolish, as they know nothing about the inner workings of management. He said they wouldn't be able to go higher anyway, but they don't trust it and continue to rebel against him. He held in his right hand the essences of the trees that the participants had brought. He said that he was tired of enduring all these riots. The man clenched his right fist hard and the tree saplings in his hand cracked under the tremendous pressure. The judge showed his anger. The contestants who brought these seedlings were simply shocked by such a result. They could not believe that their labor was in vain. Physis said that he was uncomfortable breaking his promise, but he had no choice but to commit suicide. With the help of his giant, the judge raged. He said that the contestants had better give up, as he would not let any of them go any further. Physis simply could not allow the rebellion against him to continue. He did everything possible to intimidate the population. Pointing his hand in front of him, the judge used a technique called Terry, slamming the monster into the ground with all his might. Without using this technique, the judge began to control the more powerful vines that the monster created. They began to sprout everywhere. The whole city was under the influence of these vines, which had enormous strength and weight. Icarus was now more like a native massif. Not only contestants suffered from this battle. Innocent people were bleeding and begging for help because they were in danger. A little boy was crying next to the body of his dead mother, who had been crushed by a creeper. Now he will have this picture in front of his face all his life. Zeke watched all this with horror on his face. He tried to appeal to the Chief Justice to stop the abuse. He simply could not stand by and watch innocent people suffer. It reminded him of very violent memories. The young man remembered again the night when his settlement was burned, and his father interceded for him. He could not let his son die. Then, little Zik ran forward without looking back. Now he had absolutely enough of the pain he felt that night. At some point, the boy decided to turn his head and make sure that everything was fine with his father. Zeke was very scared. Turning his head back, the boy saw directly in front of him the body of his dead father, which had been pierced through with a sword. The robbers who killed his father took the seed and now counted it. They did not care at all that they killed a person for this. They just killed people to get some seeds. It seemed to Zyka that it was simply insignificant compared to human life. Then, little ZYK was very angry at this unfair world. He reached for the sword lying on the ground. The boy took a sharp weapon in his hands and with tears in his eyes rushed to attack the people who killed his father just like that. The robber did not expect that danger would overtake him from behind. He no longer had time to react to the attack from behind. The guy was cold-blooded and cut the man's body. He was very angry and driven by revenge for his father. The man had already fallen powerlessly to the floor and was bleeding. However, ZYK did not stop there and decided to finish his goal completely. He swung his sword and shouted loudly. At that moment, the boy promised himself to survive this hell and change this rotten world. Now Zeke felt similar emotions, watching the suffering of the innocent residents. He could not stand still, so he began to act. Covering his body with the penguin's energy, Zeke rose from his seat and rose high into the air, heading towards the giant. He was rapidly approaching the wooden monster, which continued to destroy the village. He had serious intentions to stop his tyranny. After getting within the right distance, Zeke used the maximum amount of energy to deliver a blow that would help stop this giant. The young man left a hole in the giant monster's cheek. But this was not enough for the giant to fall off his feet and stop. Physis turned to the young man and warned him that he had already said that he would not be able to let anyone through to the next level. However, ZYK did not want to listen to this. He continued to rage and emit a colossal amount of dark energy around him. He said that he entered this fight to make the judge keep his word, and also to save completely innocent people. The grunt could observe the events from inside the young man's body. He understood that Zeke wanted to become stronger with the help of anger. A sinister smile appeared on the penguin's face. He understood that he could help the young man win this difficult battle. The grunt turned to his partner and told him to concentrate all his strength in his hands. He explained that now is the time to increase combat power. ZYK did not understand at all what the companion was talking about, and did not take him seriously. The grunt said that you should just trust him in this situation. Zeke had no choice as he was using the power of a penguin. He began to focus energy in his hands, forming energies. ZYK was absolutely shocked when his hands literally increased in size 5 times. Instead of toy gloves, real dragon claws formed. Even the Supreme Judge himself was surprised by this turn of events. He could watch the reincarnation of the young man right in front of his face. However, this was not enough to resist the monster, according to Physis. He swung his giant arm to finish off the enemy, but ZYK turned out to be an unusual opponent. He used the power of those claws for the first time, but it was very successful, severing the monster's arm. After that, the young man proceeded to the entire body of the giant, and began to chop it into pieces with the help of claws at an incredible speed. Physis was shocked by the contestant's skills. He had never met anything like this before and was in a not very favorable position. Despite all the wounds on the giant's body, the Supreme Judge said that it was still useless, and that no one would be able to defeat him. Zeke was simply shocked when he saw the following in front of him. The monster's body began to heal right before his eyes, closing the wounds with new plants. The young man realized that the giant possessed the technique of regeneration. He concluded that he and his partner just need to attack harder. Some local residents were lucky to survive and get out from under the vines. They were watching a monster that was literally destroying their village. People could not believe that this was really a Supreme Judge. He was no longer the kind judge they had known before. Fried approached this man to help him. He said he needed to leave the area immediately because it was dangerous. The man expressed his displeasure to the chief of staff, who does nothing. He asked if she was going to help the local people. Maylin felt very uncomfortable in this situation. She could not begin to do anything until she received an order from the Chief Justice. Zeke shouted and asked if the woman would wait until the judge completely destroyed the city, and with it all its inhabitants. Maylin did not understand how she should act in this situation. On the one hand, Fried said everything correctly, but on the other hand there was an order. Suddenly, the chief of staff noticed that the child was in danger in the form of a vine that was about to fall on her body, collapsing the building under its weight. The creeper began to fall directly on the body of the innocent victim, who could not do anything. Suddenly, the little girl was very surprised when she realized that she was saved. The liana above her head was destroyed. The head of security decided to take the side of local residents after all. She mentally apologized to the judge for breaking the rules. Maylin took responsibility for the residents, and ordered her wards to save as many people as possible who could survive. Fried watched the woman and was pleased with her choice. But most of all, the man was worried about a completely different situation. He looked at the giant monster and thought about his friend. He could only hope that everything would be fine with ZYK. Meanwhile, the battle between the young man and the giant was in full swing. Now Zykov was threatened by danger in the form of a giant hand above him. Being in the grip of a huge fist, Zeke decided to use his new claws and began to cut the monster's hand into small pieces. A fraction of a second later, the fist of the wooden giant flew into pieces in different directions. Zykov managed to avoid inevitable death. He was not going to stop there and immediately launched a counterattack with loud shouts. He was determined to seriously beat the judge. The young man struck a powerful blow directly into the chest of the giant, where the judge was. A lot of dark energy was thrown into the air from such a collision. Physis was simply shocked by this turn of events. His armor literally began to disintegrate before his eyes, and dark energy seeped out. He could not believe that one of the contestants was able to penetrate the armor of the Supreme Judge. Before that, it seemed simply impossible. However, ZYK was different from other contestants. With the help of his claws, he broke through the judge's armor and made him feel the pain of ordinary people. Zykov managed to leave the giant monster without control. This made it many times easier for him to fight the enemy in the future. Physis could not withstand the pressure from the enemy and fell powerless to the floor. He had to survive a rather hard landing on the asphalt. Zeke was very pleased with the result of this fight. He stood over the defeated opponent and laughed at the fact that he calls himself a judge. However, Physis was not going to give up just yet. A smile appeared on his face from the fact that his opponent gave him the opportunity to have fun. In his head, he remembered a moment from the past when he met this young man. Then their meeting was completely different. Physis behaved like a real supreme judge, not giving the opportunity to doubt himself. He stood with his foot on the young man's face. Suddenly, lying motionless on the ground, the judge began to move his hand. He was not going to give up and wanted to continue the fight. He used the natural vines to attack the enemy. Plants began to rise from the ground in large numbers. Zeke rose into the air to increase his chances of attacking. He was threatened by several dozen vines right in front of his face. The young man carefully watched the movements of the enemy in order to avoid unnecessary surprises. He perfectly understood that vines must be dealt with as soon as possible. Using his penguin energy, Zeke cut through the vines in front of him. They couldn't give him any trouble. The young man demonstrated his superiority on the battlefield. He turned to the referee and told him that his techniques would no longer work against him. Physis did not pay attention to the words of the enemy. He replied that Zeke could repeat once more that he wanted to become the ruler of the heavens. The referee began to gather energy in his right hand and said that he would have loved to play this game again, but he was tired of giving up. With the help of the energy vines, Physis formed giant wings behind his back, which were like swords and had several purposes. He was really tired of playing with the enemy. He gave him a rather serious look and offered to start the second round. Meanwhile, the rest of the contestants continued to struggle with the natural disaster. Dean tried to counter the vines with his slingshot. The woman used her powerful hammer to burn all the plants in her path. She tried her best. All this was done in order to save local residents. Having cleared the way, the soldiers could finally evacuate several victims. Fried couldn't stop thinking about his friend fighting with the judge. He constantly looked behind him, where ZYK was. The chief of staff immediately noticed that something was wrong with the man. She said that she would take care of the rest of the victims herself. Instead, she advised Frida to go to his friend and help him, as it was his duty as a comrade. Fried nodded his head in response to Malin. He was very grateful that she had allowed him to intervene in this duel with the judge. The man instantly got up from his seat and headed towards the fighting. Fried understood very well that one had to hurry in order not to be late. He moved towards his companion at top speed. At the same time, he scanned the area to spot his friend. Finally, Fried managed to find Zeke. However, his expression said that his friend was not well at the moment. The Supreme Judge stood on the body of the defeated opponent, which was ZYK. He was not going to finish off the young man once and for all. Fried began to worry even more about the fate of his friend. He was behind the Supreme Judge and tried to talk to his friend. ZYK at this moment could not speak at all. His body was exhausted and unable to move after a long and hard battle. Fried landed in front of the referee to protect his teammate. Physis asked the contestant if he really wanted to help his friend. He praised the young man for his courage, but said that it was too late. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Fried was simply shocked when he heard that the judge was going to kill his friend. Fried understood that Physis was quite capable of this. As soon as the judge lowered his sharp swords to the victim's neck, energy balls immediately flew in his direction, stopping him. Fried wasn't going to just stand by while his friend was killed. He said that he would never allow his friend to be killed in his life. Physis was not at all surprised by this turn of events. He did not understand why all this was necessary and called the contestant a psycho. Fried realized that it was time for close combat. He picked up his sword and headed towards the enemy to protect his comrade. Physis hadn't even gotten close to the enemy, but had already managed to attack him with his remote sword vine. Fried did not expect such a turn of events, and was forced to quickly block the blow. He managed to remain unharmed after this attack. After that, the contestant delivered a powerful blow with his sword, radiating maximum energy. However, this turned out to be not enough. The Supreme Judge easily blocked the young man's blow with his hand, which he turned into a block of wood. Fried guessed that it would be difficult for her. He immediately decided to pick up his sword and prepare for his next attack. Having retreated to the right distance, the man began to create energy balls in the air and was going to use a technique called memory light. When the contestant pointed his sword towards the opponent, a colossal barrage of energy blows fell on the judge. Physis was forced to retreat, but he wasn't going to do it just like that. He began to gather his energy in his index finger to counterattack. Literally in a fraction of a second, the judge formed a huge forest of vines, which was able to block the enemy's attack and absorb the blow. Fried was not going to stand still and chase the enemy. He easily cut through the vines with his sword. The man continued to move relentlessly towards the enemy. He was already almost close to his head. The victory was close. However, Physis was a very difficult opponent. Sensing the danger, the Supreme Judge decided to act in advance and grabbed the contestant by the neck. Fried was simply shocked by this turn of events. He did not have time to react to this, and now he was trapped by the enemy. Physis got tired of playing with the man and decided to finish him off with the swords he pulled towards him with his hand. Fried found himself in a very difficult position. The sharp swords ended up right in his body. The man screamed loudly in pain. Physis pulled the swords out of the opponent's body immediately after the attack. Fried landed on one knee, leaning on his sword. The Supreme Judge delivered a non-fatal blow to his opponent so that he could still move. Physis reached for his sword. He said that he was not going to leave the man alive for his actions. He said that he would now join his friend. The referee swung his sword for the final blow. How shocked he was when his shot was blocked by another contestant. It was ZYK who managed to save his friend. He said that he was written off early and that he is still alive. The Supreme Judge warned the young men that no matter how much they attacked him, they would still lose this battle and die sooner or later. Zeke asked his friend if he could stand up at all. Fried replied that he could do it, but with great difficulty. ZYK told his friend that he would really like to, but it looks like he won't be able to do it on his own. Fried understood his friend half a word. Zeke looked at his friend with a smile on his face. He perfectly understood that Fried would not leave him in this situation and would help him fight. Fried also looked at his friend, smiling. They had come all this way together, and now they just couldn't lose this fight. Simply meeting their eyes, the young men understood each other and rushed to attack the enemy, despite his obvious superiority. They had a common goal just ahead. Physis still couldn't understand why all this was necessary, since it was all useless. He brought his hands up to attack with his swords from a distance. He once again warned his opponents that they would still lose. Physis could fight at a distance with his swords. The young men had to stop a step away from the judge and confront the swords. It was quite difficult to do, especially for the wounded Fried. He missed a few more punches and blood appeared on his body again. The same could be said about Zeke. He did not expect such a force and did not calculate the power of the sword that his glove did not block. But all the same, ZYK was in a much better position than his friend. Fried could hardly stand on his feet after the last fight. Zeke spoke loudly to his friend and told him not to give up as they would never make it to heaven if they lost now. Fried felt support from his friend, but he did not understand why it was needed. He considered the young man quite an extraordinary person. Instead of pursuing his own goals, Zeke tried to encourage his comrade. This brought a smile to his face. Fried started to get to his feet, and said that he wasn't even going to give up. He added that the real battle will begin only now. Zeke asked his friend if he was full of coma events that happened to them a long time ago, when they had to face a terrible monster. Then the young men were at a complete disadvantage, just as they are now. But they managed to gather their strength and defeat that giant. Fried remembered that day perfectly, but now the situation was completely different. Then they were somewhat lucky. ZYK replied that there was no other way out. A smile appeared on the boy's face and he said that sometimes you have to take risks, even if it is reckless and stupid. Fried felt this passion from his friend. He warned that they will have only one chance, so it cannot be missed. The friends decided to retreat back to come up with a plan for the offensive. These actions of the enemy caused surprise in the Supreme Judge. The events on the battlefield had already taken him to his bones. He looked at his enemies and asked what the fool they were up to again. The allies were located on different sides from the enemy. ZYK, who was on the left side of the enemy, decided to attack first. Physis cast his gaze in the young man's direction and assessed his speed. He perfectly understood that he needed to be as careful as possible. Fried watched his friend's actions and waited for a signal. Physis understood very well that another young man would not stand idly by. ZYK gave a powerful blow to the nose with his fist. Physis was able to avoid the collision at the last moment, and did not expect that it would approach so quickly. At the moment when ZYK attacked the enemy, Fried got up from his place and headed in the opposite direction from the enemy. A smoke screen formed around the Supreme Judge after the impact. He was very angry with the young man who dared to attack him head-on. At this moment, Fried had already managed to get behind the enemy. Physis did not expect one of the enemies to be here. He had to react very quickly to the danger and block the shot with his hand. At that moment, he said that such tricks do not work with him, but his block turned out to be unsuccessful, as Fried simply bypassed his opponent and continued without touching his body. Physis could not understand what was happening and why the enemy had fled. Meanwhile, ZYK was behind him and was about to attack. The Supreme Judge turned his head at the last moment and noticed the young man in front of him. He still underestimated his speed. Physis found himself stuck between two opponents. He decided to act immediately and raised his right hand up to counterattack. The Supreme Judge was going to use his winged swords to block and simultaneously counterattack the opponents from two sides. Zeke was not going to let the enemy do that. He was already a centimeter away from finishing off the enemy. Fried did everything at the same time as his friend. Approaching the enemy with a weapon, the man shouted loudly. Physis found himself between two fires and did not have time to use his technique. He did not know how to avoid danger now. The allies dealt a double powerful blow to the Supreme Court from different sides. Physis was unable to block this and was defeated. Physis did not expect that he would be defeated. He was caught off guard and now he couldn't do anything about it. After a double blow, the Supreme Judge fell powerlessly to the ground. The smoke screen around him dissipated after a few seconds. The other contestants were simply shocked by what happened. They couldn't believe that the Supreme Judge had lost a battle to some kids. The huge vines formed by Physis began to disperse and dissolve in the air. This was due to the fact that the judge lost strength. Malin also couldn't believe that someone could defeat her boss. She couldn't even imagine that Physis would lose this battle. Local residents began to rejoice at this event. Most of all, they were satisfied that the destruction and suffering of the village had stopped. Dean and the woman could breathe a sigh of relief. They were proud of their allies for saving this small Tier 1 town. After catching her breath, the girl raised her head and saw something that surprised her. This was their way to another level. The heavenly gate at the top of the tree opened and some of the participants headed there. They no longer wished to remain at this rotten level. Physis lay motionless on the ground and showed no signs of life. The blow was too powerful for him to regain consciousness quickly. Zeke and Fried did everything perfectly. Now they could rejoice in the two, because they defeated a very strong opponent, no matter what. Suddenly, the boys heard loud screams behind them and were very surprised. A whole bunch of local residents were approaching in their direction. They literally surrounded the heroes and began to thank them for saving their city. They called it the event of the century. Residents began to throw the heroes up, forming a circle of glory for them. Zeke and Fried could not even imagine this when they got here. Suddenly, the allies snatched their friends from the hands of the locals and apologized for interrupting this moment of glory. Zeke wasn't too pleased, but the woman kept apologizing and saying they needed to hurry, so it worked out that way. Zeke broke free from his ally and asked why she was in such a hurry. Fried also broke free and replied that their ally was quite right. The woman explained her decision by the fact that everyone except them had already risen to another level. Zeke was simply shocked to hear this information. Then, the young man decided to say goodbye and once again thank the local residents. He waved to them and promised to see them very soon. Fried agreed much more reservedly than his friend. He understood that he could not wait a minute and had to leave immediately. He lifted his eyes up and looked towards the heavenly gate. They were so close it was hard to believe. The 4 allies immediately flew towards the heaven gate to ascend the mountain. At this moment, Physis began to regain consciousness. He wasn't too pleased when he saw that the heaven portal was open and anyone with wings could enter it. The Supreme Judge was very angry with the last contestants. He said in an angry voice that he would not let them in there for anything. Immediately after these words, Physis formed a huge wooden hand from vines, which came out from under the ground and was ready to stop the trespassers. The contestants could not believe that the judge remained alive. A giant hand was approaching them with great speed. It was clear that the judge's goal is not the contestants, but the portal. They needed to stop the giant at any cost. Dean threw his head back and let out a loud shout that Physis was going to have a closed portal at this rate. The woman couldn't believe that they wouldn't get to the portal. The goal was so close that it was difficult to retreat from it. Fried refrained from speaking and simply watched the events through gritted teeth. He was troubled by the fact that the journey would be in vain. A wooden hand just passed by the little boy's body. He was very worried about his situation, but everything was fine with him. ZYK understood that something had to be done. He looked at his hand and remembered that when he was angry, he felt a strange surge of strength. He remembered the words of his companion, who said that this was the chance to rise to the next level by using this power. Zeke decided not to rush towards the heavenly gate anymore, but stopped and turned to face the giant hand of the Supreme Judge. He promised his allies to deal with this hand. He ordered them to fly back, and he himself was going to enter the battle. The giant hand continued its movement with tremendous speed. The young man stood in her way to prevent her from destroying the portal. There is no way to control this power. He just decided to concentrate the energy in his hand, like last time, as the grumbler said. He didn't understand how this technique worked, but he felt a surge of strength again. The main thing was that the young man believed in his victory. He was completely confident in his abilities and headed towards the giant hand. Anyone else would have already put on their pants. The young man put all his energy into his right hand and told Physis that he was certainly serious. But there was one catch. ZYK was also not going to give in to the strength of the enemy and wanted to defeat him. The passion in his eyes did not fade for a second. The young man prepared to face the giant hand and shouted that the one who believes in himself will win the battle. Zeke put all his energy into this shot. It emitted a colossal amount of dark energy, which gradually began to transform into a dragon, which was by far the most powerful technique in Zeke's arsenal. He could easily absorb anything in his path. The dark energy dragon began to devour the wooden arm. Zykov didn't even have to do anything except put energy into it. Then the dragon could do everything himself. He began to devour and bite the fingers on the wooden hand without feeling any resistance. Physis simply could not withstand such a force. He was absolutely shocked when he saw the power the energy dragon possessed. The wooden hand was completely defeated by the dragon. The Chief Justice could do nothing about it and continued to sit on the ground. Zeke once again won the fight against the first-level judge. He looked down and advised Physis to treat people better from now on. He also thanked the evil ant who was the chief of staff. Maylin at this moment approached her boss after his defeat. She smiled pleasantly and told the contestants that they can now fly, but advised them not to break the rules again. The participants immediately rushed to the portal, as time was running out. They entered the heavenly gate, hoping to still have time. They managed to get to another level and leave the city of Icarus behind. Many new challenges and dangers awaited the allies. Physis was left sitting on the ground with nothing. He failed to stop the last contestants, and was very upset. The man could not understand why he wanted to stop them in the first place, and why he fought so hard, not giving anyone the opportunity to break through further. He was guided by some incomprehensible force. He was supposed to send at least one contestant to another level, but he did not choose one, and kept them until the last one. Physis was perfectly aware of the fact that he was hated by all the contestants. But he still did not want to let them go, keeping someone for 3 years. He also knew that due to the frequent skirmishes, he would not be able to hold off the challengers, but he still tolerated their constant rebellions. He put his hat back on and thought that the higher you go in the sky, the more you learn how cruel this world is. He mentally spoke to the contestants who were on the second level. Biting his lip, He said that very soon they would be disappointed in everything, just like he once did. The Level 1 Supreme Judge looked towards the Heaven's Gate, which had closed after his defeat. Only ZYK could bring a smile to the court's face. He constantly remembered the young man's words that he wanted to become the ruler of heaven. Raising his head once more, Physis asked Zeke if he could see another world that had been dead for over 500 years. His philosophical thoughts were interrupted by Malin. The woman complained to the man and asked why he was not behaving like a judge at all. She recalled that Physis once defended his city and the contestants with a smile on his face, and the local residents liked it very much. The Chief Justice had nothing to answer. Suddenly, he noticed how the local residents began to come out of hiding and approach him. People were scared to death by what the judge had done before. Finally, they could come out from behind the walls, because they were saved by the contestants. They began to gather around the Supreme Judge, who was lying on the ground. There were more and more people, and they gained the courage to say everything. A little girl in that crowd started to cry as she said the judge's name. She begged him to stop what he was doing. She did not want to believe in a bad judge. For her, there was only that handsome judge whom she had always known and wanted back. Physis was just shocked to hear such words. He needed them vitally in order to understand what he had turned into. Realizing these phrases, Physis lowered his head and bit his lip. It seemed that at any moment the girl's words could break him into tears. The chief of staff watched her boss with a smile on her face. She believed that he would finally be able to realize his actions and be reborn. Malin hugged the little girl and asked the judge if he understood everything. The woman added that it was time to put things in order. Physis understood very well that he was not the best judge. It seems that now he was finally ready to change for the sake of the residents. The contestants managed to break through the sky portal and ended up in a cloud. There was absolutely nothing around, except air and water. Immediately after the ally entered the next level, the sky gate began to close. They miraculously managed to break through. Zeke watched as the portal closed and felt a little sorry that they had to leave the first level despite the ill-mannered judge. Fried was in complete agreement with his friend. He also didn't want to leave this level, as he left many memories behind. Zeke said that he would miss these lands, despite the fact that they had too much trouble there. Fried thanked the two allies for their help. He admitted that he had never been able to get to another level on his own. ZYK also thanked his friends for the productive union. Only together they were able to overcome all obstacles and climb to the second level. Dean could feel his body not accepting the change in climate. His old bird was surprised that at such a young age the boy was already getting old. The woman hugged ZYK and thanked him for his courage. She noted that the boy had grown a lot in her eyes. Zykov didn't really like hugs. Suddenly, he turned his attention to his left shoulder. Something strange began to happen there. The sign lit up. The bright blue sign continued to form. He became like a horseshoe. ZYK still did not understand what was happening. The same mark appeared on the woman's left thigh. Unlike ZYK, she was pleased to receive him. Dean was also glad to see the blue mark on his left wrist. He appeared quite suddenly and caused a lot of emotions. Fried got exactly the same on his right fist. He understood that this sign would allow them to continue their movement higher. It was a heavenly symbol, which the participants only knew about by hearsay. Now they saw him with their own eyes. Once, the chief of staff told the contestants that the heavenly sign is given to the applicants who managed to pass the judge's test. Also, a stranger once spoke about this on the streets of Iraq. He told exactly that, although he had never seen him. Zeke asked his friend if they really wouldn't have been able to get here without this sign. Fried replied that the sign was necessary to rise higher. He looked at his right hand and said that they had just managed to get the approval of the first referee. But the adventures did not end there. Many more challenges awaited the contestants. They had to receive tasks from a judge at each level, and complete them all. Fried said that if they had passed to another level without this symbol, the judge had every right to punish them. Zeke was simply shocked by such a statement. He asked if they got permission from the judge, because they beat him and broke through. Fried assumed that they completed the judge's fruit-finding task, so the task counted for them and there would be no punishment. Zeke caught the logic in his friend's words. He was never particularly intelligent, and needed time to digest information. After these words, the young man began to rejoice that nothing was in danger for them now, since the symbol was already in their hands and everything was fair. Immediately after that, ZYK began to rapidly climb up and call his allies after him. He wanted to get on as fast as possible, but the gates of heaven turned out to be treacherous. An empty iron bottle just hit the young man's face, crashing at high speed. ZYK began to get angry at this situation. He caught the bottle and wondered where the trash inside the sky portal came from anyway. The rest of the participants looked behind ZYK and could not contain the horror in their eyes. ZYK did not understand what was happening. The young man turned his head back to see for himself the danger that might threaten them. He was quite skeptical about it, but everything was worse than ZYK had expected. Just in front of the participants, a giant vortex formed, which continued to grow. The contestants immediately understood that the tornado was up to no good. The woman assumed they would have to break through it. Dean tried to encourage his teammates, and told them not to be afraid, as they were overcoming much more dangerous obstacles on their way. The natural disaster continued to increase with every second. The other contestants tried to break through the tornado, but it was difficult. They did not expect to encounter such a force. Trying to break through, the participants became part of the tornado and were whirled around. One of the men could not contain his emotions. He watched the natural disaster with horror on his face, not foreseeing anything good. The tornado began to engulf the participants who were nearby. They shouted loudly and begged to save them from death. However, it was already too late. The natural calamity engulfed them with great speed, leaving no possibility of escape. Dean watched with horror in his eyes as the contestant fell down from powerlessness. It seems that he has finished his journey to heaven. Dean became very concerned about his situation, and asked Zeke if going back to level 1 would be a better solution. Zeke was angry with the boy after these words. Dean asked him to let him go as he valued life much more than some inexplicable level. However, ZYK disobeyed his ally. He said that he would not let him go and would take him with him, and then he would also thank him. Other allies also decided to follow the young man. They were moving up towards the tornado, trying to overcome the natural disaster. The woman did not expect that the wind would be so strong. Her strength was not enough to break through the tornado. Freed turned to his friend and warned him that they needed to stick together if they wanted to get out of here alive. ZYK replied that he understood this perfectly, so he decided to wait for the allies. In this case, ZYK heeded the advice of a friend. As soon as the young man turned his head forward, he saw something terrible in front of him. His gaze suddenly changed and radiated fear. Just in front of Zeke's face began to form wind currents that came out of the tornado. They wanted to take the young man with them. Fried immediately noticed the danger that threatened his friend. He shouted loudly, warning his comrade of the danger ahead. ZYK replied that he could see everything perfectly, and put his glove on to prevent himself from being sucked in. He was surprised by the power of nature. The young man decided to use energy to overcome the natural disaster. He threw a powerful punch to avoid being sucked in. According to the contestant, his energy was not enough to resist nature. So far, everything has worked out for him. He tried his best to fight the wind, which was starting to annoy him. ZYK was going to stick to his own strategy. His allies were simply shocked by his actions. They called him an idiot who acted recklessly and considered the plan a failure. However, ZYK was not going to stop. It continued to release enormous amounts of energy, and the wind waves disappeared from the radar. The young man was satisfied with the result of his actions. He turned to his allies and asked if they really doubted his strength. The woman couldn't believe it actually worked. Dean was generally just shocked and admired the heroism displayed by Zeke, but everything turned out not at all as ZYK wanted. Although the tornado disappeared from the radar, the wind began to swirl in a circle again. Literally after a fraction of a second, a new tornado appeared, which became even bigger than the previous one. The allies began to get angry with Zeke. The young man felt guilty. He tried to somehow fix this situation and turned everything to the colossal power of Mother Nature. However, it didn't matter now. The contestants were in mortal danger in the form of a tornado that was approaching in their direction. The participants did not have enough time to escape from the natural disaster. The tornado sucked them all in and began to swing in a circle. ZYK was no exception. He was made to pay for his attempt when he defied nature with an energy strike. However, ZYK was not going to give up on this. Somehow he managed to break through the hurricane and was outside of the tornado. The young man himself did not understand how he managed it. He broke out into a completely different world and was now flying over the dense forest below. Although ZYK was saved from the natural disaster, he could not stop now and shouted loudly, because he understood the consequences of his landing. The young man landed right among the thick fir trees that were everywhere. His landing was accompanied by a loud thump on the ground. Zykov had to endure excruciating pain after landing. He was very unhappy, but in the end everything was not so bad. The young man thanked the heavens for being alive. The grunt was not happy with such a landing and thought that he would soon fold his wings. The companions finally began to come to their senses. They looked around and wondered where they had gotten to. Suddenly, they heard someone crying behind one of the trees. Zeke immediately looked towards the tree, where he noticed a solitary figure. The partners did not understand at all what was happening in this forest. They looked closely at the stranger and tried to make out his face. It turned out that it was a girl. She continued to stand behind the tree and her body shook the moment she felt a gaze on her. A rather young girl felt very insecure. She barely mustered the courage to look out from behind the trunk and look at the strangers. Having found himself in another world, ZYK immediately suffered destruction and broke a tree. A young girl was standing in front of him. He did not expect to see a female person here. He tried to understand the purpose of her visit at the moment. The girl continued to tremble with fear and hid behind a tree. She was very afraid of a stranger and tried to avoid eye contact. When ZYK wanted to speak to the interlocutor, she was immediately afraid of him and hid behind a tree, as if sensing danger from the young man. Zeke was simply shocked and did not understand why. The grunt told his partner that his face was too scary at the moment. The girl decided not to run away, but simply hid behind the trees. At some point, she showed her face again, peeking out from behind the trunk. Companions began to quarrel with each other. Zeke found his face attractive enough even now, and Growl wanted more respect. Zeke injured his arm very badly when he landed. A wooden rolling pin stuck in his hand and provoked bleeding. The girl behind the tree immediately noticed the wooden object in the hand of the young man. She had very good eyesight to be able to do this. Now she herself wanted to speak to the stranger. She interrupted the quarrel of the companions and asked if everything was okay with the young man. Although she felt quite insecure, she dared to go beyond the trees and informed the young man that he was very badly wounded. Zeke wouldn't even have paid attention to the rolling pin in his hand if it hadn't been for the girl. Now he noticed that his right hand was bleeding profusely. Noticing this, ZYK immediately began to scream from the pain in his hand. The grunt just laughed at his partner, as he pretended to be sick. Suddenly, the girl quickly moved from her place and headed in the direction of the victim. ZYK by no means expected such a turn of events. The stranger literally glowed with happiness. It was clear from her that she likes to help people, despite her acquaintance. She was holding some kind of magic jar in her right hand. When the girl approached the victim, she opened it. The girl took out a star from her magic jar, which she held in her left hand. She asked the victim to be patient, and everything will be fine. Immediately after these words, the secret doctor knelt down and began to treat Zeke. The young man could not understand what was happening. The girl looked very satisfied and continued to treat. The magic star was above the wound and helped tighten the wound. Literally after a few seconds, nothing remained of the wound. The companions were simply shocked by how easily wounds can be healed. ZYK asked the girl who she was. The grunt wanted her to stay with them forever and heal her wounds. The girl presented herself as the best healer in the kingdom of labor. The companions were quite skeptical of her words. Introducing herself, the girl asked the strangers who they were and how they managed to injure themselves in a place where there is no danger. ZYK did not know where to begin the explanation. He began to say that they were caught in a tornado and could not get out. Looking up at the sky, Zeke added that they landed here after that. The girl also looked up and could not understand anything. The situation seemed quite strange. The interlocutors did not really understand each other, but this did not change the fact of their understanding. ZYK and his bird got to the second level called the Crossroads. This place was a little different from the first level. The companions had to overcome on their way the dense forest in which they were now in order to get to the crowded place. The partners began to wonder if their allies had died in this world. The girl was simply shocked, how easily they talk about death. She understood that the contestants had risen from the first level. She was surprised because it was the first time she had seen the applicant in person. She smiled pleasantly and warned the contestants to be careful as they might encounter danger on their way. Zeke told the girl not to worry as he would now be able to survive everything after her healing. Meanwhile, the hand began to swell. Opening his eyes, the young man was simply shocked to see the following in front of him. He looked at his swollen hand with horror on his face. ZYK began to wonder what was going on. The girl began to apologize for her treatment, which carries side effects. She felt uncomfortable, but there was nothing she could do. The girl apologized for the incident, and said that it would be over soon. Immediately after these words, the stranger began to leave the guests in the forest. ZYK tried to stop the doctor who was supposed to heal him once more. However, the girl did not want to listen to anything and ran away. ZYK tried to reach out to her, as he hoped to save his limb. Suddenly, the young man heard strange sounds behind him and turned his head. Just in front of him he saw a squad of soldiers moving on horses. Men were dressed in armor as well as animals. They looked like knights. The leader ordered to catch the witch immediately. They were moving at breakneck speed and in no time they were rushing past Zeke, who was silently watching everything with his companion. Hearing the words about the witch, ZYK immediately understood that his hand would not be sweet. The grunt said he immediately knew something was wrong with her. The leader of the knights on horseback was very serious, and told his charges that the witch must be caught at any cost. The knights had already almost caught up with the fugitive, who was much slower than them. The girl just ran away through the forest without looking back. Suddenly, she felt an unbearable pain in her back. One of the knights struck her with his sword to stop her and knock her down. Immediately after that, a squad of knights surrounded the witch. They were very pleased that they had finally managed to capture this trespasser. The leader of the squad of knights took the witch by the hair and pulled her up. The girl started screaming in pain and wanted someone to save her. ZYK followed the knights and caught up with them. He ended up in a clearing, where he saw men mocking a lone girl. The knight was not going to feel sorry for the witch who had caused so much evil. He told her to shut up because no one would save her. However, the man did not foresee that there might be someone else in the forest. Zeke decided to save the girl, and not just watch from the sidelines. The young man was in front of the knight in a fraction of a second and stopped his blow, which was intended for the witch. The man was simply shocked. He looked at the stranger and asked who he was and how he dared to interfere with the order of knights from fulfilling their duties. ZYK replied that he absolutely did not care which order he interfered with. He was only concerned that a very young child was being insulted. The knight tried to resist the stranger, but it was not possible. He was shocked at how strong the young man was at his age. Continuing to hold the knight's hand, Zeke turned his head to the potential witch and asked the girl if she even had a name. The girl continued to be held by the hair. Bitter tears appeared in her eyes and the war answered that her name was Stella. Zeke felt something strange, as if he had met this girl before. At this time, the knight was still trying to escape from the stranger's trap. The young man was a little tired of restraining his husband and decided to finish. Zeke did his best to throw the knight to the floor. Stella was simply shocked by the way things were developing. She did not even expect that someone would be able to save her from a hopeless situation. The other knights were simply shocked that their leader had been knocked down so easily. They realized that the enemy is quite strong. Zeke turned to face the witch and advised her to run away with him. He asked if she would do it, because otherwise she would just be caught. Stella couldn't do anything about her emotions. Her body refused to listen to her, as it was literally numb with fear. The young man understood that the girl would not have time to escape from the battlefield. Then he decided to stand in the way of the knights and give Stella a little more time. The girl was simply shocked that the young man was interceding for her. Bitter tears continued to fall from her eyes, which did not adorn her. At some point, Stella still dared to run away. She closed her eyes so as not to see all the horrors and just ran forward. The knights were simply shocked that the young man was helping the witch. They asked him how he dared to interfere with the order of the king himself. The men demanded that the young man explain what connected him with the witch. A smile appeared on Zika's face. He replied that he was not bound by anything, but the young man only meant that he had nothing to do with the witch. But with the girl herself there was something that connected them. ZYK remembered how in the Netherlands he was constantly called a thief and was not allowed to rest, chasing the little boy both day and night. Stella was now in the same situation. The young man literally saw a picture in his head of him running away from robbers with a girl. That is why ZYK decided not to retreat. He teamed up with his bird and decided to use force against the men. He rushed at them with loud shouts that they annoyed him very much because they wanted to insult a girl who was unable to defend herself. Zeke used a technique called Wild Fang and knocked the bodies of the knights off their horses with a powerful stream of energy. The young man himself landed from the other end, having performed the technique. He did everything as quickly as possible. Men could not do anything about it. The knights were on the ground after the last attack. Their mouths began to bleed from the fact that their internal organs were damaged. Suddenly, someone's figure began to appear from behind the smoke screen. A male voice suggested that he would have to intervene in this fight. ZYK still did not understand what was happening. He peered harder and harder into the smoke to see the man approaching him. It was another knight on a horse that had much more powerful armor. He said that bad children should be punished. After that, the knight jumped off his horse to the ground and performed an attack called the Rooster's Crest, striking with his great sword. The blow turned out to be so fast that ZYK did not have time to react to it. His right shoulder was damaged by this attack. The young man did not expect such speed from the enemy, so he did not have time to dodge. The blow on his shoulder was strong, causing him to scream. Having dealt a powerful blow to the enemy, the knight was somewhat surprised. He was confident that he would cut off the opponent's hand with his attack. However, at the last moment, ZYK managed to put his glove under the powerful sword of the enemy, avoiding a fatal wound on the right shoulder. The young man made an effort to remove the weight his opponent had placed on him. It turned out not to be as easy as he thought. Zeke looked at the small wound on his shoulder, and realized that if he had missed the moment of the attack, he would surely have lost his arm. The young man decided not to show his fear and laughed in the enemy's face. He asked him if that was all he could do. ZYK challenged the enemy to a duel, raising his left fist in front of him. He suggested that the enemy attack first, and give him a head start. The knight took his powerful sword in two hands and called the young man too confident, because he does not understand the seriousness of the situation. He was fully prepared to attack and began to gather energy. The knight asked the enemy if he could now counter him with something. Immediately after these words, he disappeared from the young man's sight. Zeke was simply shocked and did not understand what had just happened before his eyes. He did not see an enemy in front of him, and this alarmed him. The young man could not understand how it was possible to disappear from sight so easily. Suddenly, Zeke had a strange feeling and raised his frightened gaze upwards. What he saw made him sweat. Just above his head, the young man saw a knight who did not know how he ended up there. He swung his sword and was ready to attack. The man delivered a powerful blow with his mighty weapon, which stuck in the ground. ZYK managed to jump away from the impact site at the last moment. He felt a strange weakness and heaviness in his body. He couldn't believe that normal movements made him tired so quickly. However, now it was necessary to think about something completely different. He simply had an opponent in front of him, with whom he had not yet had to face. The knight was not going to sit in one place and immediately rush to the attack. Zik again managed to avoid a direct sword hit. The knight was not going to stop there and struck another blow. Now the young man was at the bottom and began to prepare for a counterattack. He used a technique called Wild Fist and delivered a powerful blow, radiating energy from his glove towards the opponent. However, he failed to reach the enemy. Zeke could not believe that he did not have enough strength to reach a greater distance. After this unsuccessful attack, the knight laughed at his enemy. He called the young man an ordinary bandit who must have just arrived here. ZYK was very angry with the enemy after these words. He did not like when he was not taken seriously and written off. The knight said that he did not care what the young man thought. He was going to finish off whoever prevented their plans from coming true. The man began to prepare for his attack, gathering all his energy in his left hand to channel it across the entire area of his weapon, to form around the knight, indicating that the flow of energy in his body had reached its maximum. ZYK looked at his opponent with horror on his face. He perfectly understood that very soon he would attack him, and everything could end. Even without falling to the ground, the knight attacked the enemy remotely with the chicken knife technique, radiating a colossal amount of energy. Zykov had to constantly retreat, but the flow of energy caught up with him and did not give him the opportunity to gain an advantage in speed. The young man knew very well that it was necessary to avoid another encounter with the enemy's sword, as it could prove fatal for him. Zeke decided to take to the air to make his escape easier. However, something went wrong. His wings refused to obey. The young man turned his head back and looked at the wings that had not opened. He couldn't understand what this fight was all about. Now the young man's situation has worsened several times. He had no choice but to simply block the enemy's attack. A powerful explosion rang out on the battlefield, which was accompanied by a huge release of energy. ZYK was forced to endure this blow. He blocked the last attack with great difficulty. After that, ZYK had to retreat to stay alive. He left the smoke screen that formed after the impact, doing a somersault in the air. The young man landed a few meters away, facing the enemy. The knight did not give his enemy a second to come to his senses. He began to attack him again to prevent the young man from resting. ZYK did not expect such a turn of events. He couldn't move fast, and he couldn't fly either, so he had to put his glove on the strike again. So far it was the only thing that saved the young man. The knight even wondered how the boy managed to get out alive every time. Having blocked the last attack of the enemy, ZYK decided not to sit on the defensive anymore, but to counterattack the enemy by surprise. The knight really did not expect that the enemy would immediately counterattack. He gave a powerful blow to the nose with his gauntlet, emitting dark energy. But this was not enough to defeat the enemy. On the young man's face you could see fear and misunderstanding of absolutely everything. The knight across from him remained standing still. After such a powerful blow, he didn't care at all. No scratch. Raising his sword aloft, the knight asked the young man if he would have any more surprises. ZYK could not say a word. The knight swung his sword and brought it down with all his might towards the enemy. A powerful weapon landed on the young man's left shoulder. Now, Zeke was unable to do anything as his strength was exhausted. From such a blow, his body began to sink into the ground. The young man was not ready for such a fight and did not calculate his options. His ligaments were damaged, and he could no longer continue the fight. The knight won this battle and now stood over the body of the defeated enemy, who could not stand up and was lying face down. This man ordered the other knights to immediately saddle their horses and go in search of the witch. In his opinion, it was easier to catch her outside the kingdom. The knights immediately carried out the order and headed towards the dense forest, where the witch, who for some reason was saved by a stranger, ran away from them. In the epicenter of events, the Red Knight did not even notice that his left arm was damaged. Now he could see her. Zeke was the only one who managed to damage the knight's armor. But the man did not understand why the young man showed his abilities before the beginning of the tests. He looked at the victorious opponent, who was bound by the knights, and called him a very interesting contender. ZYK was unconscious. Meanwhile, the knights on horses were already catching up with the witch. She managed to escape quite far, so it was easy to catch up with her. The knights knew perfectly well that they needed to speed up. Further on the horizon was foreign territory, where one could not set foot. The horse sped up at the command of its owners and found itself literally at arm's length from the target, which continued to run away. However, this was not enough to catch the girl. A huge shadow appeared on the horizon of one of the knights, falling on him. Just in front of the knights, someone very large and powerful landed. The path to the fugitive which was blocked. The knights were forced to stop because an obstacle appeared on their way. They became very wary at this point. In front of them was a whole squad of giant yetis, who were protecting the witch. They were not going to retreat because they were on their territory. Even the knights' horses began to fear their presence. They didn't want to move on because it was certain death. Yeti, who was standing in front, behaved completely calmly and watched the uninvited guests, who began to stew in front of him. One of the knights shouted loudly that they will not deviate from their goal and will ensure that the witch completes her earthly journey. Yeti was absolutely indifferent to the man's words. He bowed his head down and closed his eyes, showing no emotion. Literally after a second, his view changed dramatically. The giant began to look at men as his prey, which he would surely catch. Having felt this creepy look on themselves, the knights have already changed their mind to pursue the witch. They literally put it in their pants. As long as they were in their own territory, they could feel safe. But if they crossed the line, it would be the end. They couldn't do anything against the giants on their territory. They would be trampled in a moment if they only dared. The knights decided that life is more expensive than the death of a witch. They turned their backs on the Yeti and decided to leave. The men had no other choice if they wanted to live. Yeti calmly saw off the uninvited guests with a cold look ahead. He also had no burning desire to engage in battle with the enemy, so he was absolutely not against them fleeing their lands. After the enemies disappeared from the horizon, the Yeti addressed the girl below him, calling her Ms. Stella. He once again warned the girl not to leave the area without telling anyone, as it would put everyone at risk. Stella began to apologize to the giant. She found an excuse that she saw a falling star and decided to follow it. Yeti was shocked by this information. The girl quickly got confused and said that the anxiety was useless and there was no star. She was thinking about completely different things now, despite the dialogue. Her thoughts were far from here, in the place from which she had fled. Stella thought about the young man who stood up for her. She worried about him and hoped that everything would be fine with ZYK. ZYK was unconscious for some time. He had just begun to open his eyes when he saw a female silhouette commanding him to stand up. A woman from his small squad landed a powerful elbow right in the stomach. After that, Zykov didn't need anything else. The young man came to his senses together with his companion. His allies were nearby. Zeke had déjà vu when he got elbowed. Zeke looked around and saw the game. He immediately understood that these were prisons. The applicants ended up in the underground prison of the labor castle. The young man felt as if in his past life, where everything was not so bad in prison. Dean asked his ally what kind of life he was living. Suddenly, Zeke remembered his friend and asked the woman if she knew what happened to Fried after all those events. The girl replied that the man helped them get through the tornado, but then they separated. She hoped he didn't fall down. The woman behaved very cautiously on another level. She felt that there was a completely different atmosphere here and was worried about the rest. She got very angry when she realized that ZYK didn't even want to listen to her. Together with Vorshin, they tried to stick their heads out of the cage. The woman was grateful to Dean for always listening to her, even though he was the most hopeless in their little pack. The boy did not understand why he was chosen for this role. But he decided not to contradict the woman and simply match his image. Suddenly, ZYK informed the allies that someone was approaching them. He knew from his past experience that he had to behave politely. Someone was really approaching their cell. It was not the first time that ZYK had been in prison, so he understood how to behave in order to get out. A man with a thick book in his hands was slowly approaching their camera. He wore a long robe and also a dark hood. The man was the first to start a conversation with the prisoners. He already knew that the prisoners were new contenders who had just arrived on these lands. As ZYK said, they behaved as politely as possible. The young man confirmed that they are newbies and don't know anything here yet. Suddenly, the smile on his face disappeared as he remembered the events that followed. Perhaps it would be better not to disclose them in prison, but ZYK had already started talking, so he finished the sentence. He informed the man that he simply saved a defenseless girl. His allies continued to smile, but understood that the young man had said too much, although he himself had said to behave politely. The man who visited the prison immediately recognized ZYK and assumed that he was the same young man who prevented the knights from catching the witch. The man introduced himself as a priest who guards the local judge of the Kingdom of Labor. Among the locals, he was known as Denzel. The contestants were very surprised when they heard this information. They did not expect that such a respected official would visit them. The woman immediately asked the priest why his men had seized the applicants. She demanded to explain the course of their thoughts. Denzel felt very uncomfortable with this question. After thinking for some time, he still decided to tell the truth to the applicants. The bodyguard of the Labor Kingdom judge said that now there are huge problems in their area that are difficult to overcome. Not all of them faced deadly hunger. People did not have even a piece of bread and died due to insufficient food. The priest told someone that from the beginning their land was not very fertile, but still there was enough fruit for food. However, Everything changed very dramatically when one person entered the arena. He met the girl who was later nicknamed the Witch. Denzel told the suitors that this girl used to be a servant, an assistant to the king who humbly performed her duties, but it only lasted for a while. At some point, the girl began to desire power and let the darkness into her soul. Desperately desiring the king's power, the girl tamed an army of monsters to help her take over the kingdom and overthrow the king. Very soon the war began, which brought a lot of victims. It continued for quite a long time, and in the end victory came. The witch was defeated in this war and was forced to retreat with her monsters. However, her misdeeds did not end there. The sky above the kingdom of labor was usually bright and starry. But clouds gradually began to form, which closed the space around. All this was caused by the fact that the witch decided to leave the kingdom without food. Thick clouds blocked the sun's rays and prevented the fruits from growing. The priest finished this sad story and explained that it is precisely because of this that the kingdom has been in such a state for 30 years. He was very angry with the witch for her actions. He said that until recently the girl was hiding, but now she has appeared again. ZYK could not put together a puzzle in his head. He asked the man if this 30-year-old girl was not very young or even unborn. Denzel gave the pretender a cold look and explained that a witch does not age at all, gaining youth by killing other people. The woman could not understand what they were here for at all, because they are ordinary applicants who could not know about the internal problems of the kingdom. Denzel immediately became flustered and slurred his words. He said that they probably rushed to make this decision after all. The man could certainly assume that one of them was a spy for the witch, but that was too much. That is why the priest decided to open the cage. Having opened the passage to freedom, Denzel bowed before the innocent people and apologized for the fact that they locked them in prison. He looked at Zeke and said that it was definitely a misunderstanding. The man hoped that the applicants would understand his position. As soon as the contestants left their cage, Denzel smiled and beckoned them to follow him. He said a second-level judge was waiting for them. King Labor and the judge of the second level were in their rooms. Julius too sat on his throne together with his grandchildren. All applicants who were able to rise to another level were brought to him. They continued to gather and await the king's speech. ZYK looked askance at the children who were sitting on the judge's lap. The grunt also suspected something strange about these emotionless children. Zeke felt something strange inside him. He couldn't explain it, but these kids gave him very mixed emotions. The grunt looked at the royal throne and began to cry. Zeke was just shocked that the penguin would say he misses his throne. King Julius began to speak and asked his wards if these were really the pretenders who made a mess on the first level. Zeke and his allies were simply shocked to hear such a sentence. They didn't expect to be received like this at this level. The woman was very worried about her situation. She wanted to leave with the water dry and throw all the responsibility on the boys. Dean was of exactly the same opinion. He wanted to blame the elders, and pretend to be an inexperienced and young guy himself. However, Zeke outdid them both with his speech. He admitted that they all made a mess on the first level of heaven together. The king began to look at the suitors with contempt. His gaze was cold and serious, which could frighten anyone. Suddenly, Julius II began to laugh and told the contenders to calm down, as he was nothing like a first-level judge. Zykov thought it was quite funny. He laughed with the king and called him a normal man, not one like Physis. Julius too immediately decided to get down to business. He thought that the challengers should have already been told about the problems their kingdom was having. The king once again told about the witch Stella, who stained their sky with evil. He also repeated that she steals human lives. The most important factor in the fight against the witch was that she wanted to steal the king's power. This greatly disturbed Julius too. Putting his left hand forward, the king announced that now he most of all needed the help and the mighty power of the contenders. The contestants were simply shocked by this speech. They did not understand whether the king did not have enough power to decide everything by himself. The judge ordered the contestants to move the star fragments from the witch's garden. He was ready to count it as a test at the second level of heaven. Julius promised to raise up everyone who will be involved in this mission. In addition, he planned to form a squad of members of the witch hunters. He said that this squad will be completely under his control and sponsorship. All necessary weapons were allocated for hunting. The king also added that despite the difficult food situation, the hunting squad will be fully equipped with food for a week. The king was absolutely serious about this mission. He pointed with his hand to the left, where there were already people ready to investigate the witch. The contestants were pleasantly shocked by this turn of events. Their eyes lit up with impatience, and they wanted to become members of this unit. ZYK alone would agree rather strangely. While everyone was rejoicing in their privileges, the young man wondered if it was all true. He ran through the face of the same witch 100 times in his head, but each time he made sure that her eyes were very kind. The king, meanwhile, watched the challenger from his throne. Zeke did not notice that the supreme judge was now looking in his direction. Julius III turned to his bodyguard and priest and asked if this was the same youth who defeated the judge on the first level, pointing to Zychus. Denzel confirmed the king's guesses. He said that this is indeed the same challenger who managed to win the Supreme Court battle. Zeke felt quite uncomfortable in this castle. Moreover, he noticed that the king and his assistant were whispering about something. The judge planned to use Zeke's power. Denzel was against it, since they're just kids, especially since the judge has to be fair. But the king did not agree with this opinion. He didn't care about the young man. He only wanted to get the witch's power for himself. The participants simply couldn't stand it anymore and approached the table where the weapons were. They began to look around with delight in their eyes. The allies were behind and simply watched. Of course, they were also delighted, but not thoughtful. ZYK. The woman offered to join the witch hunters since they would still have to pass the test to get to another level. Dean completely agreed with the ally. He wanted to get these treasures under the guise of wanting to help a poor country. Zeke kept thinking about the witch he saved. He finally decided to tell his friends the truth about the person he remembered in the presence of the priest. The guy and the woman were simply shocked by such information. They opened their mouths in surprise and simply could not believe their ears. Zeke tried to explain something, but could not. He said that he simply does not like all this, so he will not join the ranks of this unit. The woman didn't want their squad to split up because they needed to stick together. Their problem has always been Zeke, who is looking for adventure on his own, but he could not be left as he was the main force. The woman mentioned his colossal abilities, which just need to be used correctly. The girl offered a compromise in this situation and wanted to discuss their further actions. She aimed to do good for everyone. However, she had one condition: that they stay together. It was not difficult to do, but no one paid attention to these words. The woman felt tension behind her back and turned her head to make sure that something was really happening there. She overheard the other contestants whispering to each other about their union. They shunned their presence and feared their power. Absolutely all applicants wanted to get rid of this strong alliance. They were ready at any moment to get rid of him, as soon as it was possible. The woman informed her allies that they were attracting too much attention, so from now on it was necessary to act more carefully and together. However, ZYK generally distanced himself from the conversation. The girl was very angry with the young man because he refused to listen to her. ZYK ignored the emotions of his ally and offered his option. He wanted to go to the city so that he could find Fried there. The woman decided to calm her emotions and agreed to this proposal. After all, the idea of finding a companion wasn't so bad. Dean told his allies that they were giving up the treasure for nothing. His old bird was of exactly the same opinion on this score. When his friends told the boy to stay, he immediately refused and said he would follow them, asking them not to leave him here. King Julius too carefully watched the contestants. He did not understand where they were going and why I did not want to join the squad. The friends decided to go to the central street of the Kingdom of Labor. Life here was dark. People were literally lying on the floor. They were all holding their bellies as they needed food. Contestants passed by and could only sympathize with the local residents. ZYK drew attention to how a security guard stands on the central street and accepts bags of some kind of substance from local residents. Looking closely, the young man saw that it was a bag of seeds, which the local residents gave to the guards, although they needed it more. Zeke could not understand why all this was necessary. He found it strange that local people would collect seeds and then immediately give them away. The woman told the young man that she had heard rumors that the residents were collecting seeds to fight the witch. Residents were really not against giving seeds. More than anything, they wanted to overcome the witch who had ruined their lives. A smile appeared on the woman's face as a protective reaction. Deep in her soul, she felt sorry for these people who were surviving very hard. Suddenly, Their dialogue was interrupted by a growling stomach. Friends immediately noticed that Dean could not control his pot-bellied friend. The boy was a little embarrassed, and asked his friends if they were hungry while in prison. Dean was very hungry. Zeke said that it was a pretty good idea to look for food in the food establishments, and at the same time, get some energy yourself. The allies came literally a few tens of meters away. It didn't take long to search, and Zika met a sign of a canteen on his way. The young man did not confess, but he himself was already dying of hunger. He walked to the door and wondered what the food was on the second level. However, it seems that friends are not destined to eat today. A loud explosion rang out to their left and pierced the wall. Friends did not understand at all what happened now. They just wanted to have a bite to eat, and then the establishment began to be destroyed before their eyes. However, everything was not just like that. The allies turned their heads towards the smoke screen, where a figure could be seen. It was the same green-haired young man named Greggs. He also made it to the second level. Now he took the blow and spat out blood. He greeted the familiar faces with a smile and asked if they also wanted to try the local cuisine, but it didn't work out a bit. Opposite the young man were two girls in a smoke screen. One of them asked why he ignored her good offer. Girls named Casta and Paula appeared on the horizon. Casta offered the young man cooperation because of his strength, but he refused. Greggs was not going to be influenced by the girl and began to get angry. At the same time, his energy became more powerful and began to cover space. Greggs turned to Casta and asked her how she had dared to divide her enemies with him personally in the face of duty. The girl did not care what the contestant would think of her. A hideous smile appeared on her face from pofagism. Casta gave the young man a serious look and said that if he wanted to take it that way, then let him think as he wanted. The girl took out 4 sharp knives from her arsenal. She got into a fighting pose and was ready to engage in battle with the contestant. The boy and the girl stood opposite each other and were ready to explode at any moment. All they lacked was a signal. Casta decided to attack first. Without moving from her place, the girl threw out one of her knives, which she directed in the direction of the enemy. He turned out to be quite fast. Greggs was able to avoid danger at the very last moment. He did it with great difficulty. The young man did not expect that the girl would attack twice. 2 more knives that can cut him are coming towards him at the speed of light. Greggs was not going to take such primitive blows. With the help of lightning energy, he managed to jump to the side. However, the young man's problems did not end there. Just at the same place, he met his opponent, who was already waiting for him with a knife in her hands. She swung her sharp weapon and informed the young man that he was too slow to fight her, so he would die now. But Greggs did not agree with this conclusion at all. He wasn't going to die, which was symbolized by his hideous smile. He instantly began releasing a colossal amount of energy through his fist, and informed the girl that speed was his middle name. A loud explosion rang out on the battlefield, as if lightning had struck it. A man in a red cloak watched this from afar. He was on the roof of one of the houses and could not understand what it was. This time the applicants turned out to be very restless. The man decided to check everything with his own eyes and teach the contestants. He quickly got up from his seat and headed there. Meanwhile, the opponents could not find a stronger one among themselves. They both stayed on their feet after the last collision. The cast took the blow and recognized the young man as quite strong. Paul was very concerned about his sister's situation. She could not allow herself to be harmed. The girl began to get very angry and radiate a lot of energy. Greggs felt his superiority on the battlefield and started teasing the girls. He called them both to him at once to finish him off. Polu increased her mass several times with the help of energy. She continued to do so and was going to deal with the scoundrel. However, her sister stood in her way and stopped her with her hand. Casta informed the girl that she would be able to cope on her own. The girl confidently took a step forward and introduced herself as Casta's curator. She was not going to tolerate this kind of treatment. Casta pointed the finger of her left hand at the young man and said that from now on he was her target, one that would surely be struck. Greggs just laughed at the lame phrases. He ordered the girl to shut up and continue the fight if she still wanted to. Cast wanted exactly that. The opponents set out to meet each other with tremendous speed, intending to finish already. They were about to face each other in a blow and measure their strength. Meanwhile, Something strange was happening above their heads. Their collision was not destined to happen. Just in front of their faces was a red-haired man who did not let them finish the fight. Casta was simply shocked by this turn of events. She didn't expect anyone to be able to move so fast to do that. Greggs was no less surprised than his opponent. He looked at the man standing right in front of them with a look of horror on his face. He swung his right hand and easily knocked the girl off her feet. Cass did not have time to do anything and simply fell. Greggs also got his due for being disruptive. The young man could not believe that there was someone so strong that he could do such a thing. A man named Chicken was the head of the Knights of the Kingdom of Labor. He came here to keep the peace in the local settlements. Chicken continued to keep his leg on the young man's body. Greggs felt tremendous pressure on himself, and could not understand what was happening. Casta, meanwhile, was just able to recover from the earlier blow. She raised her eyes and looked at the head of the Order of Knights. The man informed the contestants that those who do not pass the test at this level will not be able to break through to the next level of heaven. He added that he would not be able to break through by force either, since he is invincible. That's why Chicken advised the contestants to just bring the star fragments. His gaze was like that of a robot clearly performing its task. He advised the young soldiers to simply serve the king and this country. Zeke watched the events and was simply shocked. He already fought Greggs, who was quite strong, but he couldn't do anything against Chicken. Zeke remembered the colossal capabilities of the green-haired youth who controls lightning as his body. But here he was simply powerless. Looking closely at Greggs, Zeke concluded that his wings would only be able to return to him if he passed the test. Now he understood what was the difference between them and those people who had already passed the test from King Julius. While Frid was wanted by all his friends, the man was in prison. They were going to visit him in order to talk a little. Fried was alone in a closed cell. Thanks to this, he had time to think about something important and unimportant. Fried loved it. What bothered him more than anything was that he was here alone. All his friends were taken somewhere, but for some reason he was left in prison. He assumed that he was left here for drinks. But the man quickly dispelled these thoughts, as he realized that this was his personal fear. Suddenly, his camera snapped open thanks to someone's hand. This movement shook Frida, and it seemed that the assumption might come true. Labor's bodyguard and priest Denzel came to him. As always, he carried a thick book with him and walked confidently. The man leaned closer to the young man and said that he had broken the rules of the Absolute Clan. It was very abrupt on his part. Fried could not understand what was happening at all. He was accused of something he could never do from personal convictions. After this dialogue in the prison, the man was invited to the table with the king. He felt like a prince in the king's chambers. Fried had never felt such luxury before and looked at a piece of delicious meat as if it were gold in some world. King Julius too was the first to start a dialogue with the prisoner in the past. He asked the young man if he liked the food on the table. Fried was very grateful to the judge for the food. He informed her that he was at such a great banquet for the first time in his life. The man looked at the fragrant piece of meat and added that on the lower levels, where he was born, such a thing is not even dreamed of. The king smiled pleasantly and supported the dialogue. He said that he was already born at this level, so he only heard about the lower level through hearsay. He began to talk about the family of absolutes and about their power, thanks to which it was possible to create the current kingdom. He learned everything from them. Fried knew the history of his family only from books, and here he heard this. He did not even suspect the family's connection with Yuli. At this moment, the dialogue between the two men was interrupted by the king's assistant Denzel. He slowly entered the room with a book in his hands. The priest began to read about the prophet Absolute Carandela. He wanted to achieve a balance between the levels and bring the ruined sky to prosperity. He reached the 8th level and gave everything for his goal. Even after losing his wings, he climbed up, no matter what. Carandel solved the problem with the infertile land of the 2nd level and built the kingdom of labor here. The Absolutes have always taken care of these lands. The king literally bowed before the Absolute family. It was a great honor for him to welcome a member of this family to his rooms. Fried was also very grateful to the king for his warm welcome. He thanked for the expressed pride of his family, which he respects. The king informed the young man that he had always had good relations with the Absolute family. But only until recently. Fried began to feel rather uncomfortable in the guest house. It seemed very strange to him that the king constantly talked only about his family. A drop of sweat appeared on the young man's face from worry. After hearing the last words, Fried concluded that the king wanted to ask something. He asked a representative of the absolute family if his family had lost something valuable years ago. At the same time, he sent his assistant. Fried was absolutely shocked to hear these words. He was by no means prepared for what the priest would now demonstrate. The king took a glass of wine and looked at his interlocutor with a serious look. He said he did not mean a sacred relic. Fried simply couldn't believe that the king of the second level of heaven knew the exact location of their family heirloom. Fried knew that before the sky split, his family was responsible for the balance, so he received the divine balance artifacts. But after the splitting of the heavens, the sacred relics were lost. In such chaos it was very difficult to find them back. They haven't done it yet. The absolute family still wants to find their sacred relics. Its representatives are now scattered throughout all levels of the heavens. King Julius decided to share his experiences with the young man. He started by saying that he has 2 beautiful grandsons sitting here. A couple of years ago, he lost his son and daughter-in-law, who left 2 children. That is why the king decided to protect them like the apple of his eye. Fried looked to his right, where the grandsons of the supreme judge were. He listened attentively to the king and sympathized with his grief. He thought the children were cute enough, and the story was such that you could make a movie. He would have looked at the children a little longer, and the young man would have been moved. He was interrupted by the king, who continued, however, that now his kingdom labor needs the help of the absolute clan more than ever. He asked the young man to fulfill his small request, and in return he promised a relic. Denzel began to approach the curtain behind him. The priest, with a simple and quick movement, removed the curtain behind which the sacred relic was located. She meant a lot to the absolutes. It was a powerful and sharp sword with a gilded handle. One of the artifacts of the absolute family was called the Punisher of Souls. Representatives of the Kingdom of Labor pressured the young man with a sacred artifact. The king asked if the man would agree to his proposal. Fried gritted his teeth and looked at his family's sacred artifact. He couldn't believe that he had managed to find one of them. He perfectly understood that he could not refuse this offer. The king also understood this very well, so he played on the boy's emotions. Meanwhile, the allies decided to go to a local tavern and have a snack. At the table opposite sat a very angry green-haired young man. Greggs was very angry with the man who stopped his fight. He promised himself to defeat this half-cocked cock at any cost. ZYK quietly laughed at the young man, because he had lost to a girl and even a rooster in one evening. It sounded really funny. Greggs cast his angry look to the right, where he heard a sneer. From such a view, it was better to run away immediately and not get caught. Suddenly, the door to the tavern opened and 2 sisters entered. They slowly walked down the corridor and went behind Greggs. Casta whispered in the young man's ear to be careful, as she had already chosen him as her target, so he would die. Greggs was not at all afraid of the crazy girl. He said that he would finish her himself after he finished the test. Casta saw no point in continuing this dialogue and moved away from the young man's table. She wanted to end him now, but she couldn't. The allies watched the green-haired youth, wary of him. Greggs wasn't too happy about getting side eyes. Dean couldn't look at the evil young man anymore. From this look, emotions of fear played in him, which began to consume him. ZYK decided to stand up for the boy and asked the young man in front of him why he was looking at them so intently. Did he really want to fight? Greggs laughed back and replied that he thought their squad was just a bunch of losers, but somehow they managed to defeat Physis. Zeke supported this cheeky dialogue and offered the interlocutor a duel, where he could demonstrate how he managed to beat Physis. The interlocutors met each other with malicious glances. It seemed that a very fierce battle would begin in a little while. However, Greggs simply thanked the young man for beating the judge, and he managed to easily jump to another level without any problems. Friends were simply shocked by such a reaction of the green-haired young man. They did not understand what was wrong with the nervous system at all. ZYK decided to ask the interlocutor if he sometimes saw a friendly man who always walked with them. Greggs got stuck again and told the contestants to get out if they didn't want to suffer from his heavy hand. ZYK understood that the dialogue would not work here and was going to look elsewhere. At this point, Greggs assumed that Fried was currently on probation. These words immediately caught Zeke's attention. Greggs added that if he is not in this city, then he is definitely on probation, and he does not know anything else. Zeke still couldn't understand what the brute was feeling. He was both rude and polite, which was uncharacteristic of such thugs as him. Dean was still under the influence of his fears. He was afraid to raise his eyes and look at the very angry and unfriendly Greggs. The woman advised her allies to start the test immediately so as not to be late and catch up with Freed. They decided to finish their meal as soon as possible and set off. Meanwhile, Grumbler decided to help his friends clear the table. The challengers arrived at the witch's garden to complete the test. They were near the sacred tree, where its guards opposed them. Yeti-like mutants informed the audience that the king had deceived them and ordered to attack the sacred place of the Star Garden. It was a werewolf named Tuna. She informed the contestants that the garden is on the real judge's property. The participants were simply shocked to hear this information. They did not fully believe, so they asked, "Where is the real judge now?" Tuna explained that if he appeared, he would immediately become a target, so he could not do it. But she swore that she was telling the truth. Chicken decided to intervene in the dialogue. He said that what this monster is saying now is completely delusional and untrue. He informed the participants that they were now eavesdropping on the witch's successors, who had brought the second level to a state of utter devastation. The werewolves guarded the star fragments that lay under the tree behind them. They could not let their enemies capture them. After washing the city's contestants, Chicken ordered them to bring the star shards immediately, as their absence would weaken the witch's power. The man emphasized that this would help the kingdom regain its former power. Moreover, participants will be able to go to the next level. The contestants turned out to be quite stupid people and immediately rushed into battle against the werewolves, without fully understanding the situation. The applicants turned out to be quite easy to deceive, and they decided to attack the bodyguards of the real judge. The werewolves had no choice but to defend themselves. Chicken was pleased that he managed to deceive the contestants. Now they danced to his tune, obeying orders. The werewolves weren't going to just sit there. One of them jumped out from behind the others to find himself in the front rows. He delivered a powerful punch right in front of the contestants' faces, who immediately stopped. They were shocked by such a powerful force. Precedents could barely stay on their feet from the resulting shock wave. They suddenly lost the desire to move forward to the debris of the stars. The werewolf looked at the contestants with an evil look and called them stupid. He couldn't understand how they could fall for the lie so easily. It was the leader of a tribe of werewolves named Tanukin. He stopped the contestants, who considered Julius too to be the real supreme judge. The participants of the test stood immovably in place, as they could not move. Their bodies were hidden after the werewolf attack. Chicken watched this and understood very well that because of the restrictions, the applicants could not attack the transfer all at once. Chicken decided to mock the werewolf leader and asked him where his mistress was, calling him a witch's henchman. Tanukin could not stand this man. He ordered him to shut his bad mouth immediately and get out of here while his legs were still working. Suddenly, one of the contestants was able to move from his seat and took a step forward. He was going to pass the test under noise. However, it was not possible to pass the test quietly. The werewolf immediately noticed that someone's foot wanted to enter his territory and steal the vision fragments. The participant immediately regretted taking a step forward. Tanukin gave him a powerful blow with his fist and sent him to sleep on the ground. Suddenly, behind him, the werewolf heard a girl's voice begging him to stop. A female figure appeared from behind the tree. Tanukin couldn't believe that this had actually happened. He turned his head back and told the girl to immediately take cover until it was safe. Stella didn't want to do that, given the circumstances. She begged everyone present to stop fighting as they could hurt each other. Chicken was very pleased to see the witch in front of him. He didn't even have to look for her, but she appeared by herself, not as if on a plate. The man understood very well that such an opportunity may no longer exist. He took his sword firmly in one hand and filled it with a stream of energy. After that, Chicken charged his sword towards the witch who was standing by the tree. The target of this sword was definitely Stella, as there was no one around. The girl was very scared when she saw a sharp weapon in front of her. She did not understand where she should run in this situation. Her slow decisions were overtaken by Tanukin. He intercepted the fast weapon moving towards the girl and saved the innocent child. It was quite difficult for him to stop this sword. Blood appeared on the werewolf's paws from the fact that he stopped the attack. Despite all this, Tanukin continued to act quite confident. Blocking the attack, he threw the sword aside. The sharp weapon landed right next to its master. Chicken wasn't too happy that the witch was still alive. Tanukin turned to the ugly chicken bastard and asked if he really wanted to start a war, because their patience was already at its limit. Chicken replied that he just needed to kill the witch, and there would be no war, as then the parties could come to an amicable settlement. At this point, Stella decided to end the fight herself. She brought her hands together and began to emit a tremendous amount of energy. A bright star appeared above her head, illuminating everything around. Such an amount of energy was scary even for an ordinary person to imagine. The contestants were shocked by what they saw with their own eyes. They opened their mouths wide in surprise. You won't see that often. Meanwhile, ZYK and his friends finally came to undergo the test. They ran very fast ahead to keep up. Arriving at the test site, the friends did not understand what was happening. They assumed that they could already be late for the test. The little girl continued to release a colossal amount of energy as she crouched down on the ground. A strong flow of wind formed around her. Just looking at the girl, ZYK immediately recognized the innocent victim he had saved. He was shocked at what she was doing now. The girl introduced herself to the contestants as Judge Stella. She reported that now they are going to announce the real test for applicants. It was very difficult for her to talk about the situation in the second level. The girl simply begged the contestants to return everything to its place. She was a very kind girl. Stella was ready to kneel before the contestants just to be believed. Applicants saw the symbol of the judge above the girl's head. They asked her what real test they had to go through. Chicken intervened in the dialogue. He informed the contestants that the girl was lying and that she should not be trusted under any circumstances. Immediately after his words, the man spread his wings and began to emit a colossal amount of energy that created a wind wave. He began to flap his wings, creating an increasingly large stream of wind. He directed him in the direction where the witch was standing. The girl's energy flow was disrupted by this wave. Stella tried to cover her face with her hands and hold on to her feet so she wouldn't fall. Chicken once again warned the students about the evil intentions of the witch. He told them not to fall for the wiles of the cunning girl who is a false judge. He displayed the heavenly symbol on his hand and said that he had personally passed the level 2 test from a true judge. Chicken emphasized that only the one who can handle the witch and destroy her sinister plans can pass the test. Tanukin was at the edge of his emotions. He could not contain his anger at the bastard, who lies to the contestants' faces and is not even ashamed. He shouted loudly, asking the man how he had dared to sully the good name of Ms. Stella behind his back. Tanukin couldn't hold back any longer. He screamed at the top of his lungs, calling the man a bastard, and said that he had no more life to live. The contestants were again scared to death when they saw the fury of the werewolf. They were very afraid to engage in battle with this monster. Chicken's face. He got his way and led the main werewolf to emotions that definitely did not adorn him. He pointed to the monster and informed the contestants that this was the true face of those defending the fake judge. Tanukin did not stop being surprised by the man's deceitfulness. He warned Chicken that an animal like him should not expect mercy. Stella again intervened in this conflict. She asked her ward to calm down as he would hurt others. Tuna decided to take the girl on herself. She asked her to stay put as her further actions might be too dangerous. Chicken decided to take advantage of Stella's kindness again. He instantly moved from his place and rushed to attack the enemies. Tanukin was not going to let the man behind his back. He grabbed his sword with his left hand, preventing him from breaking through any further. The contestants were in complete shock. They didn't know who to trust at all and came to a common conclusion that it was still necessary to get the fragments of the stars. The real battle has begun. The candidates overcame their fear and rushed into battle against the werewolves. The latter were also forced to fight. Tanukin was very unhappy with the current situation. He thought that if it wasn't for Miss Stella, he would have destroyed everyone with one blow. Meanwhile, Stella did not want to remain under the protection of Tuna. She escaped from her care and was going to resolve this conflict. The girl turned to absolutely everyone on the battlefield and asked them to stop immediately. She didn't want anyone to get hurt. One of the contestants decided to take advantage of the girl's kindness. She stood right in front of Stella's face and swung her sword. Tuna managed to defend himself in time. She blocked the blow with her left hand, preventing the Chief Justice from being harmed. Tuna turned to face the girl and said that she would figure it out herself. Stella was told to retreat immediately to save her life. On the battlefield, a real war between contenders and werewolves began. None of them was going to retreat, and defended their borders. Stella did not want to believe that the conflict cannot be resolved with words. She began to repeat in her head that it is impossible to act like that. The girl continued to cry all the time, repeating these words. Suddenly the pupils of her eyes changed color, and she lost control of herself. A powerful flow of energy formed around the girl, which she radiated. The energy was dark in color, similar to the grumbler. Tanukin immediately noticed something wrong behind him. He perfectly understood that if everything continued like this, a disaster would occur. Chicken did not give the werewolf the opportunity to retreat. He said that at any cost he would kill the witch or take the star fragments. The werewolves who were able to distract themselves from the battle immediately went to help Stella. They tried to shout at her to bring her to consciousness. Tanukin realized that he would not be able to escape from this trap. He relied on his wards and asked them not to take their eyes off the girl. Stella was still unable to regain consciousness, and continued to emit a tremendous amount of energy that began to spread around. The contestants chose an excellent opportunity to reach the debris of the stars. They began to scoop them up quickly while there was such an opportunity. The test participants did not understand what they were doing. They were just grabbing pieces of vision from under the tree, because that's what Julius II told them. ZYK and his friends stood in complete shock and did not understand what was happening. They were in a complete stupor and did not know what to do. The woman called what was happening complete madness. Dean was in absolute agreement with these words and added that he had never seen anything more out of order. The girl concentrated on completing the test as soon as possible. She understood that there might not be another possibility. Dean and his bird agreed with the woman. The old bird told the contestants to hurry, as it would be too late. The grunt also wanted to perform the test and pushed his partner along. However, Zeke was the only one in the crowd who was in no rush to do so. He watched as the werewolves tried to calm the little girl down. This seemed very strange to Zeke. He did not understand at all whether he should perform this test. Meanwhile, the grunt continued to press on the young man, driving him.